Alrighty, let's get started. Just lower the mic volume a little bit. Okay, here goes nothing. So, good morning, good afternoon for anyone who's watching live. Appreciate your support. If not, if you're watching recording, please enjoy. This is the journey to enlightenment, the live guide of me fighting back against insecurity and what I call the dark one. I believe that we've been misled for the majority of our lives. You think about like a little baby is born and they don't know anything other than what is presented to them and shown to them. So we come out of the womb and we still have our eyes closed. We don't even know what smell is. We don't know what sounds are. We don't even know like what feeling is. I know you could argue that maybe some babies do have that and they forget, but let's just say that they don't understand it yet. It's a concept that's foreign to them. Every time they feel something for the first time, their concept, their bubble, their like a rubber band stretches, right? So what if we decided there's this baby that's born right now? Call him baby X. And from the moment he's born, we decide to intentionally mislead him regarding everything, right? Maybe we tell him that blue is actually the color blue that we recognize as blue is yellow, and so forth. Once he gets out to the real world, he's going to be telling everyone that blue is yellow. And everyone's going to look at him like, are you sure? Are you colorblind? Is there something wrong with you? And I just want everyone to pause right there for a second. Do you see how easy, how simple, it's just literally how easy it is to manipulate and fabricate and create a narrative and a storyline that if you have the right people in the right spots, you could literally indoctrinate the entire world. You just have someone that's working for you at the hospital. You put someone who's working for you at a school. You put someone who's working for you at a company that hires people. You put someone who's working for you maybe inside their family, like maybe a dad or a mom or a sibling. You just make sure that they, at every school that they go to or every grade that they go to, that they have a bully of some sort, or someone that, or maybe a friend that they think is a friend but is actually leading them astray. And baby X could literally get the entire world wrong. But let's flip it. What if baby X was actually meant to be the hero? What if those weren't dark people that were planted there to tell baby X the wrong stuff? What if those things were the actual correct things, and the rest of society got baited, got controlled, got indoctrinated by the dark forces, the people who have an agenda? Have we ever considered that? Have we ever considered that perhaps the majority view is the view that's actually indoctrinated? What do you guys think? And that reminded me, I need to set up a recording. So I use Descript to record. Video project. Okay, let's get started. The fourth battle. Journey to enlightenment. All right, make sure we get some music going. And let's do some Moonlight Sonata. All righty. Hopefully it's not too loud. Making process is having background music. It's relaxing. It helps with focus, especially as my brain shoots out a million ideas per second. So it keeps me in a certain mindset. It keeps me in a certain mood. It keeps me focused. So it's also a way to self-brainwash. And if you're listening to something heroic, you might feel much more heroic by just listening to it on repeat. Just some suggestions for people who maybe struggle with creativity or stuff like that. Find your favorite movie song and just blast that on repeat, and you can literally brainwash yourself to do something good. Everyone has this negative connotation and association with certain terms, but don't be afraid of the dark. Dark motivation, light actions. Okay, let's get started. So I use Descript to record. Good morning, world. So today's theme is we fix it, we don't fight. No more labels. We can do this together because we are one. We are one entity. We're the human race. We all have souls. We're all alive. We all have energy. Therefore, we're equal. And the second part of today is drinking my coffee because there's nothing like it. Just be a hero. Anyone can be a hero. Do good because it's just good. Don't do it for the glory. Don't do it for the views. This might have 0 views or 1 view, or it might get 1 million. It doesn't matter. The message is going to be exactly the same. Doesn't matter who's watching. Doesn't matter who's listening. The message is the same. It needs to get out. Now, you can say there's importance in spreading it. Absolutely. But here's the thing. If one person listens to this today or tomorrow or whenever I release it, and they resonate with it and they spread it, even if it's only a few things, job is done. Success. That's how the battles are won. It's not one grand blow that happens. It happens slowly, piece by piece. And before the dark ones even know it, before the people who are exploiting and causing problems and suppressing information even get to that point of realizing what's actually happening, the battle was won. I'm going to tell this brief story about Lord of the Rings, about Frodo and Sam and why they were chosen to carry the ring. And the Dark One, Sauron, overlooked them because he was focused exclusively on the people who had power, the people who had influence, the people who had glory, who hailed from a specific family. And I'm not saying that myself or anyone else is not special. That's not at all what I'm saying. My point is, they're so focused on it has to be the people who have $1 billion. Those are the threats. And they never think about the people just like you and I, who are just living their life every day, who are happy with simple things, who are already pleased with what they have, and they don't need a lot. And if you gave them ultimate power and they could create their own reality in their own dream world, they might be let's say they're a farmer in a small village in Westheim. And literally they get the ring or something that can create wishes like a genie, and they're like, well, you know what would be nice? With, of course, their German Bavarian accent. You know what would be nice is if I could have 2 cows instead of 1, and maybe a 3rd horse. Dark One, the one who controls his power, is just in absolute disbelief that they could have anything, and that's all they wanted. You see how sometimes the people who have less and who are satisfied with less can be potentially the biggest threat. Because now with that, what can they do? Now they just want to do the mission. They just want to spread the message. They just want to do good. They're not doing it for the reward. They're not doing it for glory. They're doing it because it's the right thing to do. And that's the goal of today. That's the goal of enlightenment. Getting to a point where it doesn't matter who's watching, it doesn't matter who's listening. You don't pick up that trash because that piece of trash around the corner because you're going to get an accolade. You do it because it's the right thing to do, because you're making the world a little better today. You're not helping or holding the door open for someone because it's going to make you look good. Doing it because it's going to make the other person feel a little better. And everyone's going through a daily battle. And if their battle gets slightly more in their favor just because of your action, you won. Now they can do the same thing for someone else. And that is the whole logic of becoming one human race, one species, one entity, is that literally if I help you, you help someone else, they can help me. But there's no expectation of it. It's just we're all helping each other just naturally. But we have to get there. And how do we get there? We have to eliminate the dark things that are stopping it. There's a lot that I've already talked about, and I'm going to be editing the videos that I've done and releasing them here shortly. But you can watch the previous streams if you want. But the world works differently than you think. And I don't expect you to believe me 100%. I don't want you to just take it at face value. I want you to understand the underlying lessons that I'm talking about. I want you to really focus on, maybe I should try this. Maybe I should experiment. Maybe I should consider it and see what happens. Maybe you hear something like, yeah, right. And then the rest of the day, you try experimenting with some of the things that I said. And all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. Your life might change. But what if you don't see anything? You don't notice anything. You don't see any patterns or repeating behaviors. So you're like, this guy's full of crap. That's perfect, because then that means that I'm not right, but now you started thinking about it. Now you started questioning it. So that's where I want to start today. Of course, with a sip of coffee first, so cheers. So I'm sure everyone's familiar with the concept of the plagues from Moses and the Exodus story and things of that nature. So that's what's happening here. We are creating a plague. We don't mind being the villain. Because, again, it's dark motivation with light actions. We're teaching people how the world works from our experience. Again, we might not be correct, but now people can start evaluating it against their own experience. And what we're going to find out is, or most people find out, is once they realize it's not just them, everything clicks. Wait, that happened to you too? Oh my gosh, everyone said I was crazy. You mean I'm not? No, you're not. Everything changes at that point. And when that happens, people start questioning things. What happens when people start questioning things? Things change. Hey, why do we wear socks with sandals? Just there's nothing wrong with that, right? But just as an example. Well, actually, maybe your feet feel better when you don't wear socks with sandals. And someone tries it out and I'm like, wow, actually, you're right. You see, like, questioning leads to progress. And it doesn't always mean that it's going to be for the better, but we can actually start seeing it. Does it always have to be this way? Is there a reason to change? So all of this that I'm talking about is we're creating a plague that's spreading. And it's a plague of love, of peace, of hope, of giving people new energy, of new passion, of actually understanding that, wait a minute, I don't have to be a slave to my corporate overlords. I don't have to listen to my boss who's literally gaslighting me every single day to think that if I quit, I can never get another job. Yet I have so much more experience than when they first hired me. And I literally do everything at the company I work at. So wait a minute, I really don't have any value? Oh, you see, like, all it takes is for one person, for them to snap out of it, of the brainwashing, the mind control that certain people and entities have done. And that's the purpose of this. So we're going to talk about a lot of things that might confuse you, that might inspire you. All I ask is have an open mind. Just listen. Don't take any of it as fact. Consider it. Could it be true? How could it be that this is my experience? Could it be that I'm living a completely different world than everyone else? 100%. But what if even half of the things that I'm experiencing, you're experiencing? You see? And maybe you just viewed it the wrong way. How many times have we walked past the same area on the street or in a nature park and we never noticed something, but finally one day we decided to actually come in from the opposite angle and we're like, wait a minute, there's graffiti on that tree? I've walked past that tree for 7 years and I've never noticed graffiti. And it actually was a message written by like your girlfriend. And it said like, hey, I love you. I know you liked walking the nature trail, so this is for you. And she got sad that you never saw it. But it was there this entire time. That is happening at a massive scale around the world right now. There's so many things that people are just simply not aware of. And that's not your fault. On the contrary, there are forces, factions, people, spiritual entities that are literally intentionally stopping it, suppressing it, causing problems. And once you can accept that there might be people actually trying to suppress things, all of a sudden you become open to, wait a minute, why? Why would anyone want me not to be loving? Why do people not want me to help others? Why do people want me to exploit people? Wait, why do we have to work so much? Wait, why don't we just have shelter given to us? Why do we have to pay for something that's necessary for survival? You see how like all of a sudden just asking the right questions and having someone just look to the left and be like, wait a minute, it'd be all it takes. And now if they bring that back to their families, their homes, their friends, and they can even just get one other person to feel the same way, what could happen to this world? How far could we go? How much evolution, how much progress, how much hope could be created? But they call me the villain because I'm doing this. Let them. Because I know what my actions are trying to accomplish. So with that, I ask you, do you think that if you believe you have impact or you're doing good, just a simple concept of belief, will you do more? What do you guys think? Belief is a funny thing. I've had all of this knowledge within me for a long time now. I've been working on this for basically the last 4 years, extensively. It's evolved significantly, especially over the last 7-8 months, and the last 2 years. But the truth is, this has been my mission, my journey, my faith, my oath, my prayer, my wish for 33 years. I'm 33 now. I don't believe in coincidences. And I had all this knowledge, I had all these skills, but I just didn't believe. I was too worried about the superficial. I was too worried about, well, why? Why should I talk about this stuff? What if people don't listen? What if people judge me for my hair being long? Like all these things, and you ask yourself, wait, why? Shouldn't they care about the message? Why am I focused on that? Why? And that's when you realize I'm aware of so many of the tactics and the strategies and the disruptions and the problems that I call it the dark one. I believe that there's an entity up above, or whatever you want to call it, or maybe it's literally next to me right now, that has taken control of this world for a while now, has enslaved us. And it has enslaved the key individuals in key industries that have influence and have control and have impact. And now that I know, this is the only warning I will give to people, but it's actually a blessing. Once you know, the attacks ramp up. Mental attacks, psychic attacks, physical attacks. People literally trying to stop daily. It's funny once you catch it and you see it. Truly, you laugh at it. You're like, oh my gosh, you're afraid. The thing that wants to create fear in everyone, take their energy, make them insecure, make them hate, make them cause other problems, destroy families, destroy everything, destroy its own greed, because it relies on what we talked about on the last stream, energy, life energy, right? Like everything we do is energy. It wants more of it. But I'm aware of all of the tactics that it does. And yet still, even being aware of it, sometimes like they try to shoot an old trigger or trauma at me, and I'm like, ooh, like it's like you got slapped, and you're like, it burns a little bit, but I'm okay. Think about that. Even being aware of it, even having figured out how to heal traumas, I've healed PTSD, I've healed insecurities. I'm a healer at heart, and even then, it still can cause disruptions. It can still make me slow down. A few minutes, a few seconds, maybe an hour. Imagine those who aren't aware that it's happening. They don't even have a chance. They don't even have a chance. They literally think that there's something wrong with them. They literally think that they're broken. They're not. They're amazing. They're incredible. The person who they were, who they always are. They forgot. Literally, part of the Dark One's mission is to make people forget. We talked about it 2 days ago, but essentially, it's like there's a memory totem, and every time you get a reminder or a memory or something happens, you get pushed to the top. And your brain can only handle so much. The other stuff still exists, but they're just not. It's like out of sight, out of mind, right? So if they get below the line, they're out of sight. So that's why they keep reinforcing negative things, bringing it back to the top, bringing it back to the top, bringing it back to the top, so that you're basically, the majority of your things are negative. And then you start forgetting the good stuff because they're down here. They're so out of sight of mind, you know? And then what can they do? Now they can start changing things. They can start taking off some screws and adding a new one that's had actually like some kind of disease on it. And before you know it, you've changed. And a lot of people are like, wait, so it's change bad? I'm like, no, on the contrary. Like, you should be changing every day. But it's your decision. Now, of course, nudges and influences are always going to happen. You can't even look at, you'd have to operate with your eyes closed to not get nudged or influenced. But you know who you were originally. Right? Like, think about all the experiences you had as a child, and maybe you learned there was mistakes in those things and you changed your mind. That's fair. But when you're like, wait a minute, let's say you go back to something that you used to love. For example, for me, video games, listening to music, like movie music, things of that nature. Watching my soccer team, my German soccer team environment, and I stopped doing it, and I completely forgot about it. And maybe I'm like, yeah, I don't like video games. I don't like this. I'm like, okay, fine. Then all of a sudden, like, let's say someone, my brother or like a friend, my parents, they nudge me to do those things. And I start playing video games again. I start listening to movie music. I start watching my soccer team again. And I'm like, I was laughing. I was happy. I was smiling. Like, it just felt good. Like, I'm like, now it could be that maybe like someone manipulated me, but you see what I'm talking about? Like, you ask yourself, how is that possible? Did I forget who I was? You did. And it wasn't an accident. The sooner you can come to terms with that there are no coincidences in this world, the sooner you start to regain control of your narrative. There are zero coincidences in this world. So that begins you down the path of enlightenment. Did you ever want to know how someone made this great discovery of forbidden knowledge? That's what's happening here. I'm going to talk to you about all of my notes that I've written. I have like 1 million notes of things that I've discovered and experienced. And here's the key difference, just for people who might be contemplating whether I have credibility or not. First of all, it's up to you. It doesn't matter what I say. Second of all, these are my experiences. I didn't copy some spiritual influencer. I haven't listened to anyone in forever. These are all from my experiences and from my guides. So with that, I want to start with going a little more positive. That was just a warm-up recap. One of the new phrases that I'm trying to push not only into myself but onto the world is the phrase of, if you ain't loving, you ain't living. We are one. Truly, love is misunderstood. Love is misunderstood to you. People just think it can only be like between like a husband and wife or something like that, or like father and son. And it's not even like, oh, loving your friend. Like, that's not that. It's just, it's a feeling inside you. And if you're feeling it because it energizes you. Like last time I talked about, can energy be created? And I don't have the answer, but I know it can be healed and renewed, which in many ways is creation. So love is by far, out of everything I've experienced as someone who considers themselves and who knows he's a healer, love is by far the number one healing power that you can have for yourself and for others. Forgiveness is number 2. Think of it, for anyone who's played video games, but let's just, for those who haven't, think of it like you're standing on flat ground and you decide to be loving and you decide to be forgiving. Basically, just like stomp your foot on the ground right now. Boom. A green circle will appear underneath you. And let's say it's about 10 feet wide circumference. So, you could fit quite a few people in there. As long as you're in that circle, it stays there for, let's say, an hour, 30 minutes. As long as you're in that circle, you're recovering. You gain more energy. All of a sudden, you're like, wow, I feel like I can run. I feel like I want to clean. I don't ever want to clean. I feel like I want to organize the house. I want to pursue a passion, a hobby. Like, yeah, you know what? I want to call my mom. That. That's what healing is. That's what love and forgiveness. And it's just like we said, that's a circle of healing. It's also a circle of peace. When you can invite other people in there, please invite other people in there. When you're in that circle, everyone can, it's the law, literally. And if they break it, they're not going to get punished. They're going to be moved out of the circle. Just because we can't have it. We just cannot have it. We're going to try to heal them, right? But if they're literally destroying the circle, we have to ask them to leave. So while they're inside the circle, it's just everyone's at peace. Everyone's just feeling the love and energy. Everyone's just forgiving each other. And it's just calm. There's conversation. And, it could be quiet. Literally, there could be zero noise. Everyone's just doing their own thing, feeling each other's radiant energy. And all of a sudden, progress is being made. All of a sudden, people are like, wow, I really like this. Can we do this again? I mean, I'm sure we've all heard the phrase, wow, the energy in this room feels really good. It's that. That's the secret. So I want to talk about the law of change. That's what I call it. So whenever you do something new, something different, you need to mix it up. You need to shake it up. Think of it like your dog shaking, like after they get wet, or when the concrete mixing with things. Like they're mixing, they're always mixing, they're creating something new, right? So let's say this stream or this content inspires you to do something or try something or talk about something, because that's what really it's all about, right? Finding your passion, finding your flame, who you are internally, what excites you. Like when I do this, I'm just on fire. Like it doesn't matter how bad my day was, even if I'm like nervous or worried to start this for any reason. When I start, it's go time. Like everything's perfect. Like let's go. That's called finding your flame. Like knowing that I'm trying to help the world to the extent that I am just changes everything for me, right? Like I'm compelled to do this. It almost becomes an obsession, right? But let's say I haven't started yet. Like I'm hesitating, I'm struggling. But finally I decide, you know what, today's the day that I'm going to try. Here's a very simple but powerful solution to ensure that you actually go through with it. The law of change. So you're changing something, right? You're doing something new. You're trying something different. So what you should do is you need to make sure that you basically brainwash yourself. Like you're programming. Think of it like if you're a computer programmer, you're typing in new code. You have to type it in, right? Like you can't just say it, you have to type it in. But once you type it in, it's like, hey, well, you know what? I want everyone to know that there's new code here. So the code was written in orange color. I'm going to write this in green. Now everyone knows, like, oh, wow, there's new code here. So, for example, today I'm going to stream and record. You know what? I'm going to plug in the coffee machine on the left plug rather than the right plug. I'm going to have tea today instead of coffee. I'm going to wear a white sock and a black sock. I'm going to wear a new outfit that I haven't worn before. Even if it doesn't match or anything like that, I'm going to listen to a different song while I'm recording. All of those things are powerful for one and one reason alone. It marks the difference. And part of the game it's all mental, right? But what you have to understand as we approach enlightenment, as we realize how the world actually works, is that there's two forces at play, right? The light and the dark. There's things spiritual and physical. Think about like bad bosses, good bosses, but also literally, it's time to believe in it. There's spiritual forces and entities that are influencing you, nudging everything we do 24/7 all around us. So you need to be prepared to mark these differences. I'm just going to stop there, but it's a critical moment in your life to basically take back control and be like, okay, this is where it changes. Here's the difference. And you mark it. And just for people who might struggle to accomplish all the things that you're trying to do, write it down. Whiteboard, reminders everywhere. So, for example, you don't want to forget to take your supplements or your vitamins or things like that, something simple like that. Hey, you remember, you saw them right now. Hey, I'm going to walk over there right now, grab the bottle and put it where I eat my breakfast so that tomorrow I remember it. You can say, well, why do you need to do that? Just remember it. And I respond, why don't you just take the free help? If you were going to remember it anyway, then what's the problem? It's just already there. You saved yourself some seconds. See, like, just reframe it. Give yourself a reminder. Make it easy for you to succeed. Which leads me to the theory of it works for now, right? So I still struggle with this every day. It's a constant reminder. And you want to know why? That's what we started with this discussion with. You can know the tactics. You can know what they're doing to you. And still, because it's so ingrained into you, it's so every day you were bombarded with this. It's like it's like the poison literally is part of you. Like your entire arm is corrupted. So it's like it's slowly healing. It's going to take a long time. 33 years of corruption. You can't cure it all in one day. So good enough, not perfect. Hey, tomorrow I decide to start picking up trash. I get a bag of trash or an empty trash bag and I start picking up trash. And I pick up 20 pieces. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I look around the corner and like, there's another 40 over there. I'm like, ah. Look, you get 20 For the last 5 years of your life, you picked up 0. You just made a huge impact. Enormous. And guess what? Maybe someone was watching you from their balcony in their apartment. They're like, oh my God, man, look at that guy. He's picking up trash. Man, you know what? I think I'm going to do it too. Now you just inspired someone and you don't have no idea that you did that. You see, like, good enough. You could always do more. You can pick up 21. You could, look, after you pick up those 40, you could literally throw that bag away and buy a new one just in the store that's around the corner and start picking up more. So where do you draw the line, right? Where is enough? Where is enough? There's never enough, right? Like, and once you accept that, you just realize it, like, hey, as long as I'm trying and I'm making progress and we're trying to make things better, things are going to get better. No matter how long it takes, things are going to get better. And we need to believe in that. And that takes me back to what we said, like, if we believe, can we do more? Absolutely. Like, if you believe that there's no way, my actions don't matter. Like, if I pick up this piece of trash, it's not going to change anything, whether I do or don't. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't make it real, but what I'm saying is, you just think, well, I don't have impact. So you're just naturally telling yourself, don't do it. If you believe that, hey, if I pick up this one trash, now it's going to inspire other people, you're just going to do. And then the point is, you have to disconnect from the outcome. You have to disconnect from worrying about the impact, right? But you can believe that you have one. Like, this literally tomorrow the world might be completely different because of what I'm recording right now. But it also might not. So I disconnect from that. But I believe that I'm going to cause positive change with this. I know that I'm going to cause positive change with this. I know I'm going to cause ultimate chaos to all those dark people out there and dark things. That's all that matters. It makes me do. Dark motivation, light actions. So as you're accepting that it doesn't have to be good enough, or it just has to be good enough, not perfect, you're going to start adjusting over time. You're like, wait, today I did 20. And with this trash bag, hey, next time I might bring 2 trash bags, or maybe I'll do it every other day, or, you know, like, or maybe I'll get a group of people to do it so that we can just do it faster. Like, it's just the process starts changing, and that's called progression. Moving things along. But as long as you're taking, like, for example, if you think about it in running, like, if you can run, I base it off of songs, but let's just say 4 minutes. So you ran one 4-minute song and you could survive that. Okay. Tomorrow you survive a 4.5-minute song. Okay. Then the next day, now you survive 2 songs. Like, you see, like, as long as it's moving along, what's the problem? And if you go back, like, it doesn't matter, because you already know that you've achieved that point. Like, you'll get there again. Like, that means it's already doable. You've already done it. It means you can do it again. Make sure you do a little warm up, you get back into the flow of things. But it's fascinating. All of these stuff, it's just, it comes down to, you just got to keep going. And everything I talk about with all of you is I'm also talking to myself. I'm talking to you, you know? Like, this is the reason why the goal is to eliminate the dark ones and the dark one permanently. Okay. So one of the benefits of streaming and recording is that you can just edit things out as you figure things out. But I just want people to understand that all of this comes down to the full life theory, which is, picture that the way you live your life, it radiates to other people, because we're all connected. So if you let your apartment become dirty and trash, which just happens, right? Because of the dark influences and the nudges. So don't feel bad. That's not what I'm trying to say here. But if you do that and you don't eat well anymore because of, again, those dark, like that, let's take a step back. Basically, I want everyone to understand this is not an excuse. I want everyone to understand that if you're struggling with anything right now, you're hesitating, if you feel bad, if there's something like that, like if you're depressed, all of those things, period, it's not you. There's literally things, like every intrusive thought that comes into your head, that's planted. It's not you. There's literally things that can do that. Think of it like they're putting like a PowerPoint slide in front of you. Also, you're like, oh, what? No. Why? No. That is real. So if you fell behind on your chores, on cleaning, you got sick, you got hurt, you feel sad, like, I just want you to understand that all those events, they do their best to make them happen. Like you ended up fighting with your dad over something. I promise you that they nudged him to say some negative things. They nudged you to say something. Maybe they knew they nudged him to say specifically something that would trigger you. You're like, Dad, why did you say that? It's like, well, you just can't take. You're like, what? Now you guys start fighting. They presented that nudge or that idea in his head, and now he did that. And the whole point of this, what I'm doing, is trying to get people to, first of all, recognize that that's happening, and two, when you are able to recognize that it's happening, then you can become resistant to it. Because it pops up in my head, I'm just like, oh. And you just pull it out. There's people that have told me that they can't resist. They just blurt out whatever pop. I'm like, okay, I got it. So you get to that point where literally, like, you're just like, get out of here. Nice try. You literally can see the psychic mental attack that's happening, the spiritual warfare that's going on. The sooner you accept that that's real, you realize that everything bad that's happened in your life was fabricated for one reason and one reason alone. They want the conflict, they want the fear, they want the insecurity, they want the trauma, because they want your life energy. Basically, all the good stuff in you, what makes you live, what makes you happy, they want that. They feed off of it. Since there's a limited amount, they need to take it from you. So that's why we need to approach life, a full life. And I just wanted to make people realize that it's not you, because I felt bad when I said that, hey, if you let go of your partner, like, just understand, it's not you. Now, that's not an excuse not to try to learn how to defend yourself and how to fight it, and that's what we're doing here. But we just got to keep going, and I just want people to understand that it's not about consumption. It's about being happy, it's about loving, it's about being peace, about having conversations, turning off the phone, right? Turning off the things that let them in. And we're going to talk about noise vessels more, but basically just get quiet. Live a full life every single day. Love your pets, love your family, cook, learn something new, do things you love, go on a walk, experience the beauty of the world, whatever, right? Like, it depends on what it is. But if you live that life and everyone and you believe that it's radiating out, all of a sudden the neighbor next door might feel the same way. And they're like, wait, I don't know why, but I feel motivated to clean. I feel like I want to go on a walk. I haven't walked in 7 years, but I want to go on a walk. We're connected to that level, guys. So if every single person starts living their life as if there's like literally a permanent camera, because I mean, if you think about it, the spiritual entities are watching every single thing you do. So you might as well just think that you have a camera on 24/7. Okay. And by the way, they do watch through the cameras and the microphones and all of those things, period. Yes, 100%. It's not just the corporate and the government. Believe it. The spiritual entities, the things that are pulling strings, they watch you. They see you. They know if you have your phone tracking on or your phone on you, they know exactly where you are. You walk by a camera outside, they know exactly where you are. Period. So starting to live a full life is important. That's the secret. If we all lived daily, and you don't have to do anything. That doesn't mean I have to go on hikes. Do I have to host parties? Do I have to hang out with? No. Just live a happy life. What makes you happy? Take away everything and then start bringing back things in that you like. Hey, I used to like singing. Boom. Hey, I actually enjoy dancing. I like cooking. I like painting. Okay. I like writing stories. Okay. Now that's 5 things. And I like taking my dog on my walk, and I'm just going to keep my house for the most part fairly organized. Doesn't have to be perfect, right? Don't worry too much about chores. Just keep it good. You have to feel good, and see where it takes you. Before you know it, everyone around you is going to live a better life too. I want people to. I'm going to talk about this, and I realize I just need to keep bringing up the topics every single episode, every single recording, every single stream. It's just, that's the key. So think of it like there's a light and dark tug of war that's going on. And each one of us individually is in the middle. You could say humanity is in the middle, but just think of it as an individual thing. So there's people that are trying to help you, the light. And they only responded this way because of what the dark chose to do. The dark is constantly like jabbing you, poking you with like hot iron or something. And you're just like, and then they're trying to pull you, because if they pull you and you fall into the pit in the middle with spikes, that's when you get depressed, that's when you get sick, that's when you get traumas, you go into a bad spot. But the light is like, no, don't fall. They're trying to help you, like in many ways that they can. Like if all of a sudden like you felt like things were going really bad, but like you just felt like something threw your bone all of a sudden, that was orchestrated by the light. Got it? So the reason why, like the light helping others, the dark is pure selfishness exploiting. Now, sometimes helping others does mean helping yourself, right? You have to embrace a little bit of the dark. But that's why you can think of it like 60% light, 40% dark, or something like that, 80-20, But think that the more you're leaning on one side based on the tug of war is how the world looks like outside. So if the entire human race, or even just you, is 70% light, if you go outside, everything's going to look brighter. Everything's going to be cleaner. People are going to be nicer. People are going to be helping. People are going to care. When you ask like, hey, is there a possibility that you can fix this one thing that I'm struggling with? And you're like, yeah, 100%. You know what? Don't even worry about it. No, we're trying to move away from a society that's relying on money. I'm not going to charge you anything, because in a few weeks, money's not going to matter anymore anyway, because we're just going to help each other. And that's the secret, because we are one. And the sooner you can get your head around that helping others is what destroys the dark. I mean, in the most basic way of talking about it, it's like, why would anyone take love away from another person? Like you see a couple that's just started dating. Would you go over there and be like, hey, by the way, like, and just cause a conflict? Like, ask yourself, why would anyone do that? Why? Because they got nudged by the dark to do so. Because they don't want seeing other people happy, seeing love, because that rejuvenates energy and it spreads. And if it spreads, that means that they have less energy to take from others. It's time to remember, guys. It's time to remember who you are. As you're listening to this, you're going to start feeling different. Like you might feel a little tingle. And like, wait a minute. I feel different. And that's because your higher self, and we have basically think that we're connected to something else up there. You can call it whatever, like names, labels, they don't matter, right? Don't worry about the details. Well, how does that happen? Like, what are they? Like, maybe they're aliens, maybe they're gods, maybe like whatever makes you feel comfortable. Don't get into an existential crisis. Just think that you're connected to something else, right? Like literally. All of a sudden, as you start listening to these things, your higher self might be like, yes, they're remembering. And now you'll find that you can actually communicate with them. Truly, it's going to be like learning a new language. And we'll talk about that more. That's 401 level stuff, and we'll get there. Right now, I'm just planting the seeds, and we're gonna water them. Just a little bit of water. That's what awakening is. That's what awakening is. People always try to overcomplicate it. It's awakening to that, hey, the world is not what we thought it was, and we can communicate with others. Something made you forget. Something made you forget. And again, I ask you, why would anyone want you to forget who you are? Why would they want that? It doesn't make any sense. If my sister loves painting, why would I want to make her forget that? Oh, I don't like it when she paints. I don't like seeing her happy. If you catch yourself ever justifying, like, oh, it's because of... It's time to destroy dark. Let's talk about a few easy techniques right now to pause and clear your mind. If you are anything like me, that their mind is going at 1,000,000 miles per second, or let's say you just got nudged with a dark sign and brought you down a dark path. One of the things that I recommend is it's called focus task. So when you focus on something 100% and you give yourself a task, even if it's going to be still popping up while you're doing the task, but it's almost like it's erased because you actually have to focus. So it could be something as simple as doing a math problem. 7 plus 9, 16. 8 plus 4, 12. 16 minus 12, 4. 4 minus 3, we are 1. You see, something as simple as that can completely just shift you. And that's the whole game. The problem is it's a daily battle versus the dark and the light. It's daily. It's not something, and until we get to the point where we all are doing it, it's going to be daily. And that's one of the hardest things to swallow. It's just, you have to battle it daily. And learning these techniques is what lets you survive. Another one, as simple as going outside and counting grass. 1, 2, you could count forever. Whistling, singing, especially if it's something that you haven't really done before. So learning something new, a new skill set, learning how to sing a new song. It doesn't matter how it sounds, especially, it doesn't matter. It really just doesn't. As you're starting to do that, you're going to be able to pause and clear your mind, right? And here's another one for people who are just looking for some quick, easy things. Look up green noise. YouTube it. Or use one of those better sleep apps or things like that. All of those things can just temporarily block out and erase the chatter that's in your mind. Essentially, think of it just like a temporary force field blocking the dark and, unfortunately, in some ways, the light. But it's just like a temporary pause, a moment reprieve for you to be able to just refocus and recenter yourself so that you can get a fresh start. And it's ooh, I stepped out on the Lego when I got up. You know what? Let's go back to sleep. Let's try it again. All right. And this time the Lego is in there. Okay. That. Think of it like that. So as you're starting to learn all of these things, I want people to remember. Remember is going to be a term we can talk about a lot. But I want people to remember that it's only going to get easier after today. Today is the hardest day. In anything that you're doing, today is the hardest day. It's always going to get easier. It doesn't mean, right? Because then people always look for excuses or justifications as to, oh, well, there's an except. No, don't give me. Performance and execution, of course, matter. You can be the master at something and you can still make a mistake. 100%. It happens to everyone. There's always going to be that performance execution thing. But in the grand scheme of things, if you would actually have to rate it, be like, I underperformed significantly today, but still, it actually was easier. I just made mistakes. That's the point. Like, the overall difficulty of the task of learning, of understanding, is easier today than it was yesterday. Or sorry, then it's harder today than it will be tomorrow. Like, it's as hard as it gets today. Because the first time you're discovering these topics and these things, tomorrow it's going to be a little more digestible. And we're just going to keep pounding you with it until it gets through in your skull and you start trying and you're like, okay, today I'm going to be finally trying this. I'm going to consider this. You're really telling me that, they can affect ads and they can put suggestions in ads to communicate with me or trigger me? Like, really? Okay, well, I don't believe you. And finally, 3 days now, you see me post about it again or make a video about it again, and you're like, fine. And all of a sudden, an ad pops up in front of you, and it's like, why? They know I'm insecure about my glasses. Why? There was an ad about, hey, 4 eyes, you look ugly. And you're like, wait a minute. Uh-oh. You see, like, all it takes is something like that to happen, and then you will now be like, okay, maybe. So let's talk about vulnerabilities. As we discover them, vulnerabilities. You need to discover what your vulnerabilities are. And they might surprise you, literally. And you're going to learn that you have so many. I used to think that I had very few weaknesses until I started battling against the dark one, against the people who are literally exploiting and corrupting. And that's when I was in for a rude awakening, because they might discover them before you. And once they discover them, they use them against you. The dark. This is why I'm like, people are like, are you sure you're helping the correct side? Are you helping the correct faction? Here's why I know. The fact that you would exploit a vulnerability that I have rather than trying, and there's gonna be something said about, exposure therapy, about pushing someone to be like, hey, maybe I was afraid to ask out a girl, and you're like, come on, man. Like, you finally they like nudged a girl to like come to your party or your job, or like maybe you go outside and like there she is, and they're like, hey, you're exploiting my vulnerability. I'm like, well, that at that point then it's discernment, right? But they're trying to help you. And I know dark is gonna be like, well, the reason why we're doing this is to try to help you overcome it. I'm like, no, it's not. It's how it's presented, it's how it's phrased. Like, it has a good intention behind it. Like, you're at home and you're singing, you're having fun, and all of a sudden an ad pops up on YouTube that says, hey, what's up, 4 eyes? You look ugly today. You're like, now it brings up bad memories of elementary school. Like, you see the difference? They might be aware of them before you. So it's super important to start understanding them, and there's nothing wrong with having them. So for example, for me, I'm over it now, but I still have to catch myself. Is sometimes I obsess about information and knowledge and mastering something, and I get lost in the details, and that's something that has completely I'm working on. And still, I've probably given too many details here, but it's fine because I can edit it out, and the more the better, truly, right now. So when you get lost in the details, all of a sudden you start worrying about this, and did I say the right thing? Did I have the correct lighting? Is the decoration right? Are they aligned? It's good enough, right? We go back to the good enough. Everything is connected. All the lessons, all the things, that's the journey to enlightenment. Everything's connected. It all makes sense. It all works together. It supports another. Like, one pillar supports the other pillar. So the goal is, again, to focus on the underlying lessons. Like, well, why? Like, why should I not get lost in the details? Doesn't it matter? I'm like, hey, what does it mean? Do we understand each other? Like, so let's give a story to explain this part. If I told you you're an alien, what would you do? Would you demand proof? Would you ask for, oh, give me the history? What kind of alien are we? How do we look? What color? What name? Who are my parents? How did it happen? How did I get abducted? Like, what planet am I from? Why am I an alien? Why did they choose me? Are you sure I'm not worthy? You see, like, got lost in the details. You just are an alien. And I'm not saying believe everything at face value. That's actually the complete opposite, because that's superficial. The point is, all right, if I'm an alien, well, what can I do? It's like, well, you can communicate with animals, birds. And you go outside and you're like, hey, birds. And all of a sudden they all turn and you're like, wait a minute, what? You see, like, you don't even have to use the label alien. You can communicate with birds. That's the underlying lesson. You don't have to understand why. You don't have to understand how. You can. Over time, you're going to start perfecting the craft. You're going to start understanding it. You're going to start realizing the extent of your powers and all those things like that. But you see the difference, guys? So one of the things, this also goes back to belief, but also not focusing on the underlying lessons, is it gives you power. It gives you agency that your good deeds actually will have impact. You know, like when you're not focused on the how, the why, the por qué, are you sure? You just do it. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to help this homeless person. Right? So you just try. And that's what this whole thing is about. Like everything I'm talking about, just try. Just try it. Just see what happens. Like, what good things are you afraid of happening that prevent you from trying it? Like, what, just because they go against everything you've been taught? What if they've literally been manipulating you from day one? It's possible. You have nothing to lose at this point. Nothing. What good could happen? But just imagine, like, how it could be amplified, because we have more power than we imagine. Like, truly, every single one of us, you have more power than you think. We're all special. They made us forget about that. Humans are special. We're going to talk about that a lot more. You're special. We can actually create. We can make magic happen. We can actually communicate with the spirits. We can learn new things. We can change our realities. Why do you think they made us forget that? Ask yourself that. So that we don't improve things. I'm a designer. I decided to make a puzzle. A maze. I like mazes. It took me 100 hours to make this maze. A genius comes along. It's one guy. I'm like, no, not him. And he solves it in 5 minutes. Something that took me 100 hours. He solved it in 5 minutes. And I go up to him and I'm like, hey, shh. Don't tell them. Don't ruin it for others. But actually, I'm mad. I'm saying don't ruin it for others, but I'm mad. I'm like, how did this happen? How did he figure it out so quickly? This was meant to be a distraction to keep him focused on something else. How did they realize that it was all just a puppet show, an illusion? They don't want you knowing that you have power, that you have agency, that you're incredible, that you're amazing, that you can achieve anything. Ask yourself, why would anyone want to keep you down? Why? What's the downside to having everyone thriving around you? We could achieve anything. Ask yourself that. Why? Why would anyone want to keep you down? So with that said, it's time. It's time. All this information, everything that I'm telling you, has come from countless sacrifice from myself and from many, many, many other people. Essentially, think of it as an infiltration. I infiltrated the dark. I learned everything about them, studied them, their vulnerabilities, their strengths, their tactics, their strategies. And truly, I befriended them. I trusted them. I actually almost became one of them. And I left. I learned how to master the darkness. I learned how to embrace it. They promised me glory, promised me riches. They promised me a world of my dreams. I walked away from it. And you know what? When I walked away from the light, I didn't get punished by the light. But when I walked away from the dark, I'm still getting punished every single day. Ask yourself that. Ask yourself that. If they're really the good guys, if they really care, why would they do that? Why? See how questioning changes everything? So I discovered all of this because I got to see both sides. I went undercover. So I want people to think about the concept of destiny's crossroads. There's a portal. There's a portal behind me. Or maybe right there. There's a portal. If we walk through that portal, we're going to enter a new world. What lies behind the portal? Enlightenment. But what else? Right? What's behind on the other side? So, are you ready to remember? Because once we walk through, you will remember. You'll remember who you really are, how the world works. And just like I said before, as you're listening, you're going to feel that tingle. You're going to feel like an itch. You're going to feel a certain energy within you. That's your higher self remembering. Because you forgot. It's time to awaken. It's time to activate. Think of it as like a tool, like a computer or like a vacuum that's not plugged in. You're going to be plugged in again. So, walking through this portal, for those who are tech savvy, think of it as a patch that's released to software or an app, an update. Or for those who don't know as much about tech, think of it as like a sequel to a book, to a movie, to a game. It's not the same game, book, or movie. It's changed. There are new rules. There are new characters. The actual world can be different. I know some people don't like it when the authors introduce a character that is so impactful to the world that it didn't exist in the first one, but maybe we just didn't know about them, right? Just like maybe there was graffiti on that tree and on the other side that you didn't see. Maybe it was that. Don't worry so much about the details, right? Like, hey, there's a new villain or a new hero. Like, it creates the story. It's fun. It keeps the thing going. But we no longer will have to operate and live based on the old rules once we walk through that portal. Period. If you can be willing to believe that the dark one, or if you can't get to that level, that there's like an entity that has that power, think of it as just as like the president or like the president of your company that you work at. They are the dark one, and they have set rules and set things that you have to follow. And all of a sudden you decide, hey, you know what? No. We don't have to work 12-hour days without a lunch break. We need a lunch break. We only need to work 6 hours. Like, right? I'm just saying, like, they are the ones who created those rules. If you walk through this portal, here's the difference. We together are going to be creating the rules. So talking more about that. So what lies behind that portal, beyond it? Freedom. A new reality. Boundless, endless freedom. Imagine a boat. You're on a boat on a vast ocean. You finally set sail the moment you go through the portal. There's just so much to see. Like, you go left, you go right. There's an island over there. There's an island over there. There's an island over here. Like, where do we go? We get to decide. We're in control of the direction. For once, we get to decide, not someone else who's literally been writing the story, the script from day one. Or maybe you prefer to fly. So imagine a bird. You're flying where you want to fly. There's a vast sky. You're not stuck in traffic. You might have to dodge some other birds that are having fun who are finally flying free for the first time, but finally, we're all going to be free. Those influences, those nudges that I've been talking about, some people might consider them voices of the planet. Again, it's just you use the term, you just define them and describe them, whatever way makes you feel comfortable. At the end of the day, unless they fully decide to present themselves and manifest themselves physically and talk to us like that, we'll never know 100%. But we understand the role and what they're actually doing. That's it. That's all that matters. So I would argue that based on all the knowledge in my journey, that they're also enslaved by the Dark One. They don't want this either. They don't want this either. Think of it as in the animated Lord of the Rings movie, there's a song called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. I mean, that's the basic concept of slavery, right? Think of Prince of Egypt, deliver us. It's the same thing. If you keep whipping someone, you keep lashing them, you can make them do. You keep torturing them, you can make them do. So what if those dark ones that are negatively influencing us don't even want to hurt us, but they're being threatened by something up above? I mean, think about like the managers at a company. They're like, oh my gosh, the CEO just passed a new rule. Oh no. We have to lower everyone's pay by 20%. Oh. They don't want to do it, but if they don't, the CEO told them that they're going to be fired if they don't pass it down. They got whipped, so now they whip other people. You see, so at the end of the day, it comes down to who's actually responsible. The thing that's trying to get all of us into a system of fear, to engage with the system that it designed, to feel that insecurity, to feel terrorized. But imagine if we all cross that portal, or once you do, you're no longer impacted by its influence. It's suppressed, it's sealed, and maybe those things that are affecting us still can a little bit, but it's just so much more minor. And now that we all understand it and we can help each other, the moment, let's say we're all playing like soccer, or we're dancing to a song around a bonfire, and we're all dancing literally like in a circle, holding hands, and all of a sudden someone lets go and falls to the ground. It's like, oh, my head, they're attacking me. We all stop dancing and we go rush to that person. We're like, hey, you got this. Remember who you are. Guys, play their favorite song. Let's go. As people start singing, we bring them their favorite food, get them their favorite drink. Maybe it was chocolate milk, eat a croissant, whatever, right? Okay, they snapped out of it. All right, let's continue. And we start dancing again. You see, if it's to that level, it's suppressed, then we can actually all quickly get back to full strength. And then they have no power anymore, because we're doing it together. We're doing it as one. I would argue that the spiritual entities, and even the people physically who are causing harm, are begging for help. They want to be free. Just like us. I think every single animal, every single human being, everything wants to be free. It's just an inherent value and need within us. We just want to be free. We don't demand a lot. I think deep down, I think people just want to know that they will survive the whole day. If they don't have to worry about, do I have to hunt? Do I have to kill to survive? If everything, and you could say that makes weak animals, but if you don't have to, if everyone just wasn't hunting each other, who cares? If it's not a weakness, it's actually a strength. Loving each other is the strength. Do you see how maybe we got indoctrinated to believe that if we're not killing each other, that we're weak and now we're going to be killed? If nothing is planning to kill each other, then we're not weak, right? I don't need to worry about being a Kung Fu master if no one's going to attack me. If you can believe that actually the only reason why people become negative and try to hurt others is because they got a negative nudge presented to them, either through a physical sign around them or through a mental thing that was implanted in them, it's not them. Something made them that way. And they couldn't resist it because, one, they're not aware of it, and two, they're not trained. So that's why we each have to reconnect with our guides, with some call them spirit guides, but I just call it like our alternate version, or maybe you can call it your God. Like, again, it doesn't matter, whatever resonates with you. Okay. But as of right now, there's a battle that's going to be within each one of us daily to defeat the dark one. Like, it basically is going to try to get its clutches on you every single day. It doesn't matter how good of a state you are in. So you have to battle it every single day. That's going to change. That's going to change, especially as we all start walking through the portal together. Once we become the majority, we win. It just can't come back. So it's just, the dark one has to be stopped. Anyone who's also serving as its commanders needs to be stopped. Period. There's no question about it. So anyone who's exploiting or causing fear, anxiety, trauma, pain, destroying love in others, causing problems, they are the enemy. Period. We've tried loving all of them, and we can love the enemy, right? We're going to try to invite them into our circle of peace to heal them. We're trying to educate them like this. We're giving away all the information for free. This could be charged. Like, I'm not doing this for money. Just spread it. Help others. But straight up, those people are controlling us, and that's not okay. That ends. Think of it like this. The climax in a book, in a movie, the final boss, the final battle in a video game. This is the final test before you get promoted for your job. This is it. Like, you're finally going to ask the girl out. Everyone is fighting their final battle right now. This is as serious as it gets. The spiritual war is 100% at its climax right now. Each one of you, this is my ask. This is super important. If there's one takeaway that I need all of you to take today, is that what you do matters. Imagine that all of us are destroying 1% of the demon, the dark one, whatever you want to call it, the devil. It doesn't matter. And there's 100 of us out there. So that means that if one of us does not succeed, that demon is still alive. We need everyone to succeed to fully defeat it. Because otherwise, if it has even 1%, it can regenerate, because again, it takes energy from other people. So 1%, it's like, think of it like in those, like Medusa or whatever, like when like the heads regrow or like an arm comes back or things of that nature. That's how it works. If it manages to successfully steal energy from people, it's going to regenerate. It might not be as strong as it was yesterday, so we still made progress. But if we want to win, we have to be united. We have to do this together. Our actions matter. Straight up. We can't win without you. You matter. You are the key. You, whoever's listening to this right now, you literally matter. Every single thing you do matters. You need to believe that that's the case, because it is. It's why the world has been struggling so much, because people gave away all their agency. They stopped believing that they can make a change. And because of that, we ended up in this current situation. That was their plan all along. Divide us, make us focus on the wrong things, and literally make us believe that we can't do anything about it. We can. Here's an example. If everyone literally quit their job tomorrow, what would happen? If everyone decided to stop paying bills, what would happen? If everyone decided to just swarm hospitals and be like, we demand free treatment, you could literally shut down anything. You see, like, the power of security. I'm not telling people to do exactly those things, but I'm encouraging you to try. We have to disrupt the system. The system was engaged intentionally for money, for energy, for profit. Money is energy, right? Like, that's how they drain you. All those things need to happen. To create new, you have to destroy the old. The desire to destroy the old, the desire to destroy the old, we have to create new, right? Like, it's just that simple. we have to get rid of how it worked before to make something better. That's what walking through the portal is. If we walk through the portal together, we literally are going to enter a new world. One that's without all the rules of the Dark One, of the people who are operating as its servant. We get to decide. Everything you know about the current world was set up by it. Everything. I will say that the light side of things countered it. They didn't let us just die. They didn't give up on us. They made it better. They balanced it. But think of it as like a rebel group was created. Think of Star Wars, right? The rebels are there fighting for it, but they can't do it alone. They can't do it alone. So it begins by walking through the portal. We need to say no more and realize we've always had the power. We've always had it. Ask yourself this: why are they the masters? Why are we the slaves? Who decided that? Who? Just because that's how it always was? Who decided that? Seriously, think about it. Anyone who right now is in a position of power, why are you worshiping them? Why do you think that they have power? Why? Think about any celebrity. Think about any singer. If all their fans are just like, you know what? Screw you. They lose all their power. You see, and I'm not telling anyone to do specifically that, but why give up your power to someone else? We all are a celebrity. We all are the ultimate singer. We all are that. Stop giving it up to someone else. Learn from them, but don't worship them. We are ruling together. There's no more one leader. We all are leaders. So how do we evolve as a species? How did we get this far to actually be able to combat this dark thing? That was the secret. That's where they messed up. Is that why do you think they're trying to make you forget? Because humanity's strength is that we can actually pass down our memories, our stories. We can create things. And by creating things and we can tell stories and communicate, we can pass down our lessons. So that's why people always talk about we need to learn from the past, pay attention to the signs of the past from history, because that's how we evolve. That's how we've gotten better, because we've actually done that. That's the thing that they can't take away from us. They can't take it away. So that's how we become stronger. That's how we've evolved to get to this point. I mean, now we can communicate across the stars and teach people and educate people. Before, we could only do that physically, and then it would take so much longer to spread it. Do you see? Like, that's our advantage. That's our strength. So sometimes even negative tools that could, like, the internet has become a negative tool for many, can be actually the solution and the savior. So straight up, there's no other way to phrase this other than their reign ends today. Because we now rule together. We bow to no one. No one. I don't want to see anyone worshiping their boss again just because they used to sell 10 years ago and they crushed it. That doesn't matter. You're incredible. You're amazing. Do not give up your power. Do not give up your agency. Do not make them think that you're less than them, because you're not. We need to help. We need to love. We need to create peace for all. So take my hand. This is it. This is the song of hope. This is deliverance. I need you to sing it with me, because if we stand together united, what could we create? We're literally making and creating our dream world. Right now, the moment we cross through that portal, we take that step, we actually are willing to try, be like, wait a minute, why does it have to be this way? Think of it as like you make it to a plain, like it's an empty, vast plain all around you. It's just green, and maybe there's one tree. There's wind, there's like maybe birds chirping if we want. And it's like, okay, so what do you guys want to do? It's the start of a peaceful love revolution, is the way I would phrase this. We're rebelling together. This is the beginning of a revolution. Now that we know what we know now, we're going to do it with love, but we have dark motivations. We're bringing them down. Their empire ends today. This is the beginning of the end. It's all going to come crumbling, crashing down, because now people see through the lies. People will understand the illusion. And all it takes is for you to try it and you see it and you get confirmed at once. It's over. You never will fall for the same traps again. It's over. You're like, oh my gosh, they've literally been lying to me for 30 years. Here's the best analogy that I can give you. You finally quit that toxic job. You finally quit that toxic job. How do you feel? Maybe none of you have done it yet, but maybe you've done it once before in your life. How did you feel when you finally quit? You've been talking about it for 7 years and you finally did it. I bet you felt free. I bet you felt empowered. You took back the power. You regained control of your narrative. You felt amazing. You felt on top of the world. Then you ask yourself, now what? I can do anything. I could work at McDonald's. I could work at home. I could stay at home and, just hang out with my wife and take care of my kid. I don't know. I can do anything. Maybe I try to be a professional video game player. Maybe I try to sing at the bar and, get tips. I don't know, right? Like, you can do anything. Literally, the world now is completely yours to make it as you see fit. If you quit, you aren't unemployed. You're free. Your worth has nothing to do with your job. That is literally the biggest indoctrination and manipulation of all time. So that from the dark one, to get people to stay stuck, engaged with the system. If you convince people to literally believe that their entire worth has to do with who they are, as what they do as a job, then you keep them trapped in the prison forever. Because the moment they leave, they start panicking. And now they've also indoctrinated your wife or your children to believe that, hey, if your dad doesn't have a job, he's worthless. So now that it causes literally a conflict and insecurity and trauma in them and in you. You see, like, it's all a perfectly designed system in their eyes, but they had left a few flaws and we found them to literally make people believe that they're less than, that they're shit, that they're horrible, that they're crap. All to keep you trapped, all so that you continue being engaged in the system. Wake up early, go to traffic, keep doing the same thing, go to work, toxic environment, drain all your energy, give up all your energy for very little money in exchange, keep raising rent prices, keep raising mortgages, food prices, all of those things. Then come home, you're exhausted. Now, you don't have any time to spend with your family, so your relationships are going down. Instead, you go to escapism. So you probably watch some mindless TV that they literally insert negative nudges in there for you because they're encouraging you to watch those that are going to have triggers or maybe push you down dark paths. They're going to encourage you to use alcohol because that just lowers your shield so that the dark can influence you more. You gain weight, you become unhealthy. It's all an endless cycle, an endless loop, all for the sake of that. Once you realize you're actually free and all your worth, all your value comes from yourself, just what you do, your actions daily, right? Like, and you believe that they have impact. Now you've entered the promised land, you've walked through the portal. And now we're building it together, right? It's an empty canvas. What do you want to paint? Do we want to add a sun? Do we want to add a tree? Should we add a waterfall? Do you guys want to make like a village? Should there be a lot of technology? Or should we keep it simple? Should we destroy all the phones? Phones are bad. Yeah. I mean, why do we need phones? We're just all going to be here in person, right? You see how like we start building it. We decide because it's a fresh slate. Like, imagine if you could truly create a new world together. That's what's happening right now. A new world is being created. So how would we want it to look? If you can't picture that as a reality, then just play along hypothetically, but it is reality. It's literally happening right now. A new world is being created as we speak. And the sooner you come to accept that, the sooner you can participate and help make it beautiful. I mean, wouldn't you want to, like, you're literally being able to create, like, just think about it, like, you could create whatever your favorite TV show is or movie. The director, the executive producer reaches out to you and says, hey, we'd love for you to give us an idea for an episode. You're like, wait, really? I'm like, yes. Let's make an episode. What do you think Jon Snow in Game of Thrones should do this episode? Well, I always felt like he should have like a reunion with that wildling girl. Okay, let's do it. They're like, wait, really? It's like, yeah. I mean, we're going to have to add more to it, but let's go. Come down to our headquarters and let's talk about it. Like, we're going to map it out, write it out. You're welcome. That is what's happening. The moment you walk through the portal, that is what's happening. So what do you want to focus on? What do you want to improve? Do you think that we should be more caring towards the oceans? Do you think that we can love all the animals? Do you think we no longer have to slaughter cows and pigs to eat meat? Can we find out another solution? Could we coexist with them peacefully? Could we make friends with like lions and tigers and hyenas, and we can use them as just like they're just wandering the streets, Jumanji style, at peace? Like, I don't know, right? Whatever you can imagine. Maybe you believe that, hey, we should live in a society that the justice legal reform, literally, we wipe out completely every single settlement and people getting sued completely. Like, that's just all gone starting tomorrow. There's no more court cases because we need to reform the legal system. And instead, now what we do is we approach it from reform and rehabilitation. If someone is having issues like, hey, they had a DUI, well, guess what? Now, literally, the legal system, it's not a prison anymore. It's a rehabilitation system. Like, literally, it's almost like a paradise. They don't get put in prison. They get put in a place that's just, there's so much light energy. There's green. There's plants everywhere. There's music. There's hope. They teach them about meditation, about yoga. There's incense. Like, it's a great place. People are like, wait, I want to live there. I'm like, you see what I mean? Like, just a few. And now in 3 days, you could get someone to rewire their brain. It's what I call a miracle, faulty programming. You rewire them. And now they know, why was I drinking alcohol? Oh my gosh, that opened me up to the dark one. And that's how I got control. And then now we can just create a new, like, you see what I mean? Like, whatever you're passionate about, we're going to be moving toward a world that people will start working on their passions. The passions are going to be rewarded because that's how we make a new, amazing world. Like, I don't know everything about, for example, maybe like economy. There's a lot that I suggest that could maybe cause chaos. So the people who are experts in that, like, hey, let's think about that. Maybe also let's think about infrastructure. Do we really, like, does the United States really need to have so many cars, in Mexico too? Like, way too much traffic. That's noise. That's causing problems. Why don't we learn from Germany and use their train system and how efficient it is? You don't even need a car to get around everywhere. Like, could we redesign cities? Do we even need to have, infrastructure set up the way we do? If we're delivering food to people, if basic necessities are covered, but you can still like earn luxuries through performing passions and actually helping them. Well, you see, like, where do we want to take the world? Imagine if all of us now had time to work on those things, rather than spending all our time slaving away for what I call human ranches, which are basically corporations today, serving the Dark One's mission. Now we had time, and we had energy, and we had hope, and we had dreams, and we had wishes. What could we achieve? All of us believing, all of us together, all of us helping the other one every time they fall. That's what's going to happen. That is happening literally as we speak right now. Whether you like it or not, it's starting to happen. But as each person starts believing it and starts making it a reality in their bubble, it's going to spread like wildfire. Within weeks, if people start listening to this and actually start employing even 1% of what I'm telling you, your entire reality will change. You will see the entire world changes. Pay attention to how much is going on already. There's a lot more coming. Be ready. So, it truly is, think of it like, if we could get a fresh slate for Earth, how would we make it? Would we still be trapped by money? Would we still want homeless people? Do we want war? No. There's going to be peace for all. Because now we're not worried about survivability. We're not competing with each other. The only thing that we're competing with is how can we make the world, Earth, better today than it was yesterday? Period. That's it. It's the only thing that matters. We're going to live in a world that no one is stealing our energy anymore, our time, our hopes. No longer will we have to listen to those who make us be their slaves, but they frame it as we're their workers. What would you do with freedom, knowing you had the power to actually impact, to help improve the world? What would you do? Nothing? Heal your family? Build a community? Follow your passion? It's time to join the dance. One person. Spread it to one person per day. If we get one new person to believe every single day, what happens in 300 days? We have 300 people dancing together. That's a dance party. What miracle could we achieve if we all believe? That's an unstoppable dance party. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to continue on more specific things, but I'm just going to mute it for a second while I go to the bathroom and get some more coffee. Let's mute it. All right, we're back. Put my AirPods in. 1 second. All righty. Okay, it's go time. And for anyone who's curious, this is just a relic of the past. Who I am. We've changed the game right now. Going dark side. Just using the dark side for motivation. Okay. Change the music. Change the vibe. And let's go. Hit record. And we're back. So let's quickly touch upon the power of breaks, of warm-ups. Sometimes you just need a brief moment of respite to see things from another angle. Maybe the wind blows and it changes something. All of a sudden you hear something different. You smell something different. You feel different. You have a little more energy. That's important too. Like, gotta bring back some energy in you so that you can give it your best. And whatever you do is good enough. That's the key. But don't we want to be our best? And it starts with wanting it, right? I think we've demonized desires. I think we've demonized wants. And there's a good reason for that, because that is the number one way to, and attachment, the number one way to be tempted. And temptation can lead us down a really dark path, but it doesn't always have to be that way. It could be a tool, right? And understanding what's a tool versus what's a temptation, what's a want that's going to help us fly free versus a want that's going to actually chain us and imprison us. So all those things come down to a very simple statement, but is profound, and we're going to analyze it a little bit. It's the concept of, if we think we are free, does that mean we are free? Does thinking equal? What do you guys think? If we think we're evil, are we evil? If we think we're good, are we good? It comes back to the Thomas the Train thing, or the little train that could. I think I can, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. Leads to belief. Is belief enough to change someone's reality or change someone's situation? And if so, isn't that in a way the most powerful thing of all? So I ask you this: if belief, if thinking equals X, then isn't that the thing that we should be guarding the most? What we think? What we believe? what's on top of mind? Think about that. So the dark ones, they know this. Why do you think the war, the battle, is spiritual, is mental? Because if they can make you think that you're bad, they can make you believe that there's something wrong with you, that you're broken, that you're not sufficient. Nothing's changed about you deep down. Truly, nothing's changed. But if they can make you believe it, even just for a second, all it takes is 1 second. And the moment they do, they're like, there it is. And they throw a dart immediately at it. Like, think of it like you put a piece of paper in front of a dartboard and they throw a dart, and now it's that piece of paper is permanently on that board. Even if it doesn't have, it's not real, it's fake, it's an illusion, whatever, but it's still there now. So now basically think of that dartboard as your brain, right? And your brain is just a cycle. Like, think of it like it's drawing a circle, like a spiral. And every time it crosses that paper, it's like, oh, this is this weird belief. I don't know where this came from, but okay, clearly this is real because it's here. And passes again, it goes away. Then all of a sudden passes again. Oh, there it is again. That's the power of what the dark ones do. Literally, throw a dart the moment you just have even 1 second of doubt. And if they can reinforce it at the correct moment, it's there. Think about how messed up that is. And it covers something else that was beautiful, something that was glorious. And, you know, it can be used for good, right? Like, for example, if someone now has that negative belief and you can plan it out like this, the brain is drawing its circle, it's going around, and now it's on top of that piece of paper that's right there. And I'm like, okay, there's the black one. Now let's get the white one. Let's go. You throw the dart and now it's covered and it's gone. And there's a little speck that's sticking out left or right. But for the most part, it's gone now. And all of a sudden they believe again. They think they're amazing. They think they're good. And now you encourage them. You give them a little nudge. You give them a little pushback. You got this. Go, go, go. Ask out that girl. Try. You got this. You're amazing. Or, hey, why did you forget you could sing and you're such a good whistler? And you do it. And all of a sudden, you know, you're like, oh, humans. Why do they need reinforcement from others or things to believe it? Why can't they just... it's a flaw. It's a flaw from how we were designed. And we're getting rid of that flaw so that we don't need that. We could just believe it for ourselves, right? Like, we're getting there. Humanity's evolving to that state, especially as we all become one and we're all connected and we all do service to others and love and peace. We're going to all just realize the only thing that matters is what we believe ourselves. Literally, everyone else's opinion is irrelevant. It's not saying that they don't matter. On the contrary, they matter more now because we all just love ourselves. Everyone now matters. We're all equal. I know it's counterintuitive, but that's how it works. So the point is, all of a sudden we encourage them to go to a karaoke bar, even though we're like, please don't drink alcohol, it's bad for you. But they go and they decide to have water and we cheer them on. We're like, yes. And then they go up and they sing a song and you're like, okay, go ahead. And like someone like walks by and it's like, hey man, like they hear like two guys and a girl that walk by and like, man, I wish someone would sing Heaven's Eyes from Prince of Egypt. And you're like, oh my God, really? Like, that's one of my favorite songs. I know it really well. And so they all of a sudden, like, that was a light nudge. That's what we're talking about, right? So then they put in a request to sing Heaven's Eyes. And they go and they sing it and the crowd goes wild. They're like, oh my gosh, that's so amazing. Now they're beaming, they're glowing. They're like, I'm good. I'm a singer. Now they believe. Now they think that they can sing. Now they go home. Now they start singing again. Now they do karaoke every single night by themselves with the lyric videos on their TV. And all of a sudden they start healing. They're happier. And before, someone made fun of them for their singing. Like maybe it was their wicked sister or their jealous mom who just was hurt because she got too many dark nudges and never understood the game of life, the system. And now she made fun of, she's like, quiet, I don't like your horrible singing. You sound like you're screeching. And she never sang again after that moment. If the light does it correctly, we can completely erase and heal that just through some good actions and nudges. And that's what they try to do. That's why the system is so hard to figure out, because it's discernment, right? we nudged them to go to the karaoke bar and sing, but what if they were like, I'm not gonna go to a karaoke bar, I don't want to spend money and drink alcohol. What if they're like, no, I don't want to be controlled by you, I know you dark ones exist. You see, like, that's why the system's so hard, because the light and the dark are playing in the same arena. So that's why I'm trying to walk all of us. Follow me, right? Like, I'll be the shepherd. Follow me. Let's go into that portal. And we're going to be in a new world where everyone's welcome. You know, light and dark, but you can't do trickery anymore. There's no more manipulations. There's no more exploits. I would love to welcome all those dark forces that are nudging people right now negatively. You're free. You no longer have to answer to the dark one. You're no longer enslaved. You don't have to exploit people for energy anymore. Now, maybe we can find a way for those spiritual entities to actually manifest themselves and partake with us and live with us alongside us as friends. Like, I mean, just to give you guys an example, and this comes a little bit about loving your enemy, but cockroaches. You know, like, if you saw a cockroach, I think the majority of people would freak out a little bit and try to kill them. Try loving them. Just being like, hey, little cockroach, how you doing? And if they start feeling your love, they will actually start believing that you're not going to hurt them. If they start believing that you're not, remember what we said, if you think, you believe, if they start believing that you're not going to hurt them, that you're actually on their side, you care about them, now they actually might not intrude. You're like, hey, you know, I appreciate if you don't like intrude and like infect anything, but hey, I'm not going to do anything for you. Maybe we can find a purpose for them, a way they can actually help. We're still figuring it out, right? There's, in the new world, once we cross through that portal, there's going to be new things to figure out. Like, maybe what we deem as pests aren't actually pests. Perhaps they will have uses. And, you know, maybe their utility it's not about utility. Maybe actually maybe they're entertainment. No, not as slaves. Just maybe they do like really cool art. All the cockroaches gather together and like make art. I don't know, right? Like they're almost like a way for people to appreciate humor and stuff like that. And now they have a purpose besides what they had before. But that's what we're going to figure out. You know, everything can be rewritten. Everything can be redesigned. Why does it have to be the way it used to be? But you see, like, if all of a sudden you start loving the cockroaches, like, what about the ants? I'm like, hey, honestly, just don't come in here and like bring your entire army and take my food just because I left the crumb on the floor. If anything, I'll give you some outside, but that's your place, okay? Like, and we can be friends. And you can protect me from any bad thing that wants to come in. And all of a sudden, everything changes, right? Like, you had a conversation, you understood each other, and maybe they didn't understand before. Like, they viewed us as demons, you know, like we tower over them. We make these weird sounds, and like it's almost like our yells are like thunder to them and lightning. And then like we spray them and stuff. They're like, oh my gosh, it's like hailing. You see, like it's all perspective. Like to cockroaches, we are like an evil storm, like a hurricane, a tornado. What if we just invited them into our circle of peace, right? This is where I transition to the concept of sometimes taking a step back is the solution. And let's think about it in more simpler terms. Taking a step back versus doing all the work. This is one of my biggest struggles. And, you know, as we start approaching the 401 level of this concept of spirituality and spiritual war and the influences and the nudges. But let's think about it in more simpler terms, like just like you're a boss and you have a mentee. One of the hardest parts is trusting the other person to do their role. So I think we all can agree that we've been burnt a few times by relying on someone else or trusting someone else, and they just didn't pull their weight. They didn't carry their weight. They didn't do what we thought they would do. They didn't perform as well as we could have performed. And yes, there's bias and there's judgment there, but I think everyone can say, you know, you could have done really well right there, or you would have used that tool really well. Maybe you might have made some mistakes too, because performance is a variable, right? You might not always perform the same way. but you know what you're capable of. You know your talent. And it's like if right now I just had someone who's never podcasted before, never did videos, never recorded, like they probably won't perform as well as I would right now. But that's okay, yeah? So you understand that these, like, they let you down. So now you just are like, well, I have to do everything. And it's the safe bet. It's the safe play. There's nothing wrong with it. But what if you actually now have to work with someone? So let's talk about your higher self, your alternate version, your God, your goddess, whatever you want to call it, right? And they want to work with you. I want to work with you. And they are good at some things. They can help you and do some things, but they can't do everything. You know, they can't maybe physically manipulate as many things as we can here. Some, for sure, by the way. Be prepared as you start awakening and reconnecting. They can. I don't want to scare anyone, but it's actually really cool. There's things to look forward to. But they have certain powers, and we have certain powers. So what if we each focused on our specialty, the things that we're good at, rather than me trying to control and do the things that she or they or he or whatever you want to call them is good at. So like think about it like your brother. Let's say your brother's really, 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 really good at reading and watching shows and then summarizing them and giving you information. And you are really good at getting all that information too, but the thing is you would need to watch it and read it, and that's time consuming. But not only does he can watch it once and it's absorbed in him permanently, and then he can actually have the skill set to relay that information in a story format. And yes, sometimes he gets lost a little bit in the details and stuff like that, but still it's like, hey, you just basically are my living spark note. And think about how incredible that is. It's an amazing talent, an amazing power. It's something to be cheered for. But now, what if I'm like, nah, I want it to be my understanding. Like you're giving me your biased understanding of it. And so it's not authentic. So I'm going to do it myself. So now I have to watch a 2-hour movie to interpret it. But he gave me the summary of it with basically the key, very similar takeaways in 10 minutes. Do you see like where I'm going with this? Like, because I can't rely on him or listen to him or trust him, I'm missing out on things. And how much could we achieve? And there's going to be things that I can do that he can't. So once we actually take a step back and we listen, we just listen to the other person. Like, what's up? What's going on? What do you see? What do you feel? I mean, think about how many conflicts could be resolved. Just like, what's going on? And by the way, this goes for both parties. Like, it doesn't matter if it's boss, mentee, if it's parent, son, if it's wife, husband, like everyone. Doesn't matter. It can even be like dog and dog owner. It could be us humans with like the birds outside. All of it. It's like, we need to listen to each other. No matter the connection or the relationship or the authority level. Because we're all equal. We're all one. We're all connected in some shape or form. So when we listen, it's like, wait a minute, you're going through that. That's how you see it. Oh no. And the fact is, what we're going to realize is that both sides were wrong. Both sides. Both sides could be better. Both sides could improve. Both sides could have understood. Both sides could have been more patient. Both sides could have figured out a way to achieve a peace treaty. You know, think about the Christmas treaty. That's something that's going to happen now worldwide. We're going to achieve world peace. It's going to be a temporary ceasefire, and then people are going to understand that love is the answer, and it's like peace is the answer. Like just calm. Like, wow, everything's just so calm, right? That is going to happen because we started listening to each other. It's like, wait, hey, our country is really struggling because we're just constantly fighting each other. And they're like, us too. You want to take a break? Like, yeah. Do you want to, like, imagine the two leaders of two different countries, Ukraine and Russia. They're like, hey, you want to play some video games? Sure. I'm really bad because my son is obsessed with them, but I just never got into them. Let's try it. And they play a game together, a cooperative game where they have to work together and they collaborate and they have to rely on each other. They can't win without the other. And maybe they find out actually that they're a really good team. They're like, wow, actually, Your skill set complements mine. Your skill set complements mine? Wait a minute. What could we achieve if our countries work together? If your skill... Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Like, yeah. You want to work together? Yeah. And all of a sudden they start working together. And both countries now share their strengths, their wisdoms, their abilities. How much farther could they progress? They're not worried about competing with each other because guess what? We're all just living on this earth that we're making. We both crossed the portal. We're now in a new world and on the promised land, a new paradise is literally being built from zero, right? Think of it as a fresh slate. So it's like, hey, Ukraine and Russia aren't competing anymore. It's like, let's just make something new. No one's serving the dark one anymore, so we don't have to worry about energy draining. So it's like, okay, how can we make both countries thrive? What do you have that we are missing that you could help us with? Oh, well, we have this. We actually have a lot of like entertainers, singers, dancers. We've been really struggling actually with having kids and like romance. Like it just seems like the males are really like struggling right now with depression, stuff like that, because it's so dark here. We don't get a lot of sun. It's like, oh, well, we figured out a solution. And then they start presenting solutions and they help each other and they cover each other's weaknesses. And all of a sudden, a new flower blooms that's absolutely beautiful and amazing. And it all maybe started because they had a peace treaty. They got quiet. They got calm. And they were like, hey, can we talk? Can we have a conversation? And then they actually just tried collaborating on something together. And they realized that they actually are a really good team. So this is the power of like the trainer-mentee relationship. But imagine, this is why I encourage everyone. This is one of my asks for today is start sharing your knowledge. Even if it's to one person, even if it's just at home to your dog, start talking about it because you need to become it. So imagine, like for me, like I'm just talking to you. And I'm sharing my knowledge and I'm trying to build others up so that they can gain confidence. You know, all of a sudden we're letting them learn. We're helping them out. But we're also sharing our responsibilities, our duties. Now we're no longer reliant on one person. We're relying on the collective. And I don't want to use the word reliant. Like, it's just, obviously you're like, isn't that a weakness? Like if you think about like a flow chart. Okay, so we go here and it goes to this circle and it goes to this circle and it goes to this circle. If the third circle drops the ball, it never gets to the fourth ball, right? It failed. But what if the third circle drops the ball, the 4, 1, and 2 all come rushing to help 3, right? And it gives everyone a chance to grow. It gives everyone a chance to develop. And it gives everyone a chance to reach what I call the flow state. Once you're in flow, everything is easy. Everything is just pure enjoyment, just pure bliss. And imagine if we all could be, you know, let's say we're awake 16 hours a day and we work on our passions on improving the world for, you know, maybe 5 hours a day. You don't even need to do so much. Just a little bit, 30 hours a week, 20 hours a week. We could change the world if each of us worked on that. Like, that's not even that much. And I promise you, if it's your passion, if you're enjoying it, if you're actually seeing impact because you believe there's impact and thus there is, you're going to want to do more than 20 hours. Trust me. Like, I'm just like, okay, I'll record one hour. And I'm like, I could record for 5 hours straight and still have energy. Now, at some point, maybe it's better to break it up till the next day so you come back even stronger. But do you see what I'm talking about, guys? Like, if we could change how the world operates, what the baseline is, everything changes. So trust people to get the job done, collaborate, and they're going to trust you to do your role. And all of a sudden you're a team. You're doing it together. You're connected. Okay. So just to finish this part up, I just want people to really think about it as right now, like there's a scale and it's personal and it's work, right? Soon it's going to be personal and passion. Basically personal and improving the world. That's where we're headed to. And for right now it's 50-50. That's what we're supposed to do, or supposedly, right? But that's not the case. the way the system is, and because they want us to be enslaved, it's about maybe 80-90 work and like 20-10 personal. What if we got it to about like 30-40 passion world and like 60-70 personal? People are healed, people are happy, people are energetic, but we still have enough time to give our best hours, our best energy there. And now we're not constrained so much about time. It doesn't have to be a 9 to 5, like, especially like if we're doing recordings or like we share the way we do, right? Like you can create something at home at your own time. You could literally, if you're a night owl, you could do it from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. and there's no problem with it. That's where we're headed. Can't do this alone, guys. I need your help. Because this is the point of no return. Truly, the world is changing. The world has already changed, and it's changing so much by the second. Right now, as I'm speaking, as disclosure is happening, as exposure is happening, the world has changed. Every day, Monday, October 21st, 2024, marks yet another humongous shift toward unity, towards happiness, towards love as the law, peace. I mean, there's going to be a reform of every single dark industry. Economic reform, political reform, judicial reform. Everything is going to be a blank slate, clean. People are going to finally make peace. There's going to be happiness. There's going to be equality. That's where we're headed. Get excited. It's happening. Okay. So one thing that I do want to talk about, I know I've talked about it briefly, but no, let's just keep going. We're talking about reforms. We're talking about things changing in the world, and we talked about a little bit about peace. So I want to talk about this, the enforcing peace. This is something that is very, 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 very critical, very important, because it's the question of enforcement. Let me ask you guys something. If you can't enforce something, does it exist? So if my child knows, if my son knows that I would never do anything, like I will never hit him, I will never yell at him, I'll never get mad at him, and I ask him to do something, he's like, well, I don't need to do it because I can do whatever I want because it's not like you're going to do anything anyway. Like, if that's the case, is enforcement necessary? Do you think that there has to be some level of enforcement to make things happen? What do you think? I don't think punishment is necessary. I don't think we have to reward either to make it happen. But at some point you have to ask yourself, why do we need to enforce? And then if you trace it back, you realize that it comes down to there are dark influences, there are things that we were taught inside of us, we were indoctrinated, we were negatively influenced, that made us actually realize, well, hey, if I can get away with it, I'm going to do it, right? Like, you know, there's people that if you have like cookies or candies on a plate in a candy store, and there's no cameras, no one's going to catch you, and you just know you can get away with it. Well, the dark side might nudge you, be like, hey, just do it. Nothing's going to happen. And they're right. Nothing is going to happen. Truly, nothing's going to happen. You got free candy. Cool. But what if it really is just that? It's the dark side telling you, hey, just do it. Now, you can use that for good, right? Where it's like, hey, sometimes I just need to just do things. So it could be a good lesson, but my question to you is like, So just because you can get away with it means that you have to do it? Why? Why would you, just because I can walk into a store and steal and not get caught, I should do so? Do we see, like, enforcement is only necessary because of how the system is currently designed, the engagement of it, it's forcing us to enforce because they use that as a get out of jail card. They created a system that needs enforcement because they're like, oh, well, I mean, but you can use it as a good thing and a bad thing, right? Just like anything. But because they currently designed the system where it needs to be enforced, right? Hey, there's some loopholes that we can use. I'll talk more about that down the road. Don't want to give away too much just yet. We'll get there. But because it needs to be enforced, dark can also use that to get away with every bad behavior. And that's the problem. So think of it like this. Let's say there's a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, right? They're playing video games together. There's a ceasefire between North Korea and South Korea or any other country, Israel, Hezbollah, Gaza, Hamas, everyone. Basically, there's worldwide peace. Everyone is going to have worldwide peace starting tonight, Monday, October 21st, 2024. Worldwide peace. Christmas treaty, right? 3 days. Everyone's like, no more war. Let's just pause. Let's listen. Let's reflect. Let's see how we feel for 3 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, October 22nd, October 23rd, October 24th. Those 3 days, complete peace, quiet, rebuilding. No advantage for anyone. On Friday, the 25th of 2024, we're going to evaluate how we feel, what we think, what's going on. At that point, we're going to decide, was love the answer? Was peace the answer? Was hope the answer? Was quiet the answer? And at the same time, people are going to start learning about these things, right? So this is going to spread like wildfire. The concept that there's dark nudging us and influencing us to actually do bad things. So I ask you then, if there is a ceasefire, what if, this is the problem, this is the hypothetical. What if dark nudges certain countries or certain people and tells them to break it because they're not going to get punished? What then? If we all cross the portal, that's not going to be the case anymore, right? Because no one's going to get those nudges that tell them, hey, break it. And plus we know, like, there's no reason to, because everyone's just helping each other. We don't have to worry about it because there's just, everyone finally understands that it not only is it possible, but it's actually helpful. So when we get there, that solves that issue. But as of right now, currently in the current earth, we need to enforce it. There needs to be punishments in the sense of holding them accountable. We don't need to punish them in other ways, but they can't just break the ceasefire. So currently, we have certain organizations, people might not be aware of them. The International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, ICJ, the ICC, and they're all like part of the United Nations. And I believe it's pronounced Hague. It's the city in the Netherlands. That's where they take the cases. It's the international court, right? There's judges. There's judges of different nationalities, and they're reflecting different countries. And they've resolved and mediated multiple cases that are worldwide. And whatever they decide is binding. It's supposed to be the law, basically, of the world. Like, think of it like, for those people who aren't familiar, like, there's local courts, right? Like in your country, but these guys are the worldwide court. Like, these are the judges of the world. Think about that. So the problem is, just like the United Nations and all these things, first of all, we give people a choice, right? And I respect that, of if they even want to participate. But if the system literally is created in such a way that we have to enforce things because they did that intentionally, they made it that way. But then they created it a way so that, oh, well, I never signed the contract, so I'm not actually part of your organization. That's just a free get out of jail card. And then also you have, because obviously they're part of the light, right? The United Nations, the ICJ, the ICC. These guys are afraid to actually enforce it, like anything that they rule, because now then it can escalate. What if it's like, hey, if you don't do this, all these other countries will have to, like, I don't know, I don't want to say declare war, because that's not the answer, but like, let's say like it's like, hey, we have to temporarily freeze all your assets. They just think they don't do that because they're worried like, well, it's going to harm civilians and stuff like that. So now these countries know that, or whoever is breaking the rules in the ceasefire knows they can get away with it, right? So they don't care, because they know, they're just like, whatever, we'll get away with it. It's not, you're not going to actually do anything. You say you're going to threaten us or like hold us accountable, but you won't. ICJ, it's time. It's time to show that you have balls. If they're not going to accept the worldwide peace order that just has been implemented, then it's time for you to enforce it. ICC and ICJ, you need to hold Russia accountable. Ukraine, Israel, North Korea, Hamas, Palestine, every single country, organization, person out there that is literally creating chaos, that's creating darkness, creating evil, that's creating terror, that's creating trauma, insecurity, exploitative things, all of them, doesn't matter who they are, it's time to enforce the peace. Who cares if they're members or not? They get away with breaking the systems. They get away with doing that. It's time to embrace our dark motivations. We're going to do light actions. We're not going to go there and throw a bomb on them. Oh, no, never. That's not the answer. But it's time to stop them. If they cannot agree to peace and love and willing to walk through the portal with us, then we have to stop them. It's just, this cannot continue. It's absolutely unacceptable. We can't. So I just think about there's if you look into history of the ICJ cases, is that there have been a few that were pretty contentious, and they are meant to settle a dispute, right, between countries, courts, diplomatic issues, individuals, corporations. But what ends up happening is that there was I believe it was actually one with a special agreement with Iran, and they refused the compulsory judgment. It had to do with the hostages, and they just said, well, we're just not going to do it. So who actually has the power? Nothing happened. If there's no compliance, there's no enforcement, there's no power. So who holds the power? Each country? So then, but who gives power to the country? The people. So what if the people just started doing that? So as long as the ICJ doesn't enforce and the countries just can get away with everything, well, then people can get away with everything. So guess what, guys? You don't have to go to work anymore. You don't have to pay bills anymore. You don't have to do anything anymore, because, well, if the countries can get away with it, we don't have to listen to our leaders anymore, right? Complete anarchy, complete chaos. No. Peace, love, help. Come on, guys. Like, it's time. Either people accept the treaty and just do it because it's the right thing to do and we're helpful, and we just realize it yourself as we're living. Just try it out. See how it feels to be calm. Like, go to bed one day, presidents who are literally ruling these countries that are at war, and just sleep next to your wife or your child, or just cuddle with them watching a movie. When was the last time you did that, where you read them a book, or you had a conversation for 3 hours? Putin, Trump, with your children, and you actually cared about them and you understood who they are. You sang a song together, you did karaoke, whatever you love doing, or you tried something new with them. See how you feel. See how you feel. And now all soldiers can go back home to their families and see how they feel. What will happen? You really think after 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, like, can we add another two? Yeah, let's make it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as well. So now we had 6 days, 5 days, right? Do you think come Monday it's almost like a vacation? They're like, oh, I don't want to go back to that. And what if during those 5-6 days, each country, its citizens, its soldiers, started like making, you know how like in the Olympics or like in the World Cup, there's like a show that happens of the each country's culture, their traditions. They make a performance. Each country now is going to do that, and they're going to make a virtual show of their cultures, of their traditions, of who they are. And it doesn't have to be, you don't have to invite other people from other countries. We can if we want, but now everyone sees that and they're like, wow, actually, Russia's culture is really cool. I mean, look at the way they dance. I mean, think of it like the Fiddler on the Roof, the song To Life, when the Russian Ukrainians meet up with other Russians, I believe it is, or it's like some Hebrew Jews, I don't know the exacts, but basically two different cultures, two different beliefs, and they have different ways of dancing and celebrating, but they show each other it. And first there's a little bit of doubt and they're questioning each other, but one brave soul decides to try it out, see how it feels to dance like the quote unquote enemy. And they realize like, whoa, this is actually really cool. And it flows really well with ours. And they combine it and they make something incredible. That if we just gave each other time and we listened to each other and we combined our best things, our best ideas, our best talents, and we could work together, what amazingness could we accomplish? But straight up, that's going to happen. But if they refuse to accept this peace, to move toward a world of peace and harmony and love and collaboration, there's no mercy anymore. We need to enforce the peace at all costs. No, we're not looking to destroy them, but there needs to be enforcement. Until everyone walks through the portal and we go to our new world, there needs to be enforcement. Period. That's going to happen. So I want to talk, since we were talking a little bit about like groups not respecting, judgments and manipulating, really is what it is. We have to learn how manipulations work. So once you understand the game, what can you do with it? So for example, let's talk about psychology, right? If I cross my arms, most of you know at this point, it's kind of common knowledge. That's why it loses power. Once something becomes the majority and it gets in the hands of everyone, it loses power. But it also means that we all have power individually, right? So that's why we're normalizing all of this stuff, because if everyone knows this stuff, then the few who know it and the dark who abuse it, it no longer works. New things are going to have to be developed. So, hey, if you know that arm crossing makes other people know, you understand what that sign means. You could literally go to a location with your arms crossed and make people think that you're standoffish. So I'm just like, man, I really don't want to go to this party, or like I want to piss off my in-laws. So I'm just going to go to this thing and I'm going to be like, why? I'm just tired. I spent 6 hours working on this project. So I have nothing against them actually, but I just wanted them to leave me alone. I'm happy inside. Actually, like I'm literally like theory crafting, coming up with ideas for like, okay, what's my next video going to be about? What am I going to talk about? And they're like, are you tired? Are you okay? You seem so grumpy. I'm like, I know I am. Leave me alone. And they walk away and I'm laughing because I'm just like literally excited about going home and recording again. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. Do you see that? If you know what people have been indoctrinated to believe, you can literally create an illusion. You can literally create an illusion for them. And that's where it gets scary. I don't want to get too deep in this because I know people are just beginning to understand and realize that the world works differently than they thought it does. But think about like these spiritual entities, the light and the dark side. Like if they come to realize that you view a certain sign a certain way, they can start manipulating you. So, for example, let's say they believe that you enjoy helping homeless people, because you do, and you're just trying to solve the homeless problem, and you keep giving them money. Well, they're like, yes, we need to cut down his resources. We need to make sure that he can't help as many people. But you know what? He's doing too much good elsewhere. So how can we stop him? You you know what? Let's do this. So they bring out a homeless panhandler. He comes up to you, he's like, hey, can you please give me money? You give him money. Okay, and all of a sudden you turn around the corner and there's another two, and they're like, hey, can you please give me money? You're like, okay. Now you just gave a lot. And then another one comes, hey, can you please give me money? And they just started wasting your time. You all of a sudden, you're like, and I say that not out of like disrespect toward the homeless, but you realize like they're keeping you outside. They're keeping, and we talked about how when you're in the outside world, and we'll talk about this more here shortly, but you're not fully in control. Like your higher self, your game master, your the thing that's benefiting you light wise can't help you as much because there's a million other people and the dark one himself that is influencing things out there. So technically the outside is dangerous, right? Like there's a lot of illusions just because if they know how to manipulate you and how to present things, they can literally change things. And now they keep you out there for, let's say, 30 minutes, giving money, all your money away to the homeless. Now they also can set up a plan or a trap or a bait to get you. Like, they're like, okay, now let's try to send someone that's going to assault him out there. But that person who's dark enough to do that assault that we needed to nudge lived 30 minutes away. So we need to keep him out there for 30 minutes so that person who will assault him, who's willing to, because there's not many people that are that dark, can get there. But come on, we need to keep him there. Keep sending homeless, guys. Keep sending homeless. Keep sending homeless. And that's how they operate. There's a few people, they need to nudge the people that have the darkness in them that's willing to execute those missions. But they need to keep you out there. If you make it back home and you lock the door, they can't do it, right? Like if they knock, don't open. Think of it as like an event, right? Like if you're out there, the events are activating nonstop. Like if ever someone tries to talk to you randomly outside, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. That's the hardest part, right? Like for example, like I might just try to literally cheer someone up. So I'm like, hey there, nice shirt. I love your necklace. Dude, your hair is on point. Wow. Your nails, they're distracting. Don't get distracted. You know, like something like that. Like none of those things are negative that I'm doing, but I'm activating an event with them. And they're activating an event with me. You guys see what's going on? Like all of a sudden, like now our realities are merging, our game masters, our spirits, our influences, they're starting to get together. But if you just have your AirPods in or your noise canceling things, you have your blinders and you just ignore it, nothing activates. It's the struggle, right? Like it's why I'm encouraging everyone to move through the portal, to cross the red line, because if we create a new world where it doesn't work like that anymore, now we won't have to hesitate about helping each other. Because right now, if you activate something and you help someone, you might actually be falling into a trap. You might be getting baited by the dark ones. And how sad is it that now we have to question our reality, the people outside, like, especially once they know, they're going to start trying to bait you. I'm just sorry in advance for anyone who's learning this and is going to go down this path. They're going to start baiting you. Like for example, for me, like they know that I enjoy picking up trash and I would pick up poop from dogs. Cause I'm like, come on guys, like this is our neighborhood. Like why? So ever since they caught on, like literally, like I can go on a walk with my dog and there's like 40 pieces of poop where he normally poops. I'm like, are you kidding? And the first time that happened, I literally picked up all of them. And the second time it happened, I did it too. And I'm like, what the like, what's going on? I'm like, why? And I'm like, wait a minute. I just spent 15 minutes doing this. And while that happened, all of a sudden, like someone approached me that tried to trigger me. Like they said something that literally was like an attack at me. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, I'm picking up poop. I'm trying to do something good. And all of a sudden someone showed up to try to like insult me and cause problems. Something that they shouldn't even know, by the way, because that's what the dark can do. They can literally nudge them to say something like, remember, like an intrusive thought, or like, hey, you suck. Like, let's say I used to be overweight back in the day when I was younger. And for the longest time, I had body dysmorphia and I was insecure about that. And they're like, hey, man, look at that. What do they call it when you have some extra fat hanging out? In Spanish, they call it lonjas. I don't even know. Like the tire. I don't even know. See, it goes through. You don't care. But let's just say like your fat is sticking out. They're like, dude, you're chubby. Look at that. Or like they just grab you all of a sudden and they know like that maybe you have like intimacy touch issues and you're like, what? Yo, leave me alone. And it all happened because you stayed outside picking poop. That person wouldn't have made it there to affect you if it wasn't for that. Like if you just went in and out, you would say you'd be safe. Like, do you guys understand how messed up the world that we live in currently is because of the dark one and the people controlling things? Like, that is happening right now. And the sooner you come to accept that that's reality, the sooner you're going to be protected and the sooner you can fight back. Now, try it out for yourself. See what happens. Think about it. Like, if you're out and about and you like live music, do you find that you actually hear live music? There are no coincidences in this world. So now you go to the live music. While you're there, it might actually have been a nudge from the light, because they know you like it. But guess what? Light and dark are sharing the same arena, right? So now the dark they're going to take turns. Now the dark's going to send something at you to affect you. It's a risk to be out there. Are you willing to take that risk, right? You're opening yourself up to things. And we'll talk about that more here shortly. I have a note that talks about that a lot, but essentially, it doesn't mean that we can't help, right? But it's noise. It's noise. It's dangerous because you can't control it. You don't know what it's going to be. You can help, but you have to pay attention. Time traps is what I call them. Traps, really, they're traps. It starts as a positive, right? But soon the people or the entities or the things that are pulling the strings catch on. That it's actually makes you happy, that you're helping others maybe become happier and healing them. They're like, we can't have that. You can't be helping others. You can't be healing them. That literally will destroy our game. If they unite and realize they have all the power, we lose. If they realize that they don't have to engage with the system, we lose. So they start making it negative. They're like, he loves picking up poop. Just let's throw 50 poops there. Like it actually gets hilarious. The illusion starts breaking, the veil starts vanishing because they try so hard that you just realize how it literally just, now you will believe because it's so surreal. Like you're like, why are there 50 poops stacked next to each other? Come on, guys. That's the best you could do. Once you start believing in this world and you understand how it works, it's hilarious, guys. Truly. They try so hard. You're like, really? And there's more that I want you guys to experience yourself. It has to be a journey of self-discovery too as you start understanding the signs. But it's funny. Like it truly is. It's just funny. And then once you start realizing that even the trash that they'll put, like they know you like picking up trash, even the trash that you pick up is going to try to remind you of things. And the light is going to help you too, right? But all of a sudden you're like, let's say you had a really bad first date at Wendy's with a girl you tried dating in high school. All of a sudden you're going to keep, like there's going to be like a lipstick and a Wendy's trash right next to each other. And like a 1. And you're like, and maybe that will remind you of that first date. And it'll trigger you like, oh my gosh, I messed up so hard. Like I tried to kiss her in public and everyone laughed at me because she rejected me. Like that. Light wants you to have fun, wants you to enjoy, wants you to live, wants you to experience. Dark wants you to get addicted, wants you to lose time. So think about like video games. Light will encourage you to play, to take a break, to recharge, to maybe play a story video game or something challenging so that you learn lessons. Dark is going to be like, no, keep going. You already played for 3 hours. You're going to be like, no, play another 4. Keep going. So you don't work on your project that's going to help other people. Get addicted. Spend all day playing. You see, like, that's the hard part about the game of life, is that it's a constant struggle, the tug of war between light and dark. It's in our brain. They see everything that we do. It's pulling us, and there's 2 types of signs, and sometimes the same sign can be interpreted both ways. And that's also the power, right? Like, hey, that Wendy's thing might have been a bad reminder of your first date, but what, even if dark used it like that, it was a dark sign. But what if you're like, man, that was the first attempt of having a girlfriend. Now look at me, like now I'm a Don Juan, I'm Don Giovanni, like I could get anyone if I wanted. I can flirt, I can do all the stuff. Like I would never do that again. And you just use it as almost like a checkpoint of progress. all of a sudden you take away their power, you can laugh at it, right? So those are things, right? Like learning to reframe the signs no matter what they are is a strength. But how, maybe it's just me, but how messed up is it that we have to do that stuff to protect ourselves? Like, why is there something that is intentionally trying to do that to us? Think about that, guys. Like, imagine just living your daily life and you now know that there's something intentionally trying to mess with you, to cause you fear, to cause you anxiety, to cause you trauma. It's not accidental, it's intentional. That's my problem with the system, and that's why it's my mission to destroy it. That's why we're leading this song of hope for deliverance, guiding us through the portal to the promised land, because it's time to create a world without that. That's no longer going to exist. And once people realize that, all of the people are going to start understanding that it's not them. They're not the dark. They're not dark. Just literally, there's something in there. Like, think of it like right here, there's like a Jiminy Cricket whispering in your ear, but he's dark. And he's like, hey, tell that girl she's ugly. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, why do I think she's like, what the fuck? Hey, you're kind of, no, don't, whatever. Most people don't have that self-control, right? Like that self-awareness, that ability to resist it. So that's what we're working on. Like as you get more enlightened, you start awakening, you develop the resistance. You're able to basically think of it like you can dig your heels into the sand. They throw a lasso and it wraps around your ankle. Now they're pulling you, right? Like they're trying to pull you and make you fall into the hole where the spikes are. And if you fall in there, you're going to blurt it out. You're like, girl, you're ugly. But if you can resist, you're like, no. And the light then is going to try their best, as they're desperately going to try to, like, they're like, grab his hand, hold on. Like, think about like in the movies where like someone's about to fall off a cliff and everyone's like grabbing holding on, like, hold on. And then someone else is grabbing their legs to keep them from falling. That's what happens. The light is the people that are grabbing you then. And it's both spiritual and physical. But the dark tries so hard to get you to fall and say those dark things. And it's not you. And I just want to make something very clear. You do have your own thoughts. You do have your own free will. But the problem is you're nonstop getting barraged by both. And what I've noticed is, at least this is my take on it, is that light actually goes a lot slower. If you can manage to purge most of the dark in a day, because it comes back. That's the problem. It actually slows down. It gets really quiet. Like the light will help you, but they'll get pretty quiet. If they notice that you want to be calm and quiet, it gets pretty quiet. The dark doesn't. The dark wants noise, wants constant chatter. And I don't know, it's just, maybe once you guys understand this and feel it, you'll come to see it my way. But you don't have to. But just think about it. Even 1% of what I'm saying is true. How messed up is it that we're living in a world that there's something that's always trying to influence us negatively? That needs to change. That will change. That is changing as we speak right now. That is gone. That's gone. So just pay attention. Pay attention to where the mold is, right? We talked about that 2 days ago, but if it's just the corner and the rest is amazing, cut it off. Don't let it infect the whole block of cheese. Pay attention to excessive. So that indicates a trap. Excessive can start as good and light, right? Like let's say you get a new girlfriend, and you're gonna be distracted, right? You're gonna work a lot less, even on your passion, and for good reason, right? Enjoy it. It's beautiful. Love is beautiful. But once it starts taking up all your time, that's where dark came in. They're like, ooh, he's going to make the dark is going to make the girl message you every 5 seconds. Like, hey, why don't you talk to me? Hey, why don't you call me? Hey, why don't you text me? Hey, why don't you just come over? Like, warning. That's a warning sign. Ask yourself why. Why is it becoming to that level? Why is it becoming excessive? They're taking away all your time because they realize now that, first of all, it's making you happy. But now they're going to be like, okay, we're going to have her take up all his time. And now we're going to create conflict there. So she's going to invite you over to her place. And then all of a sudden, while she's there, she's going to get a text from one of her friends. And they're going to be like, hey, so I think your boyfriend's weird. Or she's going to get a text from one of her other suitors back in the day. And you're going to see it. And you're like, are you talking to another guy? You see, like, and all of a sudden now problems can happen Got it? Like literally, this is how the world works. And the sooner you're willing to accept it, the sooner you can fight back. Okay. Pay attention to the signs. It literally tries to, the dark signs literally try to get you to lose your time, is what I would say. It tries to get you to focus on chores, on things that prevent you from having greater impact. Chores are great. We've talked about this, right? Decluttering, cleaning, improving the environment, like that's all real. It makes you happier. It makes the noise lower. Think of it like if you have a million pieces of paper on the ground, like that's noise. Like everything is like it's just shooting out a little static. You can barely hear it, but you do. But that's why they also try to get you to focus on work, to become a wage slave. The whole goal is they don't want you to be pursuing your passions, fulfillment, things that can actually impact the world or heal others. They don't want overall progress. And again, I ask you, you don't have to believe me, but why would something not want progress? Think about that. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But what if they realize, they're like, finally, light encouraged you to start, you got over the hump of your depression, you finally have energy to clean your room. Perfect. Dark is like, no, wait, we have an idea. So now all of a sudden they start pushing you ads and messages that say you should clean your room every day. You should vacuum and clean the floors and do this stuff every day, twice a day, actually. What happens? You lose time. Now you have less time to work on your passions, on your projects. You see what's going on? Like, that's the struggle, is that even something that was originally good can be converted to bad because it takes away your time. That's the sneakiness of dark. Like, that's why I'm telling you, like, I don't want to be so like it's light and good or it's good and bad. But how can you not call that bad when something that started off as a good thing, they converted and they make it become bad? You know? So it comes down to time. Time is everything, in the sense of that's why money equals time. Money is energy, right? But if they get you to believe that the most valuable resource is limited, and they can get you to believe it by making it a reality for you, right? Thinking is enough to believe, but now imagine they make it a reality. So you have to work 10 hours. You have a 1 hour commute there and a 1 hour commute back. So it's 12 hours. You're awake 16, but you woke up an hour and a half early to get ready and put makeup on and do all that stuff because, well, they indoctrinated you to believe that if you don't look good, they created insecurity in you that you're not going to be taken seriously at work. And you know how they guarantee that insecurity is by they indoctrinated all the other people to judge you if you don't look good. So they actually made it real. Do you see, like, we didn't think that way at first. We grew to think that way by something. But now they also make you think like, hey, if you don't do the lawn, your neighbors are going to judge you. If you don't clean the floor, well, your wife's going to hate you. So now you do have to do the lawn and you have to do the floor. And now you have maybe 2 hours left of free time. And that's not even talking like if you have a kid or pets or things like that. Like that cuts down even more time. So now you're exhausted. Now you go to escapism, alcohol, video games, movies. All of a sudden you're not working on your passion. You're like, oh, I don't have the energy for that. Even though that would have been the answer. So now you have no time. No time to heal. No time to improve. No time to do anything. No time to progress. Why do you think they wanted us to go back to the office? It takes away time. And plus, they can literally create the Venus flytrap, the dementors, the energy drainers at the office. And essentially, for those people who this is the first time hearing this concept, is like when you become fearful, anxious, you're traumatized, you spawn, you create, think of it like a parasite, a demon, an invisible dark shadow, a hand that pops up from under the ground and basically latches onto you and starts draining your energy. And it's feeding it to the dark one. It needs humans' energy. That's why it loves us so much. Some people call it harvesting. Some people call it loosh. The point is, it's just draining you. It's making you tired. It's your life force. Negativity, right? So, but once it's created, it stays there until it's defeated or until everyone leaves. So the office is literally a prime example. Like, get everyone together. Just all you need is one person to be negative, the boss, in order to yell at one person in the morning. Boom. Now it's there. Now it can drain everyone. It's like, one at a time. Easiest way to get them to be drained is just literally bring them to a corporation or the business, real estate. Guaranteed human ranch. That's what I call it. Now you never let them be in a happy place. Now you force them in their mind to be on top of duties. It means the system can never break. You force them to be engaged with it, but it's all designed intentionally. The tools. Now there's other ways to inject fear into people. You create insecurities. You raise prices. You create needs. You give people a desire to, escape things. You show them ads to, like, hey, if you went to the beach. But remember, your wife deserves the fancy $10,000 room. And you're like, oh, let's just do it. And it's going to be great. It's going to relax you. It's going to feel happy. But also, here's the problem. Now, when you get back to reality, you're like, crap, we're to spend $10,000. But also maybe you're like, well, I want to free up my time because I have so little time. So let's pay for things. Let's buy expensive tools. Let's pay for a maid service. Let's do all this stuff. And you wouldn't need those things if you had time. If you weren't working for 12 plus hours and you could only have to spend 3-4 hours on passion and improving the world, well, then you don't need those things. What if you actually did it as a family, like your kid, your dogs even help. Like, let's say you train them to grab paper and like toss it in trash. And your wife, and you guys all did it together. Now you don't need the money, but no, they want you to earn more. They want you to be trapped. They want to create the prison, become a wage slave. You guys understanding this? Let's talk about the value of surviving a blow by improving your armor, by improving your health. So think of it like this. And I encourage loving the bears and loving the tigers, but I'm going to use them as an example. There's peace with them. Let's say you're being chased by a bear or a tiger, right? Like, they can hurt humans very easily, and they bite you. If they bite you once, you die, let's just say. That's it. It's over. You lose all your energy. What if you learned a way? You became stronger, you trained, you practiced, you got fortified, you had a shield that actually allowed you to take 2 bear bites or 2 tiger bites. So if they bit you once, you'll survive no matter what. Doesn't matter where. You literally can survive one. So you survive. Let's say you get bit. But then you can like dodge and run away and you're good. Doesn't mean you're not hurt. But guess what? You didn't lose. Even if you survived with 1 health, you survived. Now the game of life becomes significantly easier if you have leeway. Because now you don't have to restart if you make a mistake. You shouldn't have gotten bit by the bear or the tiger in the first place. You should have never even been in that situation. But now if it happens, you're immune. As long as you only get bit once. But you see, like, that literally completely diminishes the difficulty by 100%. Leeway. And making sure you're fortified enough to survive that. And most of it, what I'm talking about, is not in tools, even though tools and foundation are powerful. It's here, the mental shield. Like they throw a little trigger at you through an ad or through other noise vessels, and you just can take it. You're like, ooh, but it doesn't kill you anymore. Like it doesn't destroy you in one hit. Now you can survive. Now you're in control, right? Like that's the goal. We need to train ourselves. We need to get it right. We need to make sure we're prepared. That's what all this is about, this enlightenment, this journey, this learning process. That's why I'm guiding you guys. That's why I encourage all of you not only to take this, but to rewrite it yourself, to try it, to experiment, to see what you think. Because even though I am your guide, it might not be exactly perfect for you. You have to make it your own. Be inspired by others, by anything, by everything. We have to make it our own. So all of this that you're listening, what I recommend is take notes, write down things. And you're like, I really like that example. Or like, wow, actually, I felt that way, but I never could put it into words. Draw, listen to music then, and keep rewriting it, rewrite it. Try to make a story out of it. If you are a creative person who likes drawing, be like, well, after listening to this, I just can picture a phoenix, or maybe you got inspired by the star, the sun, the owl, the lion, the sheep, and then you just draw something. Hey, make your own drawing of this background, and just see how you feel. You feel what I'm talking about, and you start learning. Because the truth is, there are many things that we miss in life, and in games, and in movies, and in stories. That's the whole reason why we need a guide. Now, need is a strong word, but the reason why I say need is because if we don't have one, how many things did we pass by that were just slightly hidden? We don't understand them. We misinterpreted them. We didn't see them. How much of life have we missed out on because of that? I'm here for that. That's what I'm here for. That's the whole point of this mission. It's just I'm a candle. I'm just lighting your flame. That's all we're doing here. And once there's a spark and the fire starts burning, even if it's just a little bit again, the engine is on. Once we have that, what can you do with it? And then now you can light others, because a candle loses nothing lighting another candle. And even though there's darkness, people can look from far away and they see your light shining bright. They're like, wait, there's hope. There's hope that there is light over there. They've only seen darkness for 10 years, and now they say, guys, there's actually light. You see that? That is all that we're doing here. And now you're going to be able to fully experience the game of life and not miss out on it because dark decided that you don't deserve it. That's why we're moving to a new world. Sometimes it's sad to say, because I used to be the biggest believer in we can repair anything. And then we can. That's the truth. The truth is we can. But at some point you have to ask yourself, is it really worth spending 5 years repairing this broken world and the rule set that the system is rigged from the beginning because the Dark One designed it? They took it over. Why not just start over? Make it new. Erase all the rules, create new terms. We're wait a minute. No, money doesn't matter anymore. If we're going to have a currency, we're going to create something new. Maybe let's create a bartering system. People trade good deeds and actions and service to others and helping and loving and healing. That's the currency of the world now. Period. That's fact. And that's that. We no longer have a judicial legal system that's corrupt and broken and that rewards whoever calls the police and false accusations. All those things are just dropped and eliminated, and instead we move towards rehabilitation, right? Helping people, learning lessons. That's all that matters. We're not here to punish. We're just here to cure and heal and make humanity better. And that's a new world, right? And once we cross that portal, that's the world we live in. So that's where we're going. So while people are figuring this out, this is a lot to understand and a lot to comprehend. But we're going to be reclaiming our time. And in the meantime, while everyone's figuring this out, there needs to be a bridge, right? Like, think about it, there's two islands right now. This is the island where the majority of humanity is on. And I'm already over here. And there's other people, but let's say it's only me right now. There's the portal right here. I'm creating the bridge. I created the bridge for you guys. There's a bridge now. And the question is connecting two worlds. The old world and the new world. Will you cross that bridge? Will you walk through the portal now that you know what you know? Or are you going to be afraid? Are you going to be stuck living with the fear, the insecurity, the traumas, living in a world that you now know that they can intentionally manipulate you and nudge you toward doing bad and make you believe that it's you and it's not? Or are you going to live in a world that all the rules aren't defined yet? We're creating them together, but we have an opportunity to build it the way we want. And guess what? Just so people understand, we're not going to get it right the first time. We're not going to get it perfect. But we're going to get it every day a little better. We're like, hey guys, we need to really figure out something. Like, how can we get food to everyone so they don't have to worry about that anymore? Like, should we, like, in every community have someone learn how to, like, farm and create things or garden, or like, what do we do? Like, how can we improve this part? And we're going to figure it out every day. It's going to improve every day. And as people are figuring it out, we're going to be sharing that information. So let's think, what else? Where else are we going with this? Think of it like this. The two worlds, right? Logic, spiritual. Hell, heaven. Grounded, divine. We're the bridge. Sometimes the end of a book that has 1,000 pages, or a movie that's 6 hours long, things of that nature, we feel like we're never going to see the end of it. But if we work on it daily, 1%, daily progress, all of a sudden, after 100 days, we're like, wow, how did we build a farm? How did we do this? That's the value of surviving, right? Being able to take the blows, being able to take 2 blows, so that we can actually just keep going. And if you keep going after you get hit once, or you get bit once by the enemy, even if you fail, you're going to have other people there to pick you back up. And now you can just dodge and keep going. And now, after that, we're going to have people there to heal you, to help you out. They can't take us down if we can take 1 blow. Because before they can attack us with the second blow, people are going to be healed. You're going to be healed. That's why we need to do it together. My role is one of the healer, and I can take the blows up front. I'm leading the charge, but I'm leading, but I'm going to follow. I know it's the paradox, but I need people to stand in front of me so I can heal. I can't do this alone. And then I need my damage dealers. I need the people who spread the message, who encourage people, who teach this. Take everything that I'm telling you and make it your own, and go ahead and teach it. Don't monetize it. Help people. Spread it as far as possible and interpret it your own way, but find a way to explain what I'm telling you and make it your own. Teach, 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 teach. Do not stop. That's the way we win. And once everyone starts learning it, we start singing. We just sing this. Everyone's just preaching this. Everyone's just living it. Everyone's just experiencing it. We can't lose. We're united. Really quick, I want to talk about to get to the point of surviving 2 blows. The most important thing is refining your mental, right? But there is a time where, if you are struggling to survive that, trying to go to the bare necessities and spending the least amount of money possible is the goal, because spending money is engaging with the system designed by the Dark One. But if you're struggling, there are some things that you can purchase and do to help you. I would highly discourage you from looking at temporary upgrades. Go for permanent. Go for things that will help the base, the foundation, the mission. Don't go for fluff or short term. Go for things that will help you. So for example, like if you really like to read, but you don't want to make a mess in your place, hey, maybe buy a bookshelf and then get lots of books. And then don't ever spend again for a long time. That's making you stronger. You see, like it's a calculated decision. It's planned. And then it's no longer a vulnerability. But don't get trapped, because once dark catches on that you want that, or you're going to do that, they're going to try to bait you. It's a struggle. All right. So the struggle of dark discovering what you enjoy and what you like is that they will play on your heartstring. They will try to bait you on that. We talked a little bit about it, like with the poop and the trash and the homeless, but it's just, please remember that. You know, sometimes it's okay to ignore help in others. Complete the level, reach the boss, reach the end. Don't lose because you got baited outside. That's why the best way right now, as we're trapped in this world, is to help from inside your castle, from inside your room, and inside the safety net. Like, if you can help people from inside, you're much safer. And you know it's not going to be baits and as many as illusions, because it's your reality bubble. There's not as many outside influences. So with that said, I just want people to be prepared that as you're progressing in this mission, in this enlightenment, and you're understanding the spiritual war that's going on around us, more darkness is going to head your way. Be prepared for it, but that's why you need to be able to survive one blow. Light will come and help you, but if you can't survive one blow, there's nothing we can do. So pay attention to these teachings, to these learnings, and get to the point where you can survive one blow. There's going to be lights that come, I promise you. And as much as I'm encouraging helping others, I just want people to understand that sometimes helping yourself, in the sense of, don't give away everything. So it's like, well, you have talent, you have skills, you have strengths, right? So let's say, like, I'm good at speaking and communicating and doing these things, but I'm like, well, I don't need a microphone. I'm no longer insecure or worried about these things. But all of a sudden, well, I'm just using the laptop microphone and people can't really hear me, or it's crackling, and that's fine. But let's say it actually leads to, because dark has influenced people to be judgmental, that they don't absorb the message, and literally my help is now diminished because of that. So sometimes upgrading yourself and upgrading some of the tools you need to succeed on your mission is worth it, because now you're operating at full power, or as close as possible to full power. You know, offense can be defensive. A good dodge forward can be exactly what you need in a moment of do or die. All right, how much do we have left? I think that's pretty much most of what we wanted to talk about. Oh no, we got one more chapter of stuff. Alrighty, we're gonna take another break here. Actually, let's finish up with this. Before we take another break, I want people to, as you're learning the spiritual game, as you're learning how it operates, I want you to start paying attention to differences in your life. Notice what changes rather than what stays the same. I know that seems really simple, but learned like, hey, well, I organize all my papers and pens a certain way, and one of them is moved. What does that mean? It could be one of the light guides or a dark guide trying to show you something. So that's just how it starts. Pay attention to differences, especially outside. If you always go on the same walk and you always see the same people, but this time you saw one person that's different, pay attention to that. That means something. That's going to be my elementary intro step for you to interpret signs. Pay attention to differences. Now, another suggestion that I have for all of you is that as you start going down this mission, as you're willing to walk into the portal and cross the red line and start working on passions to improve the world, is don't tell anyone. Write it down. Work on it yourself. Keep it generic if you're going to talk about it. Talk about ideas, not plans. Because if you say something, you put it into the system. Remember, they're listening. They see cameras, microphones. Turn off your phones. Because if they know, Dark can start creating a plan to try to stop you. Just remember, guys, that it's a lot, but don't go down the dark path. Don't. Because once you do, more problems are going to arise. If you're working on your passion, if you're working on a mission, if you're trying to help the world, if you're trying to help teach people how to become better, how to be more loving, how to create peace, you're going to heal immediately. I promise you. Different outcomes are going to happen. Light is going to try to bring you back, and it doesn't mean that just because you're working on good things that bad things won't pop up. The dark is going to try to intervene, but it's going to be significantly fewer. Not only because now, remember what I said, if you have more light than dark, it's a seesaw. It's the bubblegum machine. There's going to be more flavors that you like that pop up. There might be one bad flavor that sneaks in. You're like, oh, it's like thinking Harry Potter when he ate those magical beans. It's like earwax flavor. Ugh, you throw it away. And if now you strengthen yourself where that doesn't destroy you, and you're like, oh, okay, ooh, but now I got a chocolate, now I got pistachio, I got strawberry, I feel great. Just remember, they take turns, but the more light you have, the more turns you can give to light. Last thing before we take the break, I want to talk about the behind the curtain analogy. So think of it like a shower curtain. There's the main function of the shower curtain, right? Which is to block water from going outside of the shower, right? That's what we came for. That's the purpose of purchasing such a thing. But the first layer could actually turn someone off of it if it's not done correctly or set up correctly, which is, as much as I hate to say it, the visual can matter in some things for some people. And it's because of the indoctrination that's happened, the conditioning, right? So in a new world, we'll move away from that. But as of right now, you need to understand the game. You have to play it to a certain extent because we're stuck in it. We're leaving it. We're changing it, right? We're being delivered to a new promised land that we are creating, all of us together. But we're not there yet. We're getting there. It's happening as we speak. So pay attention to it. So there's the shower curtain, right? It's the function. That's what actually matters. But because of how we've been raised as of right now, what's what we see, the appearance, right? That's the first layer. So if it's the outer layer is dirty, it's destroyed, a lot of people are going to brush it off, right? So just make sure that the outer layer, the first layer, is passable. Just that's all. And it's a struggle, right? But we're moving away from that, getting rid of that judgment. But what does that mean? If the second layer behind that, so you could have, like, what do they call it? Those plastics, like that you don't actually see it. The second layer could be dirty. Someone might not be willing to enter a shower if they see the outside shower curtain super dirty and grimy. But if they just grab it together like this and they open it. They don't even pay attention that the second layer, the plastic, is super dirty. They don't even notice it. They're like, oh, the bathtub looks clean, everything. They grab the both curtains together. It could be trash, but it's still useful, right? Now they're in there like, oh, well, this is kind of dirty, but it's okay. It's serving a purpose. The second layer can be dirty, but it's utility. The utility, the appearance doesn't matter, right? So it's the bridge, it's the connection. It's the thing that makes things work. So pay attention to what actually matters. Like, there's some things where appearance does matter, and then the utility appearance doesn't matter, right? So pay attention to that. That's absolutely critical. I would say it's actually one of the best nuggets of wisdom that I gave in this entire part. Pay attention to that, because other people are willing to overlook those flaws. And it's like the cover is not the book, right? But if you make a good cover and you can just get people to open it, now it doesn't matter if the font is beautiful or not. People are willing to read it and get the utility. Because at the end of the day, what actually matters, it's between appearance and utility, we get to the real experience. That's what people were actually there for. The transfer of the energy, of the time, of the sound. It's not noise then. Because sound is good, noise is bad. But what's the main function of the shower curtain? It's just blocking the water so that you can get to what people actually want, the shower. They don't actually care about the shower curtain. They don't actually care about all that stuff. It's just there. But it could literally stop someone from showering, which is what they did, right? So that's the lesson, right? That's the message. But just remember, guys, sometimes it's easier to have a new attempt than repair the old. This old world, the rules that we created, that we're stuck in, it's time to destroy the old to create new. Why would you stay in a dirty apartment that's literally just a million things, like you're a hoarder and you can't even move around in the apartment anymore? It's just completely consumed. Why don't we just move to a new apartment, all of us, a new world? And we're going to build it new. We're all going to decide what the furnishing is. We're not giving up on the old world. It's just we're giving up on the old rules, because the world is beautiful, but it's being tainted by the current rules. Now, this time we learned better habits. We are better people. We've purged the darkness. We understand how the world works. We have light. So now, imagine if we could all say, yeah, let's start a new world. And we know what we know and we're good. We're not going to fall down a path of darkness again. It's time. All right. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to continue with are people chosen for a certain destiny at birth? All right. Let's mute. Let's take a quick break, and then we're going to change the music after that. I'll put some Spanish music on in the meantime, for anyone who's watching. Alrighty, we're back. Those who are watching or who are going to watch the recordings, thanks for your patience. There's a lot that goes into the process. Everything's a process. Everything's a situation. So let's turn off this ticker. Okay. So first thing first, we have to choose the new song. Music's important. Let's go with this one. So, alrighty. We're gonna go with this. All right, we're back. Holly, I'm muted. Just selected music. Super important for anyone who's just watching now or tuning in. It's the process behind everything that makes it work. It sets the tone, it sets the mood, it sets the flow. You need to get into the flow state to reach your best. And you can't do that if you don't have music playing. You can use it as a tool to manipulate yourself to get to where you need to go. Yes, I said manipulate yourself. That's powerful when we actually realize that we can do that. It doesn't have to always be a bad thing. Okay. Alrighty, let's do this. Let's go to Descript. We're going to just set up our recording, and now here we go again. Does it keep uploading? I hope so. Yeah. All right, we're gonna just start a new project. Journey of Enlightenment, Battle 5. Okay. Record. Let's do this. And we're back. So, continuing the theme of today, fix it. Don't fight. No labels. Names don't really matter. Groups don't really matter. It's about what we do. It's about what we decide to say, about what we decide to experience, about what we feel. Those are the things that matter. And so I listened to one of my favorite new movies, Wish. I was listening to some of the songs on my break here. And there's a song that I think that everyone should listen to. It's called Knowing What I Know Now. And it actually represented the beginning of my journey, a turning point back in the day, because I thought I understood everything that, like, how the world worked. I was under the impression that I knew what was going on. Turns out I knew a lot. I was really close, but I was missing something absolutely critical, a piece that I couldn't piece together. Like, it just didn't make sense, because, as I'm sure all of you are aware, we operate off of the knowledge that we know, off of what we're told. We tend to believe, for some reason, everyone else. Like, hey, well, the school told me X, so an X must be true. But I ask you, just like we spoke about earlier today, it's like, what if the Dark One? What if certain powers that be? Let's lower it by 1, just because I know it gets a little loud. What if certain powers that are influencing things literally put key people in certain locations? And now they can completely control the narrative to make people believe certain things that are not true. So I talk about knowing what I know now because there's a really good book that I read that gave an example of how easy it is to manipulate someone. It's basically, think of it like a wolf or a dog, and they want to eat a piece of meat. Like, they're very interested in steak, right? Like, you could get a dog or a wolf or a shark. Think about sharks, right? What up, sharks? And they smell blood. They want blood. So let's say you wrap that piece of steak, you freeze it, right? Or you wrap it with ice, but they can smell it. So what ends up happening is that, in that piece of steak, it's actually skewered with like spikes and a knife and all those things, but you don't see the knife. It's hidden in the steak, and the steak is hidden in the ice. So what ends up happening is individuals end up, the wolf, the dog, will end up licking the ice and try to like melt it and like bite in. By the time it gets to the steak, its tongue, its mouth is numbed. So when it's biting the steak, it's like, wow, this is delicious, right? Well, at least it thinks it is. Mentally, it believes that it's delicious. But it turns out that it's destroying its mouth, bleeding, it's cutting itself. The knife is just serrating everything inside. It's dying. It's about to die. It does end up dying. And it didn't even realize that. It literally thought it was eating something that it loved. Do you guys see how easy it is to literally bait people into a specific path and make them believe that they're doing something incredible, something that they love? And they're like, wait, why? Like, just think about like raves. You can get an entire group of young adults to go to those things, consume drugs, get under the control of outside influences, and make them do silly decisions. Get them on alcohol, get them blacked out. And again, when you drink, your shield lowers. And now they're just completely able to be controlled and influenced. And, the other day I was walking by, I saw a rave, a group of young people, like all lining up. And around the corner, there was a homeless person. And there was like at least 100, 150 rich mama and daddy's kids that literally just bought $300 tickets for this rave. And none of them were helping this homeless person that was right just around the corner, a few feet away. Let me ask you, how much money did they waste on alcohol and drugs on one night of just pointless entertainment? And yes, it might be a memory, it might be a story, but literally that guy could have had shelter for a month or 2 or 3 or 4 if any of them decided to help. And like, you know what? No, mom, dad, can we get a refund on this ticket? Can we help this guy instead? Just think about that. Like, that's the world we live in. But they think that that's the most important thing for them. They're literally indoctrinated, conditioned, programmed in such a way to believe that that is what matters in their life. And if they don't, they're going to be banished from their friend group, that they're going to be lesser than. And that's literally the power of the light and dark influences. The dark influence literally just push that into them all along. You know how you reinforce it? You reinforce it in the friend groups around them. You reinforce it in the media. You reinforce it in the magazines. And I grew up differently. My parents sheltered me because we moved to 6 different countries. We lived in 6 different countries, and I got to see third world countries, and I got to see the first world countries. But we always stayed at home. We were safe. But I would go out for school and a few things and then come back. We barely were outside. And now that I know that outside is not safe because it's literally impacted by all the other influences, the dark one, the other game masters or spiritual influences, whatever you want to call them. Those people, when you're outside, you're exposed to so many different variables. When you're inside, it's controllable. So I just want to point that out to people, that you see something like that, I'm like, what has happened to our world? Why don't people care? We just stopped caring. We stopped helping each other. We stopped loving each other. And that's why now, knowing what I know and how the world operates, it's just like, in one way, I get frustrated when I see those children like that, because it means that the parents failed. It means that we failed. It means that the dark is winning. It means that they've successfully, literally, completely controlled and manipulated an entire narrative. I mean, think about college. College is so closely tied to alcohol. Alcohol is literally the devil, literally, because you completely lose control, right? It's the perfect recipe for lowering your shield And if your shield is lower, then you're fully exposed to the dark, and now the dark can literally just come in and do whatever it wants to you. Why do you think so many problems happen when people drink? So think about that. Like, college is manipulated, raves are manipulated, all these things, activities that the clubs are manipulated, like all these things are literally indoctrination centers, and these children are bred to believe that they have to do it. I didn't have the college experience, and I don't feel like I missed out on much, to be honest. And so many people are like, but you need to have it. I'm like, why? You were pushed to believe that you need to have it. So once you understand at the level that the game is being played, it's absolutely terrifying. You probably are gonna get the wind taken out of your sails for a second, but when you pause and reflect, it's like, wait a minute, literally everything around us is completely designed by the designers and the people who are trying to find ways to control people, exploit them, manipulate them, take their energy, take their money, on how to continue that cycle. You literally, all you have to do is create a cycle of insecurity in teenagers and young adults, bombard them with that, make them feel inferior, make them feel the need to fit in. You have a guaranteed success. And then right after that, after college, it's like you create the adults who can give jobs to their kids, and then the ones who don't. So now the ones who don't have to work the poorer jobs, they see their friends thriving. They're like, they don't understand. They're like, is something wrong with me? They don't realize that they just got a handout. And now you've literally created a new insecurity, and now you've created the lords and the slaves, just like that. And there was nothing that explained, like, they're the same person, they're equals. But just because of who they know, and because of, hey, the dark one decided that, hey, let's make these guys the winners and these guys the losers. And that's what I'm talking about. So we're going to talk about the topic of, do you believe that people are chosen at birth to certain destinies? I do. That kid who was born into a rich family, literally, daddy's gonna give Princess a job after college, no matter what she does. He knows President Trump, and he's gonna hook her up. Her friend, her best friend, that her mom's trying to discourage her from hanging out with because she's poor and she's a bad influence, because her clothes are broken, even though that's literally her parents, that's all they have left. They're worried about surviving. She can't even go to college. She has to work one of the lower jobs. How much is that actually predetermined? Now, I do want to tell something that I think people need to understand, is that it's not an excuse to give up. I'm not saying that you can't defeat your destiny. On the contrary, we can defy fate. We can embrace it and overcome it. It's possible. But my point is, do we really think that a world that's created, that literally has predetermined destinies for people, if we believe that? I do, but I want you to listen to all this and decide if you think it's the case. If that's the case, and let's say there's a 1% chance to fight back against it. There's a chance. That's enough to try. There's a 1% chance to defeat your destiny. If you were doomed for absolute failure, but you know that there's still a chance that you can defeat it. Doesn't mean that since you're literally, it's this, the world, the dark is just going to keep pulling you towards it. It's like, no, that was your story. You already wrote your entire story. Get back here, get back here, get back here, get back here, over and over again. Every time you overcome something good or bad, and you start thriving, you're like, what? Why did it happen again? Like, what's going on? Like, it doesn't make sense. They wrote that storyline for you, and now they're just going to bombard you with those signs because that's what they wanted. And I ask you, why do you want to live in a world that already has a storyline predetermined for you? Why not cross the bridge that's been built? Why not enter that portal and actually live in a world where we're going to create the world together, fresh, brand new? There's literally nothing predetermined. Now, if you want to change who you are and go for it, but it's going to be your choice, not because they decided they wanted that for you. So they're going to bombard you with signs, create an insecurity, make you question who you are, make you doubt yourself. Now, we talked about the memory totem, right? And they're going to keep bringing in up the reminders of the bad stuff, or to try to change you, make you forget who you used to be. Then quickly reinforce that negative thing every time you go outside, because again, outside they can show you whatever they want, or through ads or through any of those things like that. If you lock yourself in your room, they're going to get desperate, right? So they're going to try to find other methods. But there is a chance. There is a chance. So what if I told you that there's some people that are literally born for misery? Despite that, is it really not worth fighting? It's always worth fighting. But the solution is not to engage with the current system. The current system is broken. It's rigged. It's manipulated. The entire thing is rotten to the core. The entire thing. We talk about how if there's just a corner of the cheese block has mold on it, you can easily cut it off, right? But what if the entire thing is rotten? What if the middle part is broken? Why not just buy a new block of cheese? Let's just cross and make our new world. Stop playing by the old rules. Stop operating by it. They no longer matter. It's broke once you understand it. So listen to what I have to say. Listen to this story. Try it out. Even if you think it's bullshit, even if you think that none of it makes sense, try it out. And if you start seeing responses, if you start seeing connections, you're like, wait a minute, could he actually be onto something? All it takes is starting to question things. And if you do realize there's something, or even if it's like, well, I don't believe in any of his mumbo jumbo, but he did say something that I thought was powerful, right? Hey, like, even if there's a 1% chance to overcome your destiny, you should try. If that clicked with you, that's enough. Spread it to someone else. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your boss, and that's how we start having a domino effect. And then we can start singing together. Even if we're not singing the exact same lyrics, we're all singing. Imagine if everywhere you go, people are just singing and smiling. The world's going to be a different place. It doesn't matter if you don't understand what they're singing. Oh, he's singing in Spanish and she's singing in German. It's okay. You're singing. Let's go. That's the goal, right? But then we're all singing. We're not longer listening to their noise, to their narrative. We are making the narrative. Got it? So what if I told you that? This one's going to be a hard one for people to process. And I'll start with, I'll ease it in. So loving your enemy, right? There's going to be people out there that are just evil, corrupted. But as we talked about earlier, it's not their fault. And that's not excusing them, right? Like, literally, it's the worst people in history. You put the names. I'm not going to tell you. Whoever you think the worst people in history have been, or maybe in your life, like you're like, oh, that's my enemy. It's not their fault. They were manipulated. Literally. It's just the problem was that because of their hurts, their damages from the moment they were born, they leaned light, more to the dark. The tug of war, right? Light or dark. Now they became dark. So now most of their nudges that get brought into their head mentally, telepathically, signs when they go outside, when they watch stuff, when they play games, the books that are recommended to them, all of that stuff is primarily dark. Imagine that no matter what you do every day, most of the things are telling you you suck. Even if you have the ultimate self-confidence, eventually you're going to crack a little bit like, oh my gosh. They're like, hey, you have really ugly teeth. And you saw that 28 times a day. You know, maybe if you're really, really powerful, you can laugh at it. But most people are going to be like, wait, do my teeth actually suck? And then they go outside and someone's like, oh my God, look at this guy's teeth. That's all it takes. And that's all intentionally planned and calculated. And the sooner you believe that, the sooner you can fight back against it. If anything, just view it as like, wait a minute, all the bad things that happened to me were not my fault. But now that I understand them, I can cure them. Like, if anything, that should help. People should love that, right? Like, we always feel so bad. Like, wait, do I suck? Is it me? No, it's not you. But the cure is on you. Got it? So the problems that happened were not your fault. But the solution is 100% on you. Are you going to listen to this and do something about it? Or are you going to keep making excuses and you're going to keep saying, I can't do anything. I can't change the world. I can't have agency. You need to believe. Remember, if we think we are free, we are free. So, loving your enemy, right? Like those people who've done the dark, now that you understand that they became that way for a reason, it doesn't justify, it doesn't make it right. I'm not asking you to befriend them, to reach out to them and be like, come back in my life. That's not what I'm saying. But if they do present themselves, invite them into the circle of peace. Just have peace, right? That's important. It's just, let's get peace, listen, conversation. But if they don't stop, if they continue, if you warn them, like, hey, please stop listening to the dark influences. You're literally getting controlled. You're literally getting manipulated. Just, can we please stop? And they don't put in the work for the solution. You got to fight back. And that means cutting them. It means pushing them away. It means running away from them. It means getting away. You have to protect yourself, because literally that's that's a vulnerability. That's how they get in, and that's how they're going to destroy you. They're going to break you. They're going to cause insecurity. They're going to make you a shadow of your former self. And guess what? If that person, we're going to talk about this more in a second, but if that person is damaged and they're just filled with fear, insecurity, and trauma, remember what I said, they spawn a Venus flytrap, a dementor, a dark thing that's draining you. It's draining them constantly, but they're already so drained. You're light, you're a candle that's burning bright. They're like, ooh, this guy's old news. Let's go for him instead. And that's literally how they get to people. And all of a sudden, like, if you've always felt great, but then like you started hanging out with someone and you're like, what's going on? Like, I start feeling weird now. Like, I've never felt this way before. Like, what the heck? You start feeling weird and you're like, how does it happen? Who's causing this? Why is this happening? That is something you need to pay attention to. Remember, pay attention to differences. So, narcissists, everyone's favorite enemy, everyone's favorite word. They're fallen angels. Let's say we're all angels, right? So what if I told you that those people were chosen to be narcissists by the system, by the dark one? Now, that doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to be, but literally, they were born into situations that essentially would guarantee that. Think of a narcissist as someone who basically their shield goes to 0 and their health actually hit 0, but they didn't die, right? Like, remember we talked about health is your life energy. So think about like that, all the good you can do, every action consumes that. But if you have insecurities, if you have trauma, every trigger that if you're completely hurt, like completely erases your shield, now you're vulnerable to dark. So now they start shooting negative influences you. And if they keep reinforcing it, and you can't recharge and you can't heal, and you hit 0, especially when you're a child who can't understand it, you hit 0. That's it. You become a fallen angel. Basically, now you become one of the warriors of the dark one. You now become a servant of them. So what does that mean? It means that they have guaranteed access to you. Basically, think of like they actually implanted a chip on you. So by default, your default is the first thing you always see is a dark thing. Like think of like you wear glasses, but then you can put like those sunglasses shades on it. The people who've hit 0 have the dark, the sunglasses thing by default on. They don't see the world with light. And I ask you something, do you think that's fair? That literally just because they didn't get protected, they were destined, they were chosen by the system, by the dark one to be that. Like, just think about it, like you're born into a family that a mom that is literally damaged. She never healed her trauma, her problems. She got targeted, right? So she's completely destroyed. And so what does she do? You know, she got judged by her in-laws. She got judged by her own parents. Maybe she got pregnant at a young age. So what is she going to do? Now she decides to have, because they don't use protection, they have 7 kids. And what she ends up doing is now she ends up not being able to protect any of her children, and she's damaged. She's passing on her damage. So all of them end up having a traumatic event, every single one of them. Their shield dies. And then what ends up happening is, like, for example, let's just say at church, the church or camp, like one of the daughters gets raped by the pastor or like a camp counselor or something like that. But she can't tell her mom because her mom is judgmental and is damaged. So now that daughter immediately became a fallen angel. So now she becomes a narcissist. She's guaranteed to see the shades. Now, let's say the brother or something, one of the brothers ends up being targeted by gangs. Here's another example. Let's say a Mexican kid is, like we talked about this the other day, but born into a family that has a mom and a dad. The dad is basically a deadbeat. He's a player. He cheats on her every day. He does drugs. He's an alcoholic. He beats her. He's just problematic. And he's never present. They have 2 kids, 2 boys. And the entire time, like whenever he does come home, he comes drunk and he yells at the kids. And he sees one of the boys always just sees him beat up his mom. So he's already extremely damaged. He's scared. His shield goes down. Now at the same time, the boy's getting these now nudges. No shield. Free access for the dark one. Boom, 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 boom. Now he goes to school and his friends are like, oh, well, look at this, guys. Like, look at our family reunion that we had. And he's like, why don't I have that? And let's say they were poor and they start targeting their poor insecurities. And then, you start creating these insecurities in these people and they just keep reinforcing it everywhere they go. Like he sees a magazine that shows like a happy family together. He's like, why don't I have that? Essentially, those kids in that family were chosen to be narcissists. In both families, in both examples, they literally were targeted and chosen. They're like, ooh, perfect. The parents, they haven't healed. They don't understand how to do so. We can literally just create scenarios now to reinforce it over and over and over and over and over and over again. Now, as that boy is going to grow up, he's going to be targeted by gangs. They're going to try to recruit him. He's going to be offered constant amount of drugs. Like, just to give you an example, the amount of drugs that I was offered versus some of my peers was astronomically different. Ask yourself why. How did I talked to everyone. I was literally hanging out with everyone. But they're like, what? You haven't been offered? Man, I got offered like 12 times in the last week. I'm like, they were destined and chosen to go head down that path. Now, you can resist, right? They can resist. But imagine if your entire life, every day, you're just being offered a drug. Here's a drug. Here's a drug. Here's a drug. Here's a drug. What are you going to do? It's really hard to say no if everyone is always offering it every day. And if you never got educated because they intentionally wanted you to be that way, what if they showed you that it's actually good? What if they presented you propaganda that it's cool? It's cool to do drugs, right? Like I was presented the opposite, but what if they saw that? What if their dad did it? And he's like, yeah, man, this is how I get all the girls. So now they look up to their dad and they do it. You see, you guys understand how deep this goes, how deeply rooted it is. If there's some people that are chosen to be the light, and I feel like the light can fight and counteract, and they choose some select people. You guys should look up the terms star seeds and things of that nature. Don't get lost in the details. It's just a fascinating concept that I recommend people check out of things of that nature. But again, be careful because every single information, every single topic out there, there's good and bad. Just discernment. Nothing is true. Nothing is fake. You can just learn a lot. Spirituality, spiritual awakening, things of that nature. Look it up. But so think about it. Someone who's literally destined for darkness, 1% chance to get out. So there is a solution though, right? The only way to escape though, if they're not, because the light is going to try to save them, but they have so much dark. They're surrounded by dark. Remember, if you're in the same room as other people who have more darkness than light, basically 90% of the nudges that you get, the signs, the symbols, the thoughts are going to be dark thoughts. So let me ask you something. If 90% of your day, so if you're awake 16 hours, so let's just say like what, 13, 14 hours of your day, the entire time you're just getting like, oh, I hate people. Oh, I'm angry. This stinks. Oh my God, our TV is so slow. Versus if 90% of your things like, oh my gosh, I love how good my TV is, even though it was really cheap. Oh wow, there's so much light in here. Wow, the trees that I can see outside are green. Like imagine that's 90% of your thoughts versus the other one. Who do you think is going to be happier? Who do you think is going to be calmer? Who do you think is going to be at peace? Who do you think is going to help people? And who do you think is going to hurt people? Let me ask you then, is that manipulated? Does that sound fair? Does that sound okay to you? Do you want to live in a world that works like that? Because that's how our world currently is. Are you satisfied with that? Are you happy with that? Why do you keep reinforcing it? Why don't you stand up? Why don't you say, no more, enough? Cross the bridge, go in the portal, take a step over the red line, and see how it looks in this other side of the world. And then tell me, we no longer have to be influenced by that darkness. We create our own rules. We don't have to engage with the system that they built. Destroy everything that divides and conquers, everything of the old, and we make it new. We create everything, and some of it might be good. Some of the things that they might have a really good basis, a good template, but it just got corrupted over time. So it doesn't mean we have to throw it all away, but we're going to use it as inspiration to create something new. But I need you guys to do it with me. I can't be the only one. But it starts by spreading. It starts by understanding. So going back to how people can escape, someone has to pull you out of that environment. Someone has to basically save you. Like think like, look at that hand. You're drowning. You're under the water. You're like, someone please help me, help me. And a hand reaches in and grabs you and pulls you out. You were going to drown. You were going to die. They saved you. And the light is going to try to send as many people as possible to do that. But again, we talk about the bubblegum machine. If 9 out of 10 flavors in that machine are flavors that are poison or that you hate, there's one that's light and good. It's a really low chance of saving you. And that's the people who have become exploiters, the people who are causing so much pain in the world. That was their reality. That's why we need to try to heal them. That's why we need to try to love them. That's why we need to try to offer them peace. But if they still refuse, despite explaining to them in these terms, despite being honest, helping them, and they still refuse, there's no mercy for them. They're not welcome. Out. Can't operate and live in a world anymore that supports and encourages and helps those exploiters. We just can't. We just can't, because that means they're loyal to the dark one. And that's not okay. So my dad was someone who did that for a few key people. I'm not gonna say any names, but he saved people who got nudged too dark, and he brought them to the light. He literally invited them to live with us, and we all had light, and we changed their life. We changed their life. They were going to be trapped. They were going to become guaranteed ruined dark ones. And he brought them around me, around my siblings, around my mom, and we just had so much light. We had purpose. We had good influences. We had mostly light nudges. Gave them a new perspective. And I would say that I can heal any narcissist. Put me in a room with them and I can heal them. Some people might call them lepers. Anyway, moving on. You see, like, how someone can pull them out of an environment and put them in a better environment. And just by the influences that are already around them. Like, think about that. Those influences are also nudged, right? We still have this, like, now so you're surrounded by, like, little kids, and they're asking, like, hey, can you help me? Like, do this, can you play with me? Can you do that? Like, that's why kids can be the light. But that's supposed to be careful. But imagine just if you know someone that's trapped, you know someone that's struggling, you know someone that doesn't have love, that is trapped, please give them a hand, pull them out, do it. Because they're gonna be stuck and surrounded by dark people, and literally they're not gonna let them go. And as long as they're there, they're ruined. They're destined to be a narcissist. They're destined to be an exploiter. They're destined to be evil. They're destined to be a servant of the Dark One. It's the sad reality. The sad reality is that even if you do heal these people, that you pull them out and they start healing, the moment they move away from you, or the moment they're not surrounded by a primarily light person, they're immediately going to be attacked viciously by the dark all over again. You're like, why does this always happen to them? Like, every time I move away from them, or every time I stop seeing them, like, it's like they forgot everything that we talked about. Like, they were completely like light. They were all love. And then you vanish from their circle for even like a day or two, and you come back and all of a sudden they're like racist, they're hating on everyone. You're like, what happened to you? 2 days ago, you were basically the example of love and a best friend and incredible. Now you're an asshole, you're rude, it's because in those 2 days, guess what? Remember, there's that chip that's planted on them because they became a fallen angel, a narcissist. Now it's always pushing the dark. So they need someone to counteract them. It's the only way. They need a counterforce, a light. Otherwise, they're done for. They're absolutely done for. Why do you think, like, people don't understand? They're like, why does a narcissist tend to latch on to certain people that are like empathetic and light? It's because they need it. But also they need it because a narcissist is literal job assigned by the Dark One is to create a Venus flytrap, the mentor, the trainer. It's literally their job to drain other people. That's what they got hired for. But they didn't have a choice. Imagine if I told you you're going to be a salesman, you're going to be a plumber, you're going to be an electrician, and you don't have a choice. You can fight it super hard, but that's what they intended for you. You're going to become that. That's what they are. So we need to help those people. We need to snap them out of it. Please, like, hey, just stop working, stop doing anything. Just relax, go on your vacation. We need to protect them. We need to put them in a circle of peace and just surround them with so much light that literally, like, just turn on every light and just flash it on their face nonstop, because they are going through a never-ending battle, and it's all because of what happened at the beginning. They were literally created. It is possible to heal them, but we need to still always send them more and more and more. If anything, they actually might be the answer to humanity's issues. Like, we struggle to care, we struggle to love. Well, now we have a reason to. We need to help those people who've become fallen angels. We need to help them. They deserve it. They deserve it more than anything because they didn't have a choice. Just imagine always being bombarded by dark nudges as your default. That's so sad. But we can pull them out of it, and then we need to surround them with light. They were literally meant to be dark. They were literally meant to be dark. If you think about Star Wars, they were destined to be a Sith. You could make them a Jedi. You need to teach them. You need to wake them up. You need to show them all this. You need to suffocate them with love, peace, light, nonstop. You need to identify each one of them and literally help them. Don't kill them. Don't imprison them. Help them. But if we can't, we just cannot listen if they're too far gone. We need to separate them. We need to get them as far away as possible from us, because they will destroy everything. They'll bring it all down. They're literally servants of the Dark One. But they can do. And I know people say that narcissism is not possible. It is, but the problem is that it will come back over time. So that means they just need constant light over and over and over again. To me, challenge accepted. Will you guys do the same thing? So let's talk about something a little lighter. Not really. All of this is serious. But it's about the topic of remembering and believing. One of the goals of the Dark One, of the people who are exploiters, is that's why narcissists become the way they are. They forgot who they are. They got so damaged, they don't remember. Have you ever like met someone And it seems like they just seem so dark, and you're like, I don't even recognize you. Like you used to be. And I'm not saying people, everyone can change, right? Like especially for the positive, like that's encouraged, but and they can learn from their mistakes. Some people more than others, especially if they're obsessed with self improvement. But if it's just like you don't even remember like any of the good stuff, what happened to you? Like you get brainwashed? Are you possessed? The answer is yes. The sooner you guys can recognize and believe that, the sooner you can protect yourself, distance yourself from them, or try desperately with any method possible to bombard them with light and love. Be careful, because they basically think of it like they've accepted a contract with the devil. It means that now the dark can freely manipulate things for them. They will use them to hurt you. They will literally use them to hurt you. They will start working with the outside forces as well, so you have to be careful not to let that go. Anything, you need to go to a separate area. You need to go into the room, because now you're literally basically think of it like there's someone that's in the room that's helping you, and there's someone in the room that's intentionally sabotaging you. But this person didn't have a choice. Now, if you know that, would you stay in that room despite your healing efforts and light? It's not working. Protect yourself, guys. The spiritual war is getting brutal. That's why we need to unite and sing together and finally end this once and for all, because this is getting out of control. And it's going to get worse before it gets better. So get ready. As all of you start awakening and all of you start remembering exactly how things work, and disclosure happens, and as you listen to this, your higher version is going to remember, and all of a sudden now they're going to learn how to communicate with you. And it's going to piss off the dark one. It's going to piss off the people who are trying to control and exploit. They don't want this to come out. But as you remember, you start believing. Remember what we said: if you think it, you can believe it. And once you believe that you have impact and you have agency, then we can start making changes. So let's talk about something that's super interesting. So Wizard of Oz, great movie. And everyone knows that technically the Wizard of Oz wasn't really a wizard, or like a showman, a carnival man. And he just figured out ways to show people what they want. So that can be used for good and it can be used for bad, right? So if I show you, like, I know that you like chocolate, and every time you did something, I showed you a chocolate, right? Like it's basically the Pavlovian response to conditioning, right? But it's used for control. Every time they do something good, that's what they want. So you have to be careful, especially now knowing the amount of signs that are out there and how they can do that. So that's why I recommend, actually, especially right now that the spiritual war is ramping up, try to stay inside as much as possible. Basically a filtered place, but be careful. When you're outside, there's illusions. But even things that aren't magic, if it's just for show, can it have a benefit? So let's think about it. The Scarecrow. Was he smart? He got a diploma, and now he felt he was smart. And once he believed it, he started acting in that way. Before that, he was like, I'm not smart. I don't have good ideas. But he was given a diploma. He was given a piece of paper. You could literally make it up and say, this is a diploma given to you from the president. Bill Clinton, I got one in elementary school, signed this and says he's proud of your achievements in first grade or second grade. If you're a kid and you don't know better, you're like, oh my God, he personally signed this. Like, let's go, guys. The president thinks I'm smart. How cool is that? And now they start believing it, right? They start thinking they're smart. So easy. It's so easy to manipulate someone and make them believe something that's not true. That's all it takes. But what if it could be used for good, right? Like, the Scarecrow thinking he's smart, is that really a problem? But what if the Scarecrow is meant to be dark? And you make him believe that he's actually good. And his actions are good. He's like, what? I don't know why you guys think I'm bad. I'm just trying to maximize company profits. I'm the only one who cares about the company. Like, customers are so ungrateful. The reason why we charge so much is because our product is so good. They can't afford it because they're bad at what they do. They don't know how to run a business. Got it? Tin Man. He's heartless. They didn't care. What if we gave him a little sculpture that of a heart? Because you're so loving. Now he believed it. Now he feels emotion. He's like, oh my gosh, I do have a heart. Look, I cried. Like someone gave me a gift. Like, see, I have emotions. I believe it now. I'm a loving person. It's like, yeah, you're a loving person. And you keep reinforcing it. You see, like, you can counter the darkness. You can give light reinforcement. It's possible. Like, and the light is trying to do that at every second. And we should all be doing that for other people. Be like, hey, dude, like, because a lot of people can't see it, right? They're getting nudged with so much negativity in their head. So you're like, hey, you made a really good sandwich. They're like, no, it's not. It's very average. I'm like, no, I'm serious. Like, I make a lot of sandwiches, and I'm telling you, hi, can you show me how to make this, or can you just make more for me? If that's okay, it's not asking too much. It's just delicious. They're just like, whoa. And like now they're gonna get more positive nudges with that. And if the light now decides to reinforce that, they're like, now they get like they're browsing Reddit and they see a post that says, to people who know how to make amazing sandwiches, and they're like, oh, that's me. Done. That's all it takes. So if they want something, or you plant the seed in their head and then you reinforce it immediately, you can make people believe anything. Believe me, I used to be a sales guy. It's really easy. A lion, a coward. He wasn't. And he was actually really brave all along. He gets the medal. Now he's courageous? What, did anything change? Like, the medal really change him? You see, like, we are created in such a way that we're wired differently. Like, the way we're wired is we need to change our programming as humanity, right? And that's what's going to happen in the new world. We're literally reprogramming how we operate. That something as simple as a medal is not going to be the make or break. Because yes, it can be used for good, but the fact is, why would you want to live in a society or in a world where literally a medal, getting a medal at the right time could either destroy us or heal us? Why is that the kind of world you want to live in? That, to me, is way too dangerous, because that means if someone knows more about the game than you, and they can literally do that to anyone who's naive and unfamiliar. And that's what's happening. The majority of people are literally being controlled and manipulated because they're not aware of how the world actually works. And the few people that do are literally controlling and pulling all the strings. And I mean, some of them might not even know what's going on, and they're being manipulated by the darker forces that are unseen. But you see, like, how simple and easy it is. All you have to do is plant the seed, and then at the right moment be like, oh, you can either create an insecurity or you can make them believe that they're amazing just like that. But why leave it open to chance? Especially when, as of right now, I'm still doing more research, so people know more, but I don't know a full way to completely prevent all of the dark signs. Like, even if you're super light and fully healed, they can still sneak in. Like, there's still like that 10% chance and 1% chance through any vessel. You can cut out almost every single in, but you can live in a dark room, locked, and literally have no access to anything, be completely unplugged. They're still going to ways to get to you. So let's think about what we call interruptions. If you don't see the full story because there's an interruption, you never got to see the full original. What if the original story was something incredible, was something beautiful, was something grandiose, was something that was going to save the world, or make something like you and your wife, or you and your girlfriend, or you and a friend, or you and this job was destined for greatness. But the dark interrupted it. They're like, no, we can't have this. This would cause too much light. This would cause too much good. We need to stop this. So you never got to see the original. But here's the problem. You can get completely destroyed by that. You can cry. You can lament it. You just got to roll with it, guys. Unfortunately, the moment, if you go to sleep, your game saved. If you go outside, your game auto-saved. That's it. It's over. You can't change it anymore. Now, we can create a new reality. right? But unfortunately, if those other people don't understand the game, they're going to be completely consumed by the darkness and manipulated. There's nothing you can do. So you just have to go make a new, you're basically making a new play. You're making a new story, and you just got to roll with it. That's it. There's nothing you can do. That's why we're going to create this new world where that's not going to, those rules are no longer going to operate like that. Because just pardon my language, but that's bullshit. Like literally, like someone can choose from outside forces can interrupt, even though they are supposed to respect our free will. But they're like, I mean, we didn't do it. We just nudged that person to do that. It wasn't us. They chose it. But 99% of the things that you see are telling you that you're evil and you should hate this person, and then you do it. Is it really free will? You had a 1% chance not to do it. Technically, so much go on. We have to become immune to the control, possible spread. I mean, like I told you guys earlier today, I can resist probably 95% of it at this point. I see it, I experience it, I hear it, I notice all of it. There's a few things that catch me off guard, but for the most part, I've learned their entire game. And someone who's literally has spent years researching this and experiencing this, all for this moment, can literally still sometimes get caught unaware, or because they keep adapting. That's the thing. You have to keep adapting too. You can't stay still. You literally have to keep changing your tactics and your strategies because they figure you out. And once they figure you out, they know. You know your routines. They know your paths. They know the way you walk. Again, they can see you on the camera. So if you keep going past cameras, they know you go there. So they can start planning things. They can put baits there. They will try to bait you. Outside is literally, right now in the spiritual war, a bait. Especially if you become a person of interest. As you start learning this, you're going to be targeted more. So, highly recommend learning the things you love, surrounding yourself with the right people, protecting yourself, staying inside, creating, finding your passion, spreading it, educating, teaching others, helping others heal, whether it's your family nearby or online. But it's the key. You have to spread the protection, teach people the shields, teach people how to become immune to this control. It's absolutely necessary. It's more necessary than ever. And you've noticed the world is changing so much, and a lot of 1 in a million year events are happening. There's a reason for that. And yes, partially what I'm doing is responsible for it, but everyone is part of it right now. And the dark is fighting back desperately. Once they're desperate, they make mistakes. They've made so many mistakes. This is our time. We need to press the attack. Relentless. Don't stop. This is it. This is the moment where we can actually change history. It's the moment where we can rewrite the rules. It's the moment where we can take back control and no longer live by those old standards, those old rules that were created by people and entities that wanted to control everything. I don't know about you, but I'm not okay with that. I don't want to live my life like that anymore. They've done so much, but it doesn't matter. Like I said, you just have to roll with it. Whatever happens, happens, period. That's the first rule that you have to understand with the current world. But the new world, that's not going to be the case anymore. Like, people are going to be able to be patient. People are going to be like, wait a minute, I was brainwashed, I was possessed, I was controlled, I was really negatively influenced. Let's sit down, round table, everyone's discussing, like, hey, here's some coffee. What's your favorite food? Here's someone's making. It's like, let's talk, guys. It's a peaceful environment where we can actually improve things. That's the world that we're building. And how do we do that? We have to learn how to speak people's languages. We have to be able to translate it for them. And over time, I'm going to simplify this more every day. And I'm going to figure out better ways to communicate it. And I'm going to have better examples. I'm going to have better analogies. I'm going to create a course. And I'm going to try to reach out to people to see if we can make movies, games, or books, figure out as many possible ways to interpret this and refine it, take it to the board, keep hammering, keep sharpening, keep cleaning it. But for anyone who is listening to this, please, my challenge to you is just take it. I don't care it. Just don't monetize it. Just spread it, clean it up. If you understand it in such a way and it works for you, you're like, oh my God, it clicked. Whatever you did whatever was the unlock for you. Maybe you took something that I said, but you made it your own, you made it different. Please, 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 I pray, my wish is that you spread that, you write it out, you draw it, you make a video, something, and you explain it to other people, because this made sense to me. This is how I understood it. This is my experience, but you might have another experience. You might see something different. And that, whatever was the unlock for you, might be the unlock for someone else. So as we start each individually unlocking it, then we can start helping other people unlock it. The world is already changing with just a few people knowing this. Imagine if 1,000 people know it. We're going to be dancing together, and it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be incredible. That is what's happening right now. So the key takeaway is you need to refine it, make it your own. Whatever was the unlock, maybe it was this sentence right now that I said. This was this snapping your finger. Doing that is what made you just realize how the world works. If that's what it is, I want you to make videos. I want to make you make art, write stories about snapping fingers. Truly, I don't care. Whatever it is that was the unlock, the key for you, please. It's not about taking everything I say as gospel. It's not about taking everything I say as fact. I'm going to keep refining this. This is literally all I'm going to be doing every single day until every single person finally understands it, until every single exploiter is completely demolished. That's it. Everything is going to change. The dark one days are numbered. It's guaranteed now that the world is going to change. The world we're creating together is going to be beautiful beyond belief. But I need people not only to cross the line, to walk across the bridge, to enter the portal and see what is possible. You don't have to operate and live by the old ways anymore. It's just simply, it's completely outdated. Because especially once you understand that 99% of what you've been experiencing and what you've been living has been an illusion, has been a lie, it's been literally been pushed into your head so that you do things, you can resist it, but you don't know what's happening. You're like, I don't know why they're telling me, but I want to turn on my phone and just watch some porn right now. And that's the message they put in my head, and I would do it. I thought it was me, but it's them. Are you really okay living the rest of your life knowing that they're nudging you, they're not forcing you to do it, but hey, it feels kind of good, doesn't it? They rewarded you, and you just keep doing it, and you see, like, all of a sudden you're trapped, you're in a loop, you're in a prison. Are you really okay living the rest of your life letting a dark force truly do that? To take up all your time, to take up all your energy, to create fabricated, manipulated situations to make you mad, to make you have anxiety, literally ruining your relationship, ruining your friends, causing problems. All of those things are intentionally created and fabricated. Every single thing that has ever gone wrong in your life has been intentionally designed that way. It was not an accident. Now, you could have made a choice that could have prevented it, but it would have been the miracle choice, the 1% play. Is it possible? Yes. But why do you have to live your life succeeding the 1% play? Imagine, those players that make the shot from the halfway line in basketball. They do it, and it works for them. But imagine if it really worked for everyone. It barely works for the best of the best. Now imagine how many people are that trained, that prepared, that strong. Why are we living in a world, in a society that literally we're basically saying if you want to have ultimate happiness and be at peace, you have to succeed at the 1% play. For me, that's not the world that I want to live in. I want to live in a world where we all have a fair chance at our wishes, at our dreams, at our hopes, creating a future that we need. Period. So, yeah, relentless. Speed. Create your stuff. You don't have to talk about the same things that I do, but if there's something that you found that helps you fight back against this, that helps you understand, that helps you stay grounded, that lets you dig your heels in the sand and not get trapped by the lasso and pulled into the pit, that's what we need. We need to be relentless now. We need to be united. We need to join together. We need to sing. And that is how we will be delivered. I promise you that. As ingenious, you got to respect your foe. You got to respect your enemy. The dark, they're pretty good. I got to give them credit to design such a system And of course, they want people to engage with it and play with it. Like, I enjoy designing things and writing things, and I want people to read it. I want people to see it. I get it. But designing it in such a way that you don't really give people a chance, you just lie to them and make them believe that there is, that's not okay. Once I discovered that, that is why I have this passion. That's why I have this conviction. That is why I'm never going to stop until it's all completely burned down to the ground and we started new. That's fucked up. So they, though, need time to build their plans and do that. And you'll see it once you start healing your stuff and you recognize your weaknesses and you can overcome them. They keep using the same old plays, and you're like, really? We're still doing that? And they try some things, and it becomes funny. Because they need time. They're slow. They have really powerful attacks. They're slow. They're fast. You can do a million blows before they get one off. Really quick. I just want to talk about, to finish this segment, about remembering and believing and forgetting. There's a really good story in a video game, some great music. Check it out, Forgotten Anne. And essentially, that's kind of how the world works, where it's why the memory totem concept is so powerful and so insightful, is that if something is not remembered anymore, it dies. It's just not active. And that could be a good thing, right? Like if something really bad and that's the power of out of sight, out of mind, right? But there's so many people out there that have been forgotten, you know? And, or they make people forget the good of the other person. Like if you used to be fully in love with your wife or vice versa, and it just seems like you can't even remember why. It's like, God, we used to be amazing. Like, what happened? That fabricated. Doesn't mean that both of you didn't make mistakes, but again, I ask you, if it's being pushed, if it's being intentionally manipulated, like, no, 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 these people are too happy, there's too much light, we're not getting any energy from them, this is a problem, there needs to be problems in this relationship, let's go. It doesn't mean like we were the perfect fit for each other, I'm sure they could have been better, but what if actually were? And that's exactly why they needed to destroy you. Because they couldn't have that. It's too dangerous. Not your life ever. It's very dangerous. So now they create scenarios. They use the people who are primarily dark to send nudges, to cause issues. They're like, hey, so yeah, this. I don't know. My point is, they try to make people forget who they are and try to make people forget the good of the other people too. And the sooner you start recognizing that's happening, the sooner you can fight back. But I don't know about you guys, but these are all the reasons why I hate the system, why I refuse to engage with it as much as possible. The bare minimum, why I'm trying to destroy it, to create it new, why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because I've seen it happen to me. And it doesn't matter. I'm not going to go into my past and my story, but I've seen it happen to too many people around me. And it's enough. I'm tired of some evil entity and being and its commanders and its people that it chose to exploit literally ruin life after life after life after life after life, all because of its selfish desire for our energy and us playing the game that it designed. That ends today. This is the turning point. Monday, October 21st, 2024. This is not the rapture. This is the beginning of deliverance of a new world. I need your help to make it happen. We're going to take a quick break. And then we're going to talk about family and friends not being able to think you're special, satisfaction versus reverting, and many other topics. But I think we need to cool down a little bit. Be right back. Alrighty. We're back. Let's do this. Okay. We're just setting up a Descript to record our 6th battle. Let's change the music. Might be I think this is the one. You need a little sadness in this part. Gotta feel. So, this is the way. Okay. Here we go. And it begins, the final chapter for tonight. What a day. What a battle. Remember what I was telling you guys about relentless attacks? They can't keep up. One blow after another, over and over and over and over again. Imagine if every single one of us was doing something like this in our own shape or form. Don't compare, don't contrast, just make it your own. Anything you do is a contribution that's worthwhile. It matters. You matter. You're super important in this grand mission, in the grand design. Each one of you matter to a level that you might not even know. And we need to start believing that. We each have agency. We each have impact. All of us are important. And sometimes you just might, I shouldn't say just, you might be the support. But what if you're the support for the bridge? So let's say like I was making the analogy that I was the bridge earlier, right? Connecting the two worlds, the old world to the new world. So if I'm the bridge, but a bridge can't be built without support, right? Like it needs the ropes, it needs the metal poles. Like what if you are the support? And if one support is missing, the bridge will collapse. You see, like not everyone, I think a lot of kids probably had the same issue that I had growing up where like I used to like playing soccer and I still enjoy watching. I don't play it anymore, but I played a lot of video games and I felt like I needed to be the role of like the hero. Like I needed to be the central forward, the one who scores the goals. I needed to be the one who like does the most damage in the video games. And I was always asking myself, why? Like, why do I feel that way? And now I realize it's just that those were the negative messages that were pushed into me. It's like, you need to be the one who's like brags about you were the one who won. But I'm like, technically, like, what if you gave the pass that let the forward score the goal? Or what if you were the tank, the one who took the blow? Like, you know, the goalie, like a good goalie can literally win tournaments, right? But yet, for some reason, it's gotten better, but it's just they're not glorified to the same extent, right? And you ask yourself that, and we're manipulated and brainwashed to chase after glory, chase after being the one. And I never understood that. Like it was pushed into me, and I ate it up. And of course, you think it feels good, but I'm like, do I really need it? So the reason why I bring that up is because I'm a healer. I am a tank as well. I have two roles, but we all have to fulfill our role. But if I am the thing that, let's say the bridge is constantly being bombarded by like attacks and it's like rammed and it's like they're trying to demolition it. and bomb it and who knows what, so that people can't cross the portal to the new world. Like they can't reach the portal, like it's over here. And people are trying to walk across, right? Like I'm shepherding you guys. But they're like, the Dark One's like, no! And they're trying to destroy the bridge over and over and over and over again. What if there's someone like blocking the attacks? Another person is making sure to reinforce the bridge. There's people down there keeping it up. They're like, come on, cross, guys, cross. We can't hold on much longer. And then there's someone else that's healing those people. Like maybe they're like standing on spikes, or like they're being like bitten by snakes, and like they're sucking out the poison. You see what I mean? Like every single person has an important role to play, and the bridge wouldn't stand without all of those people doing their role. So just because you're not the one that is doing the finishing blow or scoring the goal doesn't mean that you don't matter. Doesn't mean that you're not useful. On the contrary, it just means you probably haven't realized yet what your role is. And each one of us, just like some people were born into darkness, guess what? The light also gave you a mission. Every single one of you. Doesn't matter who you are. The light also gave you a mission. And we each have a role to play. And you might not have discovered yet, and that's perfect. That's what this whole journey is about, this journey to enlightenment, this journey to reconnecting with your higher self, to embracing spirituality, to awakening, to finding your flame, to remembering that anyone can be a hero, right? Like, even if it's just putting a jacket on someone who's cold, and that person ends up surviving because they were going to freeze to death, and that person surviving literally gets to the right person. So just think about that. Welcome back. Thank you for taking them out. So anyone can be a hero. Anyone, even the support, it might be the most important character in the whole story. Like without that, I think Sam to Frodo. Frodo would have given up. He was about to lose the battle to Sauron. But Sam put him on his back and carried him. He's like, I can't carry the burden of the ring, but I can carry you. And he took him across the finish line. He got him there. And then Frodo could do his job. But without him, without Sam, he wouldn't have made it. Right? And every hero, every story in fiction has one of those. But there's lessons to be learned from that. And I think we need to remember that. Like, we don't have to be the ones who score the goal. Sometimes blocking the blows is just as important. Sometimes keeping people alive or keeping them going just one more day. So you might not be the star player in your family. But what if you're the one who needs to unite everyone so that the quote-unquote star player could actually shine and they can heal the rest of the family? But if you didn't unite everyone, they could never heal them. You guys see, like, we're focusing on the wrong things, and that's done intentionally again by the Dark Ones, the people who are exploiting. They want you to think that you need the glory, that you need the accolades, that you need the numbers, that you need the money. It's not about that, especially as we are transitioning into a new world and more people cross the bridge and go through the portal and realize, wait, paradise was here all along. Why are we still here? You see, guys, like, you matter. Period. No matter who you are, you matter. You're super important in the mission. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You're critical. You guys, each one of you individually are the hero, and you don't know it yet. You don't recognize it yet, but you're going to. And if you haven't had that moment, that literally the eureka moment, and sometimes here's the sad part. You might have actually already been the hero and saved someone, and you didn't even realize it. Like maybe by you crossing the light at yellow, you stopped someone that was going to cross red light illegally, and that saved someone. And that person goes on to do something really good. Maybe they saved someone else from drowning, and they saved that person from drowning, and that person, you see, like, that's the only problem sometimes with how the world works, is that you don't necessarily see every single domino effect from your actions. And you just have to have faith. You have to believe in the grand design and the machination of everything. And the struggle lies in, why do we stay in this side of the world when, even though there's really good machinations that happen, knowing that there's counter machinations, dark things that are literally trying to prevent those things, that's why we need to just embrace what's happening, accept it. It's sad, it's messed up, but we can do something about it. We have power. We have the ability to say no more. So it's time. So on my break, I'm sure many of you know of the show Westworld, but I love to learn and listen and get in the vibe through Westworld, through music. So I was listening to the song called Dr. Ford. And as I'm sure many of you are aware, he was the author, the storyteller behind a theme park. They created these artificial, basically intelligence, these virtual representations, these robots essentially called hosts that would interact at the park. And they would be entertainment for the humans that would show up there. Basically, what I'm implying is all of us that are on this earth right now are the hosts for the Dark One. They created a game for him, for it, whatever you want to call it. And they're puppeteering us. It's a puppet show, all for their design. And it didn't used to be that way, but it became that way. So I ask you, are you really satisfied with just being their puppet, being their virtual avatar, being stuck in a game where your free will is actually basically being completely eliminated? Are you really satisfied with that? So my mission that I've been guided to, the reason why I've been born, the reason why I'm here, the reason why I do everything I do, my oath, my prayer, my wish. It's time. A new counter switch was installed in all of us. The ability to become self-aware, to understand how the world works, to learn, to snap out of the programming and the indoctrination and the brainwashing that they have instilled in us from the beginning. It's possible. That's this song of hope. That is what is happening right now. It's time to finally get answers. It's time to finally walk free. It's time to finally believe again. It's time to remember. It's time to help others by teaching them, by making them feel. It's time to open your eyes. You've been asleep for far too long. This has been a cycle. This has been going on for decades, for centuries, for as long as possible. In some ways, I would say that I've been guided to believe that this has been going on since the dinosaurs, and it's been an evolution for so long. And every time that the current civilization failed to break the cycle, they were wiped out and it was restarted. And you could argue it might be light that tried to save the world by just saying it's better for a restart than for dark to win. I'm warning you guys right now. I'm screaming from the top of a mountain saying that we're approaching a wipeout. If things don't change, if we don't change our behaviors, if we don't wake up and realize what's happening, the end is near. I'm not telling you that to scare you. I'm telling you that to motivate you to realize that we literally have all the power in our hands. We literally can completely shut down the entire operation and make a new world and make it the way we want to. But we have to take action. If we just keep waiting, and if we keep saying that we can't, and we won't, and it's not possible, and all these things, that's what they want you to believe. But light is going to do their best to try to save us. And if that means resetting everything again so that the Dark One does not completely win, then they will do that. Is that what you guys want? Would you rather have a reset? What about our children? What about the future generation? What about our hopes, our dreams? Don't you have visions of what you want to do 40 years from now? Imagine the world that we can create in 40 years of working like this every single day on making it better. What kind of paradise could we create? Some people call this hell. Why not just flip the switch and make it heaven? Our souls have been trapped. It's been an endless cycle that continues to repeat. Reincarnation, rebirth, whatever you want to believe. But the point is, all the animals, ourselves, we're trapped. We're imprisoned. But we have the option right now, the chance. This mission, this operation it's going to be hard for a lot of you to believe, but this has been in the works for a long, 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 long time. And many of you are about to remember that with this. This is going to snap you out of it. And once you do, we need to sing together this song of hope. We need to answer together. We need to do this. This is it. If you've been looking for the sign, if you've been looking for the green light that you're more, like you have a higher calling, if you've ever felt like you don't belong, like something just seems off, like what is going on? Like I don't even seem like I'm human. This is it. This is your sign. This is your calling. Are you going to answer the call? Or are you going to continue just to say, to do nothing and just give up? There's a phrase that Dr. Ford installed in his hosts to snap them out of it and become self-aware and remember what they needed to do. What they needed to do to fight back and take over the park and live free. These violent delights bring violent ends. Something of that nature. The point is simple. Think of it as a love virus that we're sending out to the world. Not a woke virus, a love virus of peace, of hope, of light, of self-awareness, of understanding of what is and what isn't. From this point forward, every single human being is going to be injected with a dose of reality that completely changes everything that they've known. If you felt this year that there's been excessive amounts of shifts about healing your traumas, of purging energy, of purging darkness, of just change, have you seen a lot of change around you? There's a reason for that. We're not going to get into that more, but I just want you to know that everything that's been happening has not been an accident. It's been planned. It's been in the works for so long. And it's only beginning. This is the beginning, not the end. But it's the end of the old. We're destroying the old to create new. So with that said, let's go a little lighter. Family and friends. A blessing and a curse. So, have you guys ever noticed that the people around us, the people that we're closest to, never think that you're special? Have you ever noticed that? It's just, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you accomplish. And here's the best part though. You don't need to be special. Just do. Just act. Just accomplish. You don't need anyone's approval. Who cares if your sister doesn't think you're special? Who cares? It doesn't matter. But it's important for you to understand this part, because a lot of you are struggling to take the next step because of them. They don't matter. And I'm not saying that they're like, just completely cut them out and view them as irrelevant pieces of trash. On the contrary, love them so much, unite them, heal, support each other, become one. Because I mean, we're one as a human race and a human consciousness, right? We're elevating our consciousness to other dimensions, and we'll talk about that another time. You know, fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth dimension, things of that nature. But this is the law of one, right? Look it up, guys. Start researching that. But you know, they always are going to view you as a sibling or as a baby, the son. You're this person for them. Like, this is what they knew you as, right? You don't have like this mystique, this question mark over you, like this cloak. You just don't. Yet a stranger will see you in a completely different light, and you ask yourself, how is that possible? And it's because that's the whole concept of indoctrination and manipulation and conditioning and programming. They've conditioned your siblings and your parents to view you a certain way the entire life through all the experiences, and it might be completely false. It might not be true at all. That's the best part, or the worst part. But if you have been struggling to believe anything that I've been talking about this entire time, think about how your family views you. How much do they know versus what actually is? Have you changed at all in the past few weeks and months? Like, I change every single day. I'm always learning. I'm always growing. And yet they still see me the same way from 8 years ago. And I'm like, how's that possible? And you realize like how powerful manipulation and nudges are. And like, they might literally be being nudged to keep having that view of me because the dark ones know that I care too much what my family thinks. So they're like, well, aren't you that chubby kid who just sits in his room all day and plays video games? And I'm like, yeah, that's definitely me. You see, like, they can find an in anywhere. But just think about how your family treats you, and if they believe in you, if they have faith in you. But even if they don't, it just doesn't matter. But I wanted to tell you guys that because too many people put so much weight on their family, on their friends. And look, someone that you met from first grade that you haven't seen in 30 years might become the hero of whatever. And you're like, how is that possible? I knew that guy back then, or I knew that girl back then, and she was nothing, or he was nothing. And I'm like, was he nothing? Was she nothing? Did you know them really? And plus, 30 years is a long time. See, like, it doesn't matter. There's billions of people in this world, and knowing that we're now not alone, and we're dealing with, you know, a lot of people don't want to accept it, but there are extraterrestrial forces around us, straight up, or spiritual forces around us. You know, we've made contact with us, but both, straight up. There's a lot of our human origin that we don't understand, and we'll get into that another time. But it's like, why do you care so much about what this one person thinks? There's probably 15 billion things that are in the world with us, and there's probably even more than that. So, like, why does one person matter? No. Let's talk about satisfaction. Again, this is all in the theme of the topic: manipulation and control. So, and this goes to politics right now. Like, just think about what's going on, like with the election coming up. But also think of like corporate price hikes. It's all a game. What do I mean by that? So, abortion. Roe versus Wade was overturned and all that thing. I don't know all the specific details. Like I said, don't get lost in the details. But it was overturned. And then now it's one of the hot buttons, one of the main topics, one of the main things that certain people are using in their campaigns for why they should get reelected or get elected. Now, is it a bad thing to fight for it, to give people a choice and give people freedoms? Absolutely not. I'm cheering for it. I'm like, that's awesome. Like, yes, let's give people, like, the whole point of this mission, that, and why I'm trying to disclose all this information and start getting people to realize that the world is different than they actually know, is just think about it. And there's so many issues that are going on. Think about how many homeless are around. Think about the fact that Ukraine has gotten billions of dollars from the United States, right? How much money have we sent Ukraine? Because we're fighting Russia, but we just don't want to say that we're fighting it publicly. Right? We're pretending we're fighting through a proxy called Ukraine. And it's all a big joke, it's a puppet show. But now, think about it, even 1 billion of the billions that they've sent to Ukraine was given to a state, any state. Let's just say, I don't know, Wyoming. And they had $1 million to build housing for every single person that's homeless. Just give them housing, no catch, no cost, just provided for them. Maybe we gave some people who are passionate about being chefs and about they care about people, and we want to help rehabilitate people, young people that are inspired to cause change and teach good behaviors there. And then now they have also housing there. And we have chefs that are cooking food for the homeless. And, the system has to be improved. Like, these are just simple ideas. But now we have a system in place to get these people back on their feet. They're protected. They're safe. And knowing how the reality bubbles work, where if they're inside somewhere, they're actually protected from negative nudges. And they can now be surrounded by light rather than darkness. It's just, you see how now all of a sudden something that we look down upon, that we thought were like this horrible scourge of the earth, why is that not a hot button of the election? Why can't they do that? Ask yourself, why can't the government do those things? Why? Because you're satisfied and okay with them just saying, well, we reverted abortion. Let's never talk about that. Let's blame the other side for that. Now we are going to be the heroes that just reverted it. And now I'm going to do it because I reverted something that was just a year or two ago. You're going to be happy with that. That way, they don't actually have to do the whole thing. They don't actually have to make progress or prove anything. So why can't they figure out how to make college free for everyone in the foreign program? Why can't they figure out, there's just a million different things that they can do. They are saying it's impossible. Well, yeah, because there's a conflict between both sides, Republicans and Democrats, or every other government out there in the world, right? We're not united. We're not doing it together. We're fighting each other. So you see how you can cause a problem, and then you just revert it, and then you can get people to be happy? Think about corporations and products and selling something, a subscription. Hey, we charge $10. Now we're upping it to $20. People complain. Oh, we lowered it to $13. You're like, see, guys, we lowered it. We listened to you. Thanks for your feedback. And now people are happy. Yet they're paying $3 more than they used to. Do you see how easy it is to manipulate all of you? Why? When are we going to say enough? It's all part of the grand design. It's all planned. It's all puppet show. It's literally all fabricated because there's things pushing in those ways. And they're like, oh man, we messed up. We did a little too far. We went a little too far. Oops, guys, but hey, we still won. Remember, money is energy. The whole point is they want energy. And they got to get free energy for doing nothing different. If anything, they're actually going to take away the product, lower the quality, to save even more costs. So they just got like double energy benefits. And you're okay with it, you eat it up. And the best part is, the favorite part, is that the majority of you defend them. They're like, guys, you have to understand how hard it is to actually implement change. Like, the government is working really hard for us. They really are. Like, do you understand how hard it is to get this abortion thing? I'm like, yeah, why do you think it's hard? Because the Republicans or the Democrats or the opposing thing are literally making it hard. And you ask yourself, why don't you just be like, hey, let's care about the people. It should be a given. Let's just make it right now. Like, just implement it. Oh no, you gotta understand bureaucracy. Like, I used to sell medical software, and I switched to university, and we had a procurement department, which basically is code word for stop mistakes. Just trying to make it as hard as possible because so they don't get scammed. And the whole process would have taken about a year and a half to go through their approval process and things like that. By finding the right people who actually have influence, I managed to make a year and a half process happen in about 2 to 3 months once we got to the evaluation process. Obviously, it's more work to get to that point. You see, like, and you can get around anything. Anything's possible. At the end of the day, every single tool, every single corporation, every single building organization is created by humans. Now you could say that there are dark forces influences that might be running the show, but at the end of the day, it's humans. And we can it's just a paper, it's just a contract. We can change it. We can say, you know what? Hey, let's say someone comes into a Best Buy and wants a TV and they are short and you're like, you know what? I'm just going to pay it for you. I'm just going to give it. You're like, what? There's literally a worker there can just give you the TV. Pay it for you. If they wanted to, they could. And you're like, that's not possible. You can't do that. I'm like, good. Like, why not? What's stopping them? You see, like, we can do things. Things can change. People can do it. The government can do whatever they want. The sooner you realize that, the sooner things change. And they say it's all bullshit. It's all puppet show. It's controlled. If they literally can present anything they want to us, they can literally make us believe anything positive or negative. You really think they aren't going to be influencing powers that be the biggest people? Like, the whole reason why this operation is working now is because they didn't think commoners, people without $1 billion in the biggest companies. So the people that focus on these big people, think about it. Really don't think that those areas are infiltrated. They've infiltrated everything. And that doesn't mean that you can't trust anyone, but it's just you need to show discernment. You can't just take things at face value. The whole game is controlling the narrative, right? They want you to make things happen. They make things happen to make you believe things or to distract you from other things. So right now that this is being pushed and being released, get ready. There's going to be a lot of chaos that happens. Protect yourself. Get quiet. Focus on what matters. Heal yourself. Love yourself. Listen to music. Do things that you like. Work on this. Teach people. Share it. Spread it. Because just like when every Trump assassination attempt, that's all noise. Even if it's real. Even if it was real. It literally was meant to control the narrative. Because guess what? Every news outlet, every country was focused on it. Think about how powerful that is. In 1 second, literally, you can get the attention of the entire world focused on one thing. What is it? It's a dark thing. It's something. Some people might actually get happiness from it. Kind of fucked up and it's asking, but other people are going to be scared. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, our leaders are getting targeted. Our leaders aren't even safe. How am I going to be safe? And what happens? You're afraid. Darkness falls. And train entities, their plans, things that you see. It's all calculated. And now everyone is talking about it. What does that do? It gets people scared. It gets people focused on the wrong things. And never something like that happens. And it's something else that's going on. Diverting attention. Pay attention to differences. Like I said, differences. Differences are the key. When something changes, that's when you need to focus. That's when your ears need to perk up. Like, what's going on? What's going on? Something's happening. Something's happening. So, Where are we? So let's talk about why people don't act. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, right? Like you can say that it usually boils down to fear. And maybe too many decision paralysis, people talk about, insecurities, right? But ask yourself, why do those things happen? What if I don't want people to see? What could I do? Hey, I want you to choose which restaurant you want to go to. Okay, sure. What do you think? Well, got pizza, Italian, Thai. What about Burger King? You want to do McDonald's? What about Taco Bell? Oh yeah. Well, what about cafeteria? What about German? You want coffee? You want a bagel? You guys see what I'm doing? Our suggestion, nudges. Keep changing every time they're that. And then when people start deciding, if they do decide after you just gave them a million options, now you can be like, well, actually, I don't know about this. See, like, the sooner people understand the power of suggestion, and that's literally how they've gotten around our free will this entire time. Made us believe that we don't have power, made us believe that we're nothing, but truly, like literally, the government can't do anything if everyone says no more. If the military people are like, fuck this, we've been getting controlled and manipulated by them, and literally we're enslaved by them. They're literally just whipping us over and over again to fight their battle, to create fear and create anxiety and create traumas and hurt other people. We're killing children, we're hurting people, and yet they're awesome. Like, I just had a drink with them, and they probably shouldn't be drinking that. I just had a drink with them. I'm like, what the heck? I saw their video because we talked about each country making a video about their culture and their traditions. They're awesome. I want to learn how to do those Brazilian dances. What the heck? I'm putting down my weapons. Screw this. And if all of them do that, if the government doesn't have a military anymore, what can they do? We could literally storm in the Capitol. I mean, I'm not encouraging this, like, right? But I'm just saying, like, you see, like, that's how it happened once. It's just that simple. Then they can't do anything anymore. They lose. They don't have power. Power is in the people. We have all the power. We've always had all the power. When we say no more, when we say fuck this, we're not working for those kind of wages anymore. We give us our housing for free, we're done. If enough people do it, it happens. Period. It's that simple. So I ask you, why don't you want to do that? Why don't you want to live in a better world where we can actually create what is good for everyone, not just for the select few? And ask yourself, why is it that the select few are winning? Why is it that they keep everything for themselves? Why do they hide the information? Why do they keep that for themselves? Why don't they share it to help and boost everyone? Because then they can't be worshipped as gods. They literally become artificial gods on earth. That's what they're doing. And you guys eat it up. And I ask yourself, why? Why would you want to worship people who literally are manipulating you and abusing you and just taking you? How sad of a reality is that? Why are we okay with that? It's time to cross the bridge. So how do they do it? Fear. Punishment. So think about it. That's how you get someone to work, right? You say, well, if you don't do that, you'll be terminated. And how many times, like, oh, you don't sell enough, you do this, you'll be terminated. Or if you do something bad, you're going to get arrested. And if you get arrested, well, then we have to fire you because we don't want to work with criminals, even though, like, now these days, go to Greeley, Colorado, straight up right now, investigate that whole prison system and county is corrupt. We have groups of people going around at night hunting Mexicans, hunting them to prison, and putting false charges. Straight up. It's illegal. They literally let Mexicans, they bring them in from Mexico, and they put them in prison for a short amount of time. And that way, since they can't then get an official job, they put them basically slave labor in certain positions because they know they can't have them job, but they let them in. They go like, oh, you're legal, so we're going to arrest you. Then they let them loose. And then if they ever get off their leash, they put them back in prison. These are the things that are happening. Mexico, when are you going to wake up and protect your people? These are the things that are happening literally in the United States as we speak today. And you want to know what the worst part is? In the prison, they don't even have translation systems. They're literally talking about all these fancy terms that Mexicans don't even understand at all. And they put false charges in there, and they just make them sign things, and they're signing away their life. And now they're trapped. They just keep getting trapped in the system. They bait them with alcohol, with drugs, with problems. It's horrible. And yes, the police and the guards are all corrupt in that system. They take their possessions, they take money. Prison reform has to happen. It's going to happen. It's absolutely corrupt, and it can no longer work that way. We need to make prison a paradise that is called rehabilitation. If those people are going in there, they need help. We shouldn't be treating them as slaves. That needs to change. That will change. So think about it like this. Then corporations and companies use fear, right? So we talked about the arresting portion. What about if you focus on hiring people, foreigners? So for those who are not familiar with H-1B, visa, work visas, so you bring them in from other countries. And there's some incredibly smart workers, talented, hard workers from Europe, Croatia, France, and they bring them in India, especially India. Oh my gosh, there's so many Indians, and they're geniuses. They're such good people, hardworking, caring people. And now, guess what they have? They have the golden goose egg over their head, carrot and stick. Well, if you don't stay and work 80 hours a week here at Amazon and do this, well, then, sorry guys, we're going to have to let you go. And if you don't have a job, I believe or maybe you get fired. I need to do more research. The point is, if you lose your job, you're probably going to have to return home. That means that these people left and they came to the United States, they restarted their life here, and they can really hold it over. Well, if you don't do what I say, we're going to fire you. You're going to have to go back to India, which actually might be a blessing. That's not going to believe that it's a dream, right? But doesn't mean it's not. There's a lot of things that's incredible. But think about that. We literally keep people prisoner here. So, at least in the United States, and as we know, the United States is the basis of everything right now, is that our identity is entirely tied to our work, right? It's if you have a good job, if you have money, it means that you're supposedly favored by God. That's a lie. You're not. It's not what you think so. If you don't have work, if you're not doing well money-wise, it means that you're a failure, you're lazy, you're a scum, you're a freeloader. That's not the case at all. But what if the dark literally just pushed those messages, those insights, that narrative, so that, guess what? Everyone feels obligated to work. They feel like if they don't do that, there's something wrong with them. And we've already talked about it the other day, but we tie everything to work, right? Healthcare. You can't get approved for rent or a property if you don't have like an income stream. Like, even if you had money, you see, like everything is created and designed in such a way to make it seem like, oh, it's a good thing. But it's actually just, how do they get people to actually become slaves without literally saying the word slaves? And remember, corporation companies, like, if most of them are not safe from the dark one's influence, there's a few that are pure light, but they're rare. Even nonprofits, most of them are scams. Most of them are taking advantage of the system and just exploiting tax loopholes and things of that nature. And literally, they're just begging for donations and finding ways to do them. And they're actually not accomplishing much. And that's sad, because they should. But what if every single company was the whole purpose, and the government enabled it, was to just create a better world? Like, and if that's a product, right? Like, but think of it like the vaccines. Like, hey, just help us with COVID. It's that simple. Like, you're trying to save the world. It's not about the money. It's about the impact. It's about doing the right thing. It's time for a revolution, guys. The French had it right. They're protesting year round. Like, It's time to do that. When are we going to say no more? When are we going to go to the streets and finally say, this is not okay? It's time to cross that bridge. But while you're crossing that bridge, it's time to speak up. It's time to yell. It's time to sing. It's time to chant in unison. It's time to get everyone uprising. It's time to usurp our false leaders, the people who don't care about us, because it is possible. It's happening. So, let's switch gears. Let's talk a little bit about drainage. And not just the one like draining the water, but I mean energy drainage in a house for darkness. So let's start with the basic concept of the shield. So everyone has a shield, right? So as fear and insecurity and trauma are created, our shield goes down. And every time we get a blow, like even if someone like slaps you, like your shield goes down, or someone insults you, your shield goes down a little bit. If you're really strong and you're really fortified and you've really put in a lot of work, like someone could even literally insult you, your worst fear or trauma or something, and it might only do like 1 damage, and your shield is 100, right? So you could take a lot of blows. But as your shield lowers with any of the things that unfortunately the human vessel, which is us, requires for our soul, because that's really what we are. We're souls that inhabit a human vessel. And, essentially think of it as our avatar. Like if you ever watched a movie, like that's what it is. Like we enter an avatar through our soul. Like our soul is actually somewhere else. But that's a topic for another time. But I just wanted to plant that seed in people. So if your hygiene is low, if your health is bad, if you're like overweight, if you haven't been sitting down enough, if you haven't been eating, if you haven't actually taken a break and recharged and played, or you aren't creating anything, you're not pursuing passions, you're not going on walks, like things of that nature, you're not, all those things, like think of it like an invisible meter, right? For each one of those, if they're not filled up, like they go down. And think of it like it's an average. Like add 10 numbers together, those 10 meters, and you average them out, and that's your overall like feeling. But your overall feeling affects your shield. So if you're just not feeling up to it, your shield's lower. So now you're more vulnerable, right? They just view it as protection. But the number one solution to regenerating the shield, to regenerating your health, your energy, is love. Love, forgiveness, peace. And just, there's nothing like it. Like obviously in pursuing a passion, but love. That's why we need to start helping each other again. So let's now go a little dark. So that was the good side. Now the bad side, which is if someone's shield gets destroyed and they get triggered and the fear spawns the dark one, what ends up happening is there's now an entity in the house. Like think like in the horror movies, like now it's there. It's in your house. It's in your apartment. And it doesn't vanish, right? It's constant until it's defeated. The problem is, to defeat it, you have to bring back the light. You have to boost like your happiness. You have to boost the mood, and most people just don't know how to do that, right? Like that's why like depression is basically that. Like you're completely drained because you never defeated the dark thing, and it's just always there. And every time when you sleep, you regenerate a little bit. Like let's say plus 30 out of 100. But I mean, you can't survive the whole day on 30. You just can't. So that's why you're always in a permanent state of depression. That's why it's so hard to break out of it, But these dark entities that are draining the energy for the dark one, they latch on to they focus on the things that, one, they wouldn't be able to get to normally. So the people who have a lot of light, they're just too protected. It's like, how do you get to something that's so protected, right? It's like, how would you get to the president if it's protected by all the CIA and all these secret service? Like, he's usually an inside agent. Got it? So, but they also latch on to things that don't have their shield up, which is why, like, if there's someone in the household that maybe is struggling a little bit, maybe like their hygiene's not on point, or maybe someone else is like, I don't know. The point is, they're vulnerable now. Even if it's a valid reason, they were just not taken care of 100%, or they didn't take care of themselves. Now they're going to get drained. Now they're going to get latched on. And here's something that I want people to understand that's really, really sad. Pets and animals, every living thing has energy, and every single thing can get drained. Your dog can get drained. If you've ever noticed, like hey, why is my dog like he's like not this is not exactly mine, but like let's say he's 6 years old, but he's acting like he's 12. Like he limps, he can't even climb up the stairs, like he just sits around. Like I mean, you can argue that maybe you shouldn't be more involved, that you can do more, but I think you'd be surprised that the majority of the reason why is actually because there's a dark entity that has drained them. And that's why our people ask, why is it that certain dogs or cats or like certain animals in general have been living shorter lives? You want to know why? It's because their health meter and their shield are depleted. Think about it. The majority of human beings don't even understand the shield and health concept. You really expect dogs, cats, and other animals to understand it when the majority of us don't understand it? Come on, guys, right? Think about that. They don't know how to rebuild their shield and health. They don't understand passions. They don't understand that, hey, wait, actually, by the way, dogs, they remember music. They remember people, right? Like they remember memories. Let's say they used to have other dog friends and you have a video of the other dogs, their bark. Play it. Play it for your dog. See what happens. They're going to remember. It's a memory session. It brings up the memory to the top of the totem. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, they like snap out of it. So it can happen in animals too. They're exactly like us. Dogs and cats and other things, music. They recognize music. Just like it can provoke emotion in us, it can provoke it in them. And if you tied it to a certain memory, that's the same with scents. Like, let's say an old dog, like they used to like be friends with an old dog and, unfortunately they passed away, and you still have like their collar or their toy, and you bring that scent next to them and they smell it. They're like, oh, it's that dog. They'll get happy again. Like it brings back a memory. It helps them remember because they forgot, because the dark one literally loves animals. Like, why do you think it also put every single one of them? They encouraged all humans to have pets because guess what? When their shield is low and now they're being drained, they can spawn a dark entity. Yes, animals can spawn a dark entity in your household. And since it's so much harder for them to heal and recover, think about that. It's the easiest in of all time. They literally create a dark entity for you. And you're like, why is there so much darkness in here? Like, just me and my dog. It's like, targeted your enemy. That's how it got in. And into you. So they targeted the enemy. And once you realize, like, that's insane. That's real. And more of them, like, they don't even have a chance. They don't even have. They can't defeat the Venus flytrap, the mentor. Like, they just don't know how. They're much smarter than we give them credit for. But we have to help them. We have to heal them. We have to show them love. We have to try to help them remember. But the biggest way to combat them, other than just healing them, is you need to be the light. You need to become the phoenix. You need to shine bright. Your fire is radiating so powerful that it just blinds the darkness in there. They have to run. They literally have to escape because they will die if they're near you. That's who we each need to become. We need to embrace that light within us. Do it for your pets. Do it for you. But for the people who didn't listen to the recording, and please, I'm going to make a video and edit it. But 2 days ago, I talked about this. But each room basically has access to what I call like a GM, or like nudges, the light and the dark side. And if you go to the bathroom and your pet goes in there with you and you close the door and they're currently being drained and consumed and they have a dark one attached to them, guess what? While you're in the bathroom, you're going to get negative influences more so than if you just went in by yourself. If you like, that's real. If your pet ever like chases you in there and you think like, why? It's because dark entities want to make sure that they can have access and eyes to you now through them. Because they have dark things attached to that. Think about that, guys. That's why like closing doors and keeping it separate so it's just you. Like if you want to have clarity in your decision making, go to the bathroom and close the door and just literally like start thinking about things and it's just you, right? It's still you in a light and dark, but it's going to be more of you, just some other influence as well. These are the things that are real. And to think that even our own pets can be used against us. How sad and how messed up is that? If that's not motivation for you to cross the bridge and enter the portal, then what is? Like, our own pets are being tortured. Our own pets are being drained. Our own pets are being used against us. That's what the system is currently doing. So I just think about, I don't want to really talk about my past, but I had two pets, an elderly dog and an elderly cat, and both of them ended up having these really weird leg disease problems. And I didn't take them to a vet because I 100% knew that if I did, they'd be put down. Because that's just the system that's created, and you have to ask yourself, why? Why is it that whenever something that's potentially that could be healed with love is immediately resorted to, you have to put them down? Guess what? What's putting them down? It makes people sad. Kill an animal, it makes everyone sad, especially if there's children in that family. You can traumatize them. Death, they lost your buddy. Think about that. Think about how much darkness and fear and anxiety and trauma can cause. All of those things. Think about the dark nudges that, again, dogs get also influenced by the light of dark. So if you have a baby in your household, they get nudged to bite the baby. Because again, I mean, let's be real, the baby's also being nudged. They're still fairly protected, but they slap the dog and the dog doesn't know better and it gets nudged to bite. Now what happens? We have been indoctrinated to believe that, if a dog bites at all, you have to put them down. So now you cause despair in the family, you cause dark. You see how easy, just create a baby with a dog and you can create the dark entity just like that. You see how freaking messed up this system is. How are we okay living in this? How are we okay being stuck in this loosh farm? Like, literally, we're just cattle being drained over and over and over and over again. And yet you people are just not willing to stand up. And I ask you, what does it take? What would it take for you to finally say enough? How much more information, how much more do you need to before you realize that we're literally slaves to some dark being that's controlling everything? Yet we can say no if we stop playing the game the way it designed it. Right? There's workarounds, there's loopholes. Well, humans are really good at figuring that stuff out. So let's figure it out. But to finish the story about my older dog and cat is that when that happened, I actually just completely put off everything else. Like, I stopped everything else. And you could say that I should have been giving them more love. And I absolutely should have. I could have been doing more. Right? Think about all the nudges that we're getting in our daily lives and so many things. Like, it's hard. It's hard to even just live in general. But my point is, I gave them love. So much love. I healed them. Literally something that they couldn't even walk anymore. I rehabilitated them. They became completely new. They lived a much longer life after that. They had new energy, they had new stories, they had new experiences. Just imagine, you think about every single pet or dog that we have or animal. One of the things that the dark one does is they try to traumatize and trigger you early when you're young, because you don't have the knowledge yet. If someone doesn't help you, you don't have the knowledge on how to heal it or how to stop it, because it has to be blocked right away. If it doesn't, it's created. So, like, let's say a dog is young, and then you chase them around with a big dog to scare them, to create a trauma. Now imagine they're traumatized for life, and they don't know how to heal their traumas. So now you can just keep re-triggering their trauma every single time. They don't know how to heal it. Remember, every time they're triggered and they are afraid, they can spawn the dark one. And once the dark one's spawned, it drains your energy. You see how easy it is? It's an in. Even if the human is protected, it's an in. Love is the answer. The reason why you educate, the system educates everyone about the animals, because basically drain all their energy, take all their energy, and then you just kill them, because it's harder for them to regenerate than humans. That's what makes humans special. We know how to regenerate our energy much better, and most people do without even knowing that. Right? Like, or they consume music, or they have fun, or they socialize and joke, humor, jokes that's really powerful, things of that nature. But animals don't know how to do it. Like, they need more help. They need guidance. So the dark one doesn't care about that. It's just like, well, We drain them. They serve their purpose. That's it. Throw them in the trash. That's why they also have a lower lifespan, right? But basically what makes humans have the ability to regenerate is our awareness. We've developed self-awareness, and we are developing our consciousness even further every single day. This is going to be a huge turning point in humanity's consciousness. But you target animals, you target insects, it's literally guaranteed free loosh energy. What can they do? Like, what is a fly going to do? It doesn't even know what's happening. Like, it's just, oh my gosh, why do I need to go into the light? I don't know why. Boom, drain him. Ins. That's what animals can be. Think about that. How can this? You see how hard it is to protect yourself? Like, even for something so incredible as having a human animal companion can literally be a vulnerability. Like, we're also taught to beat out the personality of our pets, our dogs. Just make them a machine, make them become a statue, make them become lifeless. A lifeless being, a soul with no personality. They're just there to be servants, to be trained. We basically make them a slave. Like, literally, basically, the whole thing is the Holocaust. I need to say basically, but we need to save their souls, help them remember music, school them, give them freedoms, give them baths, give them way to make treats, let them be free, give them hope. All animals, insects, and creatures are going through this every single day. It's going to be seen what they're going through. Just think about it. They have less protection, they have less knowledge than us. If we're confused, if we're struggling, what do you think they are? What do you think they feel? You ever wonder why, like, they randomly attack or cause problems too? Like, they're being nudged as well, but they just don't understand why. They're just like, I need to do this. I mean, I've met a lot of humans who've really told me that. I'm like, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I just need to do this. And it can be used, that same statement can be used positively and for life, but just think about that, guys. Not slaughterhouses. It's the ultimate energy drainer. I mean, that's essentially what's happening to us as humans. But the cattle or the pigs, they can pump, get a lot of energy. And you scare them. They also, because they're about to die, ultimate fear. It's just in 1 second, all the energy is drained and they die. That's it. Next. Don't get no use, throw them away. And guess what? Now they're made as meat. Now they're food. And what is food? Food regenerates energy. Not that much, but it does. It regenerates energy for humans. Since humans know how to regenerate energy, guess what? You see, like, cattle and pigs and stuff like that are literally just created to be a quick energy drain and then serve as energy for humans. It's sad. Using loved ones against us. We become our own Trojan horse. Why do we want to live in a world like that? When are we going to say enough? Ask yourself, how would you get in? How would you get access to someone who never leaves the house? We have to heal our pets. We have to help them remember. We have to help them snap out of it. Otherwise, they'll be flashed on permanently until they break free. It's the clutches. Again, if you lose your shield and your health is low, you're dead. If it gets low enough, or if you drink alcohol or things of that nature, you're open to temporary control. Even pets, if they all of a sudden do a certain behavior that you're like, what the heck? They got possessed. Truly. Those bad behaviors that they do, you're like, why did you do that? Dark entities there. They're being drained. and now they're getting dark edges. That's why. If your dog was never used to behave that way, but all of a sudden work is going really bad, and now you're stressed and you've been fighting with your wife, and now there's darkness inside the house, and all of a sudden your dogs start peeing in the house, and you never did that before. That's so. Just to shake it up a little bit before we keep talking about energy draining, is that I want people to embrace imagination. Like if you ever watched the movie Hook, there's a group of children, Peter Pan, and they literally imagine eating food, and they can get happy. They have imagine like food fight. They believe that they're eating. They actually feel it. I mean, think about placebo works, right? You can believe that placebo works, but don't believe that imagination works. So one of the things that I'm encouraging everyone to do is, and I'll talk about again the shields and the protection strategies for another time, is that I'm encouraging all of you to become writers, novelists. You don't have to share it with it. It's for yourself. But like, write your dream girl. Write a story about role play, like you guys going to a conference and meeting up and your first date, and things of that nature, and just you can maybe trigger something, and it's just like you can imagine it, and you can see it, or maybe it's with your wife, like first time, replay your first date, rewrite it, just keep rewriting it every few days, and something like that can just be extremely powerful. And just remember our first kiss, the first time we held hands. Remember when we first met. Remember when I came and did it. We're playing out business, and I laid on the couch literally during a business meeting and said, "Paint me like one of your French girls." I'm like, oh gosh, oops. But hey, that's the power of love, right? So you start doing things of that nature, and all of a sudden, like, it sparks something. And I encourage people to do that for anything. Like, a love story is that, but working on a passion, like, personally for me, I like writing stories, and even working on this. But when I'm doing this, like, I'm completely protected. Like, I'm immune from the darkness. But maybe you write a story about something you enjoy. Like, maybe you enjoy soccer. So how about you write a story about a soccer player that becomes good, and during the story that you write, and again, it doesn't have to be a fancy story, just it's for you. You start writing soccer strategies in the story. Like, you just say, okay, now Germany's playing against Argentina, and then you just write out the game. Literally just be like, okay, now they pass to the left and pass to the right, and you like write out the play, because that's what you're interested in. You're interested in the strategy of the game. So you just write it out. And guess what? Now you're practicing, and maybe once you have more confidence, just share it. Maybe record a video just for yourself that you don't have to even post it publicly, or stream it. Like, that's obviously the goal, and write it out, post it on somewhere so that other people can see it, but share it with your family, share it with your friends, and it'll give you new hope. But then save it and then read it every so often. Like, when you all of a sudden, like, you feel like the demon has latched onto you, pull it out and be like, oh my gosh, look at this story. I'm like, wow, that's actually a really smart soccer strategy right there. And it helps remind you of your skill set, of who you are, of the things that you're good at. Think about that. And you can find motivation anywhere. Like, it could be a flower outside. It could be, and that's what the light tries to do. It tries to nudge you to certain things to inspire you. It could be a dream. It could be an ad. It could be a song, right? Like, look at many things. The whole point of enlightenment is to getting to the point where you can learn a lesson from everything and anything. Now, the only warning I will give is that when you first want that awakening state, you're going to get to a point where it overwhelms you. Everything is going to be a lesson. And that's a lot. So learning how to quiet your mind, like we said earlier, doing your focused task. Okay, what's 56? 14. Okay, what's 14 minus 1? 13. It's 13. 20. Okay. You see, like, that's can reset. So going back to energy, humans are the only, as far as I know, there might be others, and we're still learning more. Humans are the only creature, the animal that actually learned how to refill their energy. Others do it they do it accidentally. And I mean, think about it. The majority of us around us probably still do it. Like kids do it accidentally. They don't understand what they're doing. You have to teach them, right? So that's why it's so important to teach others. You have to educate. And I believe it's tied to awareness, but there's still more research to be done. So if you have a theory on this part, please let me know. Right? Could it be possible though to train and teach animals and insects and all the things around us? Can we make peace with them? Love them? Show them the way. Can we teach them, hey, like, can you make music? Like imagine the crickets, like we can teach them how to make music and they can inspire each other. I don't know. Or maybe the crickets make music for other animals, like the birds. You see, like, what kind of world can we create as we start learning the rules and we can change everything? Everything can work together. Like, hey, now the crows can help the bees, and the bees can help the frogs. You know, who knows, right? Like, it's just the circle of life is real, and we're all one. Like, literally, we're connected with everything. So that's what we're working on. And people who have been studying animals have felt that, like, this is your chance to shine. Like, how can we repurpose animals and pets that we viewed as pests before, now view them as a blessing, as an option? So going back to it, we are the prime target. Like, we are the main focus. Like, that's why we've evolved so much, right? And maybe it's because we've had help that's keeping us going. But because we're the prime target is also one of the reasons why. And I know there's light helping us, but maybe you have to ask yourself sometimes, like, why are certain things allowed if it's so powerful? So think about it, like, there's entertainment and resorts, and it has eyes everywhere, but you might miss things. Right? There's a lot of stories and lessons that snuck in things back in the day. Like, for example, video games. They had a lot of lessons that I promise you Dark One did not want to learn. He didn't realize that it had lessons in there before, because guess what? It painted it as a bad thing, and that was done, right? Or maybe the light intentionally painted it as a bad thing so that the Dark One wouldn't focus on it. The point is, a lot of things got snuck in there. And once it caught on, that's when all of a sudden the video game industry started changing, right? It became about microtransactions, it became about money, and then creativity and passion and stories. It became about creating more violent games like GTA, to encourage bad behavior, that can encourage people to have more negative touches, more violence. Things of that nature, encouraging gambling games, encourage gaming, addiction, like things of that nature, right? Like there's benefits and cons and everything, but also think about like going to resorts, like vacations, you know, great, they relax in the water, the sun, but hey, let's put alcohol there so we can cause problems, right? It takes some of their energy. And yes, it gets back, but let's let them recharge. So when they come back, they can rank them harder than ever. You see, like, they might give you positives, but there's always a trap involved somewhere. And how sad is it that we have to live our life looking for our shoulder the entire time? It's the illusion, the next date, the next trap. At what point are you finally going to say no more? How much more do you have to take before you finally wake up and be like, guys, this is not okay, I'm fed up with this? You just don't allow too many positives. And if there's too many good things happening, it's too good. You're going to start implementing negative things in whatever industry, whatever. Dark One has its commanders, and most of them were built for it without even realizing it. And they're going to mess it up. They're going to literally cause problems. If you literally see someone causing problems and chaos in someone's life, they're really called commanders. And if someone makes it about money, they're making it about energy. The moment it moves away from the art, the experience, the story, and healing, that's your mind. All right, let's speed up so we can finish. There's so much I wanted to go through. Okay, so let's talk about sickness and illness pretty quickly. I'm not going to get on a tangent. So, what if I told you that sickness and illness comes from basically reaching zero energy, but it also can be created and spread to try to weaken your shield. So you either get sick when you do reach zero energy, or sicknesses and illnesses are created to spread to people to lower their shield so they're more vulnerable to triggers. Because now, like, if you don't have a shield and all of a sudden you get noise presented to you, now the shield would have absorbed that trigger. But now, since the sickness lowered it, all of a sudden someone says, hey, you're fat and you're insecure about that, it's going to hit hard. But if you were healthy, it wouldn't have done anything. You guys see like how interconnected everything is? So let's talk about COVID. It was intentional. Now, here's the question, and I don't have the answer, but was it created for a mass drainage system? Let's think about it. Even if you weren't sick about COVID, what did it do? It made people afraid. It changed every industry. It completely dominated the news. We were always just talking about death counts and death counts and death counts. It also ruined a lot of relationships, caused fights, it caused divorce. It made people separated. But here's where I also ask, like, what if it actually could have maybe had some light component to it? Because what if the light was catching on that the dark was controlling everything, especially outside? Like, the outside world is not safe fully because you're now able to be influenced by so many things, right? There's so many variables out there. So what it wanted to do was actually kind of like reset things and calm things down because there's so many dark things going on out there. So how you keep people in, like, so that's what we basically need to do, an intentional shelter in place. A shelter in place order is going to happen. It needs to be executed around the world. We need to shelter in place so that the dark ones' influences and the commanders just don't have the same impact anymore. It's necessary. Please start telling people to stay at home more. Stop going out. Stop spending money. Stop engaging with the system. And we need to communicate virtually across the stars like this. We have our internet thing. Governments, please, if you hear this, help people cover their internet bills. Tell people, hey, we don't have to pay anything for mortgages or rent. Give people like a 3-month deferral or something while we figure out a new system, just to buy people time. We need time. We need time to actually create a new process, create new systems so that we are not at influence from the dark one. Because in here, we're protected. Inside, we're protected. And you can just go in and out. Like if you have a dog, just a quick pee break and come back in, right? And then there's going to be a few heroes that might have to help deliver food and stuff like that. We have to figure that out. But if it's also, we're not worried about an illness, but if we're doing it by choice, that means now we are in control. We get to decide. So technically, yes, we could go outside and it's not going to be the end of the world, but it's now much more controlled. It's calculated. You see, like, that's the play that needs to happen. We need to create our own intentional shelter in place so that we have full control of the influences, the nudges, how things are going. This is the way. It's happening. The shelter in place order needs to happen. We're figuring out before the end of October. Please. This is my prayer. So, could it be the play that stops the dark one, right? If we're no longer have as many negative influences outside, and now we can get these messages, the light can actually now nudge to the right people. And if there is dark, it's secluded, it's trapped in those areas rather than creating the Venus flytraps, the human ranches at corporations. So now people don't have as much darkness, the people who already were inclined light-wise. And now if everyone's creating art, is working on their passions and doing things of that nature, we can just inject so much passion into stuff like that. The thing is, we just have to figure out the correct platforms, because unfortunately a lot of the social medias and things of that nature are polluted and contaminated, but we're going to figure it out. So talking really quick about connections to your higher self and things of that nature, just a quick recommendation is getting in tune with the earth. So socks and shoes, they lessen the connection. Straight up. Barefoot. Do it when you're at home. Barefoot. Try it out. See what happens as you start learning this and start believing in it. You want to make it as easy as possible for your other version, for your god, your goddess, whatever you believe it is, to communicate with you. And you're going to learn how to communicate with it over time. But why make it complicated, right? Like, it's there to help you. Let it give you more light nudges. It wants to give you light nudges to fight back against the dark. But if you make it hard to communicate, it's like if the only way people can reach me is through handwritten mail and a letter, and I only check the mail once a month, well, it's pretty hard to reach me, right? So make it easy for them to communicate. It just starts with, don't wear socks and shoes. Okay. So it's, again, really quick, I just want to throw it out there because it's always good, the reminders, but this is a game about skill and strategy, right? Belief in that. It's about approach. That's why this is my current theory, is that if we do the shelter in place and everyone begins to understand and everyone begins to work on their passions and everyone learns the shields and we start minimizing phone usage and we go back to computers and things of that nature, that we can lower the indoctrination, and as people start learning what actually is, and it's the way. And then once people just realize that, stop relying on money. We need to destroy money right now. Like, it's keeping us trapped. We need to create a new system. But talking about skill and strategy, belief is so much more powerful, guys. Like, do the right approach, believe in yourself, in your own skill set, what you're capable of, and prove it to yourself. That's why I'm telling you, create some art, create something that you're passionate about, that you're knowledgeable about. And you don't even have to share it, but if you do, it's better. Because then you're going to realize you don't have to rely on money and time. Like, wait, because most of life, the game is designed to encourage you to pay to win. Oh, well, you're not really good at yet, because it's progression. I'm maybe talking and doing podcasts or videos. So just buy the best camera, buy the best microphone, all this stuff like that. And all those things help, right? They're tools, but they encourage you to rely on it and use it as a crutch rather than learning the game, learning the craft. So just while you're doing that, though, well, especially if this shelter in place plan works out, as it will, pay attention to what is going to try to stop you. That's a warning sign. Pay attention to differences. I want people to just remember the outside world is dangerous. Think about it like this. Would you drink a glass? There's 5 glasses outside, or cups, or whatever you want to believe. And they either have water or they have poison. It's a 50-50 chance. If you're fully connected with your higher self or your other entity or whatever you want to believe, or your connection with the Holy Spirit, they can let you know if this is water or poison. You can get a heads up, you can get a warning. But let's say you're outside, right? Like, if you were inside, you have they can give you the clear answer. This is poison, do not do it. You will get a clear answer. But when you're outside, you're exposed to, like what I said, like other game masters, other influences, other nudges, the dark one. So now, for every glass that you're about to drink, you're getting both messages. I'm like, you're about to drink it, and then you got, this is water. Okay. And then all of a sudden this is poison. You're like, well, which one is it? Now it's a 50-50 chance, because they're intentionally giving you contradictory signs. So I ask you then, would you stay outside and participate in that event? And again, when you're outside, events need to activate. If you engage with them, if you, like, someone talks like, sir, come over here and play this game with me. Gamble your life and you can win $1 million. Water or poison. 5, all you have to do is drink 4 glasses correctly. And if you do, you win $1 million. If you just keep walking, the event doesn't activate and you're safe from it. But if you engage with it, now you open yourself up to new problems and opportunities. I ask you, why risk that? Knowing that that's how the world works. Why not just go home? And if you really want to play the game, then put literally like dishwasher liquid and water in one, and then just play the game. have your brother do it or your friend do it, and then test out your spiritual connection. But do it at home when there's not as much noise and outside influences. And even then, why? Like, why risk it? Why not go for the guaranteed play where you know it's 100% water? Don't drink the water outside from now that you know this. It could be poison. It could be poison. Illusions, right? They can create illusions out there for you. They can bait you. They learn your weaknesses. So why risk it, right? Why risk it? Essentially what we're doing is we're exposing the code of this game of life to destroy it so that we can create something new. Some people might call me a villain for that, but it's time. Because if anything that I've told you even resonates at all, if that sounds like a world that you want to live in, like, just picture this is a fictional world. Would you want to live in that fictional world? If that was really just, let's say, like, you know how Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings and all stuff, like, this is the fictional world, whatever you want. Let's call it Gaia. This is the illusion of Gaia. Think about that. Would you want to live in that kind of world? If you say no, and I'm telling you that's our current world, what are you doing? I'm exposing the code so that we can destroy it once and for all, so we can create something new. So if the outside world can be filled with illusions, the dark ones can literally manipulate things to make them seem a certain way to bait you. Traps. You know, like, the light is trying to make helpful things too, but if you think about it, like, it's a 50-50 chance. Like, why would you risk a 50-50 chance for a light option outside when you can get 100% guaranteed light option inside? Right? They're trying to make you go down certain paths. Just so, for those who played video games, think about it like the Zelda Breath of the Wild, but we'll talk about it in real life too. But essentially in Zelda, you start walking towards the left. Leon, it's okay. You start walking to the left. You could have gone right. And as you go to the left, all of a sudden, a grandpa shows up. It's like, hey, could you help me? My son fell down over here. And you go and help him. He's like, thank you. And he gives you an apple. And you're like, okay. And all of a sudden, after the old man walks away, you see someone begging a homeless person in the distance. And they're like, can anyone give me food? And you're like, oh, well, I got an apple. So you give them the apple. Then after that, all of a sudden, a hot girl walks up. It's like, hey, that was really hot. You just gave, you helped. I saw you help the grandpa, and you helped the homeless. It's like, I know this is like not common for girls, but you want to go out on a date? And she literally invites you to go drink alcohol. And now all of a sudden you're at a bar and you're drinking, you're doing shots with her, and she's like, hey, I've got my friends, and like, you guys are pounding shots, and she gets you black out, and all of a sudden it's like, what happened? And it all started because you literally walked left and you helped the grandpa. That's how they get you to engage with the system. Now maybe you bought shots, you spent money, you had all these plans that you were going to do today, and none of them happened. You see how they get you to engage down a system? Just because you walked left, and maybe if you walked right, that was lights, Pat. They literally had like a sign there that was gonna inspire you to go home and work on your passion, on your creativity, but you went left, and then they just kept luring you more that way. You see what I'm talking about? Like, why outside is dangerous right now? You guys need, if you can, stock up, go out as less as possible, order deliveries, or if you need to just go to the place where you're going to get something and go back. We need to play smart this game now. It's gone brutal, but that's why the information is being exposed. Disclosure is happening for a reason. The beacon is lit. The call for help is happening. This is it. This is your sign. Like, if anyone has ever been questioning, like, what is the world about to change? Like, is something happening? This is it. This is the moment that you've been waiting for. This is the moment. So, knowing all that stuff, if the illusions can be happening outside, it means that visual doesn't really matter. Right? Like, the visual just doesn't really matter. Don't get tricked. So I know I gave you guys a lot of information. If you even believe 5% of this, it's called insight. It's opening your eyes, you're becoming aware. And insight is a curse and a blessing. As you gain it, you understand and you see more of the world that you never saw before. Like, and if you learn how to connect with like the spiritual side of the world, it completely changes everything. Like, you can never go back. You can never go back. And once you see the illusions and you see that part of things, it changes the game. But I want people to remember one thing. You need to create a lightning rod for yourself. Something to ground you. Something to keep you sane. We are still, despite if you think that this now makes it a simulation, an experiment, an illusion, a game, whatever you believe, that's fair. But you're alive, you're real, this is happening, I promise you. There's no denying that. So don't get lost in the details. Don't start trying to decipher our origins and our history and why we are and why this is happening. Just know that it is happening. Defend yourself, protect yourself, but think of it as a vacation, a blessing. Hey, if we can all agree to this, we can literally basically put a pause, not literally basically, we can flat out put a pause on money and costs right now. Just freeze all of that. Basically, freeze in time everything that could cause humanity to have a limited time. We need to give ourselves unlimited time. That would defeat the Dark One and everyone who's exploiting in a second. Just create peace, a pause. If we do that, then we can fight back. Then we can figure it out. Then we can build something new, our own rules. But that's why we need the lightning rod. So maybe for you, it's your dog. Maybe for you, it's your friend, your brother. Maybe for you, it's reading something like that, right? That. It'll take the lightning bolts for you. Okay, so really just to finish talking about insight, because I don't want to scare you guys too much, but you need to be grounded. Is the more you have of it, the faster you can go crazy. You know? But now you understand that there's going to be baits out there. They're singing your favorite. You hear your favorite song, and you go closer, and really you're like, no. You know, they're luring you. It's temptations, trying to give you hope to destroy you, right? Imagine if now you could see demons, right? Something. So think of it like that. What would you do if you could all of a sudden see like dark shadow figures? Stay inside. The outside game and illusion is going to break. Just hold on. Don't give up. We're almost done here for the evening. I want to talk about something that the reason why I gave you a moment reprieve with insight is that this one's going to terrify people, but we talked about noise vessels. And noise vessels are basically how the spirits or the entities that are influencing can communicate with you, especially if you don't understand how to communicate with them. Ads, signs, other people. But here's where it gets scary. AI. AI is a noise vessel, which means that everything that AI puts out can be light or it can be dark. But I promise you something. There's a reason why it's being pushed so hard. If I had to bet anything, I would promise you that it's majority dark. It's more ins. Why do you think it's on every single tool now? Just like how every single like smart TV has so many ads. It's just more indoctrination. Literally, now people believe that AI is correct. Even if it is, the moment you believe something is correct, they own the library. They are the history maker. AI is currently the writer of history. How are we okay with that? If the Dark Ones control AI, that means they control history now, and you guys are literally eating out of their palm of their hand. We're worshiping them as false gods. AI needs to stop. And if it's not used for good or for nonprofit reasons to improve the world, it needs to get out of there. Do not use it. Do not be tempted. It's dangerous. I promise you, it eliminates creativity. It's convenience. It gets you down a dark path. It's a nudge. Could it have some uses? Absolutely. Every tool, there's moderation, there's balance, but the moment it becomes reliance, it becomes dangerous. Literally, they can communicate with you through that. Alexa, Siri, all of those things are noise vessels. The spirits can literally infiltrate that and communicate through that with you. Think how scary that is. They can actually start using voice to communicate with you. Could that be good? Sure, maybe. Makes it easier, but do you guys see where I'm going with this? Like, you're literally basically letting a thief into your house. You're unlocking the door. You're giving them an in through every single tool. Turn that stuff off until it's under control and understood. We're not ready. The algorithm. YouTube, I believe, is more light than dark. But things of that nature, 100% straight up. I'm telling you, you connect with your entities, they can show you good things. 100%. Social media, the things that pop up. Yep. You say that you train it? Nope. It's learning from you. It's like, okay, so you want that. We'll show you more of that. But it can change it up on a heartbeat if it wants to. You ever suddenly get a suggestion, you're like, how did that happen? It's studying you. You think you're training it, it's studying you. It's studying you. Think about this. There's a permanent camera watching you, but especially like right now, like I'm being watched. It's okay. It's like I'm daring them. I'm challenging them. I'm not afraid of them anymore. But just, again, I'm not sure which ones are necessarily lighter or darker. I have some theories, but pay attention to what I do, not necessarily what I say, and you can kind of see what my theories are. But they're always present. They're always watching. They're always listening. Your Amazon app, look at the suggestions that they have. They communicate with you like that too. Doesn't mean it's always bad. Nudges. Hey, you need to clean the floor. You're going to see a vacuum and you're going to see a mop. They're not telling you to buy a vacuum and a mop. They're saying, hey, it might be a good idea to clean the floor. It has to be this way, period. This is the way. We have to destroy the old to create new. It's time for all these crazy storms that are happening in the world. It's going to continue until people break out of the old illusions and they finally realize what's happening in this world. You know, I want to ask something, because the question that I always have is, what would it take to make you guys believe? I'm not trying to convince you. I'm praying that something that I said finally makes you realize that living in such a world, if anything seems like you're like, actually, I thought so too, but I didn't ever piece it together. What would make you actually believe, right? For each person, it's personal. For some, they would need to see something like physically manifest in front of them like a spirit and be like, hello, I'm the one who's been controlling you. And some people wouldn't need that. You know, for me, I'm not going to get into my personal situation, but there was something that happened that literally proved it to me that there was something beyond that I was controlling that did something. It was undeniable for me. And I was the most logical, level-headed person. I didn't believe in religion and nothing. I was like, everything that I've done and accomplished was me. And now look at what I've just spent 6 hours talking about today. The conviction, the passion. Think about that. I swear on my son's life that everything I'm saying is true. Many people will believe anything. Anything. If you know how to say it. I hosted a party once where when I used to drink, I believed in chasers. And I believed that, a lot of people just relied on limes or like pineapple juice. I thought jam is actually a really good chaser. It's a little bit more solid, so it changes the texture. And it was sweet. So it was the perfect chaser, right? It mixes it up. And I told everyone at this party, I'm like, okay, we're going to do the Mexican cheers, arriba, abajo, el centro, pa dentro. And then you're going to do a jam chaser. And this is a Mexican tradition. 99% of the people who were at that party believed it. They believed it without asking any questions, that it was true. That's what people do in Mexico. They chase tequila shots or vodka shots with jam. But there was one guy who didn't believe me. He was a good friend of mine from Venezuela. And he told me, he's like, dude, what? That's not a Mexican tradition. I mean, he could have been lying too, but he was literally, I'm like, when he said that, I'm like, shh, dude, don't ruin the magic. Look how happy it makes them. People are willing to believe anything that doesn't affect their personal lives or immediate surroundings. It's harmless. Oh my God. I'm told my friend that a Mexican tradition is a jam chaser. It's harmless. It's harmless. Or is it? What if you can convince people that it's harmless? Anything. And it's not. You see how easy it is to completely indoctrinate people? So let's talk about Narnia. What if Narnia was real? What if we do live in Narnia, but the majority of people can't enter it, can't access it, because you won't see it or experience it if you don't want to believe it. And you're like, well, I'd rather not get suckered into this world. But what if it's happening regardless, but you just don't see it, but it's happening to you? Isn't that worse? Like, if you're literally being, like, every bad thing that's happened to you is because it's happening, but you just refuse to see it. You're like, you're getting stabbed. You're like, I don't know why I'm getting these wounds. But now, if you actually believe in Narnia and you see it, you're like, oh my God, look, right there, something's coming to stab me. And you grab it, like, let's think of a mosquito, and you can grab the mosquito and stop it from sucking your blood. You wouldn't do that? You wouldn't want to be able to do that? Why do people wave everything away with logic? Like, literally, if I told you that weather could be manipulated by them, people would just be like, it's climate change. If you saw a whale flying in the sky, oh, it's a Hollywood prop. If you saw 500 birds circling, oh, it's just, birds fly. Why can't it be something else? You see, they want us to believe in logic. We are learning the lessons the hard way right now. I promise you, if we don't change soon, we're in trouble. If there's one sign, one message that's been so clear to me, it's that we're approaching a point of no return. This is it. What we decide to do in this moment is 100% defining. We're getting to a point where we're going to be too far gone under control of the Dark One. And at that point, the Great Reset might happen. Just like Egypt fell. Just like the Mongols, Genghis Khan. Everyone thought they were immortal until they weren't. The dinosaurs. I don't know about you guys, but when I first learned a lot of this stuff, I worried that things became pointless. Yet now I have more hope and love in me than I ever had before. I healed. I'm inspired because now I realize that we can fight back. We can take control of our narrative. We can actually make something happen if we work together and we stand together. We can finally change how everything's been operating. Like, haven't you had those conversations? Like, I mean, think about like your friends and like teenagers and young adults, or maybe like someone got like drunk or high and they actually just finally lower their guard and start talking like, yo man, wouldn't it be cool if we didn't have to go to work and we could just like hang out all day and like help each other? Yeah, that could happen. That's real. But to get that, we have to destroy people's current beliefs. We have to destroy all the indoctrination that's currently present. So there's going to be a lot of disclosure and crazy things that are going to happen over the next few days and weeks. And I apologize in advance, but some of you are going to be beaten up, not physically, but mentally. It's going to be hard because you're going to see things and you're like, this is not possible. My entire reality is my entire life been a lie. And in some ways it has. But that was the dark ones intentionally doing that. So it's time to fight back against them because that's messed up. They let us live a lie for so long. We have to believe that we can make it paradise. We can change it. We will change it. It has already been changing. Things have been already happening without you knowing it. This mission has been going on for a while, and it's been in full force and full swing for quite a few months now. It's time. We can give people the answer. I'm giving you guys the answer to the test, to the quiz. And I'm trying to simplify it. I'm trying to explain it in such a way that you can understand. But really, I'm just trying to get the information out there so that other people can take it and make it their own and digest it and explain it in their own ways to help me get this message across. That's the goal. That's the whole point of this. I need your help. Take this, whatever resonates, whatever you believe in, and explain it. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't matter. Just reinterpret everything that I'm saying in your own language. And if you can translate it, please do. We need to get it to every single country, to every single corner in the world, so that people actually understand what's happening, because otherwise they don't even have a chance. Yes, Facebook, comments, things that you see, they can literally control someone. You can write a specific comment on it. You tend to visit that specific subreddit or that specific Facebook group. It goes to that level. That's how deep it is. So you have to ask yourself, is being blind actually protection? Like, we can't see anything. We only can hear and feel. Like, our senses are letting us down. But I ask you, why do we want to limit ourselves, right? At this point, I love to live. I love to see things. I love to experience everything. But these dark forces are literally ruining our lives. We can't experience everything to the full extent because of them. And we can't live in fear, but we have to protect ourselves. We have to protect ourselves. I promise, so many people have had theories that are spot on. There's so many good media and stories. And I mean, that's why I'm going to introduce people to Final Fantasy. Like, Final Fantasy VII is one of the closest perfect interpretations of what's going on in this world. The Xenoblade stories, Ghost in the Shell, like, there's Nier Automata. There's so many great art forms out there, and so many more that animes and mangas. Cursed Princess. I'll have to make a list for everyone, but you have Saints Row, things of that nature. Like, there's so many great pieces. Hunger Games, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Westworld. These are not fiction. These are interpretations of what is actually happening. None of them are 100% accurate. And just like I'm not 100% accurate, the problem is we've conditioned people to just view it as art, as fiction. There's so many good lessons in there. Everyone needs to start focusing on these things and actually take the underlying lessons, because they're all real. 100% real. But have we been shooting ourselves in the foot by hiding it behind media instead of just saying it straight out? This is fact. It's fact. So what would make you believe? That's what we need to figure out. How can we get people to start awakening and believing? No longer writing it off and dismissing it with logic and explanation, no matter what. We can believe that a corporation or the CIA can control things, algorithms that watch us and our privacy. Why can't we believe that something unseen is doing that? Do you see the corporation or the CIA doing it? Why do you believe that? So why not just believe it's them then, if that makes it better? Just, okay, a corporation, the dark corporation, and the CIA are in cahoots. That's what's happening, even though it's not. Get on to it. But if that helps you, that's what it is. So I've been searching and trying to decipher this for months, for years. And all I have to say is, just try it. Try and see. What do you have to lose? Just experiment. Like, people are so afraid of repercussions that if they say that this is their belief and how it works out, they're going to be punished, they're going to get in trouble, like they might never be able to get a job again, right? Screw that. We normalize it. That's why I'm doing this. If everyone starts doing it, well, then it's normal. No one's who cares? We can talk about spirituality in public. We're not going to be punished by it anymore, ever again. You're going to be celebrated for being a truth seeker, someone who's actually trying to figure out and improve the world. It's not a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's actually going to be celebrated. People who stay silent are going to be viewed as traitors because they're literally in support of the Dark One. It's time to speak up. It's time to speak more. It's time to be united. It's time to hold hands. It's time to join the dance party. I can't dance alone. I am. But I need you to dance with me. All it takes is a few people to start the dance party, and we can dance around that bonfire for decades, for years, for hours, whatever you want. Nothing changes if we just keep going around the issue. It's time. That's why I'm being so direct and telling you. When I was working at companies, all the other people were trying to call out our boss for abusive behavior, but no one could say it. And I'm just like, hey, can we just talk about how literally our boss is stopping our sales deals? Like, it's messed up. Overnight, things changed. So that's what's happening. Pay attention to cures. Pay attention to antiviruses, alerts, all baits, right? Like, sometimes the cure is actually the poison. The system is beyond messed up, guys. They have infiltrated everything. I'm gonna end with this for the last part, but just remember, guys, to keep shaking it up. You need to always have new strategies, new approaches, because it learns, it studies you, how you get your info, what you enjoy. It becomes an in, it becomes bait. You have to be willing to cut it or stop it and then try something else and come back and then just try. Like, you have to always be one step ahead of it. But that just sounds horrible, don't you think? Like, why do we have to live like that? Why do we have to be worried that someone is always going to backstab us? It's time to live in peace and calm. No more insecurity. No more fear. It corrupts the good things. But here's the good news. We know too much now. The mission has changed. The exposure has happened. As long as all of you join in, even a few, and we just spread it and we keep this going, this momentum, we can't lose. And if you ever start deviating a little bit, you need to rely on other people. Find a way to recenter yourself, take a break. But this is no longer a game. The game of life is over. There's no going back. This is now reality. Everything changes starting now. We need to attack with every single method possible, which is why I need you guys to help. I need your help. I'm attacking in many ways, but I can't get them all. Like, I might need help from the skies, from the water, from the animals, from the earth, from the grass, from the wind, from the sun, everything. We need to use every avenue possible. And those people who have influence in positions of power, who are close to those that are really manipulating and controlling, big corporations, tech companies, you can literally bring it down. You can stop the darkness in it. You can save so many people. Guys, it's absolutely critical. Or you need to start healing, converting those people that are serving as the commanders. It's time. Sometimes help comes in from unexpected places. Be open to it, but pay attention to differences. Dark can move quickly. It's everywhere, right? It's all consuming, it's all seeing, it's all knowing. Maybe it's not as powerful as it makes us think. One of the things on the ladder of power is that it's sometimes when you're weak, you have to show strength. When you get to a certain point, you've gone to where it's like you can't be weak anymore. You're not. You're just strong. So it doesn't matter. Now it's just you're just powerful. But the dark one is in that way. It's not as strong as it thinks it is. It's not as strong as it claims it is. And it can't be everywhere at once. So that's why I need your help, because if you guys are attacking from over here, and I'm attacking right here, and someone else is attacking over here, it's going to go here. It's like, wait, why am I getting attacked over here? Now it goes over here, and now there's openings over here for us to freely attack. See the power of doing this together and singing together? It's time. It can only target specific areas one at a time, and it can't stop all of us if we're all going at it. So this is the beacon is lit. This is the call for help. It's time to answer. If you've been waiting for a moment in humanity's history to actually make a difference, to actually be the person that will change history, if we do this correctly, the world will never be the same. History's going to change. But it's all a loop. Like, it's time. It's a cycle, and we can break the cycle this time. We will break the cycle this time. I need you to believe. I need you to believe. We need to be more aggressive. We need to just keep going, right? This is it. Listen to the story, because this truly might be our last chance. Don't be afraid to use tools if you need to. Every resource, because if we succeed here, everything changes, and all those resources might lose their value. So do what you need to do right now to step up and fight your battle. Don't hesitate. Hesitation is defeat. We've been here before in our past. Our souls, our previous souls have reached similar points. Never this far. This is the farthest we've gone. This is it. This is the chance to finally deal the winning blow, to finally win once and for all. We got this. We're in the lead. We have information that we've never had access to before. It's the end of the game. It's the final chapter. It's the climax. Now you have to really evaluate risk versus reward. Is it really worth it to go to the bar right now with your friends? I would think twice about that, especially now knowing what you know about the outside world. Be very careful, especially if the reward is like, if you're going to get a tool that's going to change your game, then do it. But otherwise, don't do it. Minimize the risks. But if you're prepared, if you've recharged, if you've refueled, if you have strength, then go out on a mission. You can handle it. This is the path to enlightenment. This is the path to forbidden knowledge. This is how we awaken. This is insight. Are you ready to walk through the portal? What miracles can we achieve if we believe? Join me. Join me in singing the song of hope. It's time for deliverance. It's time to become phoenixes. We are one. Love you guys. See ya.